ومع النمو السريع الذي يشهده العالم في مجال العلوم والتكنولوجيا، سارعت دولة الكويت في الاعتماد على استراتيجيات الابتكار تماشياً مع خطتها التنموية لعام 2035 في تحويل الكويت إلى مركز مالي واقتصادي قائم على المعرفة والابتكار، من خلال وضع الآليات والأطر لتطوير السياسة العامة للابتكار بالتنسيق مع الأمانة العامة للمجلس الأعلى للتخطيط والتنمية، مما لتلك الاستراتيجيات من نتائج مذهلة في تحقيق اقتصادي مبتكر وريادي قائم على التكنولوجيا. ونؤكد من خلال جمعنا هذا على ضرورة وأهمية الاستثمار في الابتكار لما له من دور فعال في تعزيز الإبداع البشري والإنتاج الاقتصادي عن طريق تبني نماذج الابتكار والتكنولوجيا الناشئة التي يمكن أن تساعد في تحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة. ومما يشعرنا في الفخر والاعتزاز هو تشجيع دولة الكويت لعملية الابتكار والذكاء الاصطناعي والتكنولوجيا لدى مواطنيها، حيث يشير مؤشر الابتكار العالمي لسنة 2021 تحسن ترتيب دولة الكويت في 6 مراكز عن العام الماضي في مجال الابتكار لدى الشباب الكويتي. ويأتي نتاج ذلك لدعم مؤسسات وهيئات التعليم وجامعة الكويت والجامعات والكليات الخاصة، وكذلك جمعيات النفع العام كالجمعية الكويتية لدعم المخترعين والابتكار والنادي العلمي الكويتي لبث روح الابتكار التكنولوجي لدى الطلاب، من خلال ما نشهده من تسجيل أبنائنا لبراءة الاختراع وابتكار طرق علمية حديثة في معالجة مشكلات أو مجالات علمية أو تكنولوجية، سواء كان ذلك في مجال العلوم الطبية أو مجال العلوم الهندسية أو غيرها من العلوم، بالإضافة إلى فوزهم في العديد من المنافسات المحلية والدولية في مجال الاختراع والابتكار. كما لا يفوتني أن أشيد بالدور الريادي الذي تلعبه مؤسسة الكويت للتقدم العلمي في نشر ثقافة علمية وتكنولوجية وابتكارية، فهي قلب الابتكار الناشئ في دولة الكويت. كما يقوم معهد الكويت للأبحاث العلمية بدور كبير في مجال الأبحاث من خلال إجراء البحوث العلمية التطبيقية وتقديم الاستشارات البحثية والعلمية والتكنولوجية. السيدات والسادة الكرام، لقد أصبح استخدام الابتكار في التعليم أمر حتمي من خلال الاستعانة بتطبيقات وتقنيات الذكاء الاصطناعي والتعليم التكنولوجي القائم على الابتكار، مما سيسهم بلا شك بشكل فعال في تحسين جودة التعليم والارتقاء في المنظومة التعليمية تبعاً للمقاييس العالمية للتعليم، من خلال تقييم وتقوية القدرات الابتكارية لدى أبنائنا الطلبة لتحقيق النمو الابتكاري المستدام ورفع المؤشرات التعليمية والابتكارية على المستوى المحلي والعالمي. وفي الختام أشكر كافة القائمين والمشاركين في هذا المؤتمر، ومتطلعا إلى تحقيق الأهداف المرجوة من إقامته، والتي ستنعكس بإذن الله بشكل إيجابي في تطوير منظومة الابتكار والتكنولوجيا وريادة الأعمال والذكاء الاصطناعي، بناء على ما سيتم عرضه ومناقشته في هذا المؤتمر من أحدث الابتكارات والأدوات والاستراتيجيات الابتكارية والاتجاهات العالمية الجديدة. نتمنى التوفيق لهذا المؤتمر، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
شكرا معالي الوزير على الكلمة، ونرحب في سعادة الدكتورة هنادي المباركي رئيس المؤتمر ومؤسس شركة إيكوسيستم للاستشارات الإدارية، فلتتفضل ولتلقي كلمتها.
شكرا معالي الوزير على الكلمة المتميزة. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Distinguished practitioner worldwide, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very much delighted to be here today to see more than 300 practitioners from 30 countries in this international conference celebrating Entrepreneurship Week in conjunction with our event to fostering the innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem. It is our honor for me to deliver this speech at this very important conference. First of all, I would like to thank the distinguished excellencies, Highness Excellencies Dr. Mohammed Al Faris, Minister of Oil and Higher Education from Kuwait, Highness Excellency Ambassador Linda Lewis, UK Ambassador to the State of the Kuwait, High Excellency Princess Dua bint Mohammed from Saudi Arabian, Highest Excellency Sheikha Dr. Aliya Al-Qasimi from UAE, and Highest Excellencies Sheikh Dr. Thani Al-Thani from Qatar, and Highest Excellencies Ambassador Jum'a Al-Ka'bi from Kingdom of Bahrain. In recent years, most countries move forward to the digital economy to achieve their strategic roadmap and goals. The digital economy plays a significant role in accelerating innovation, economic growth, increasing productivity, establishing a new sector, and achieving inclusive, sustainable growth. In the digital decade, innovation acting as a long-term investment to self-sustain technology, to commercialize the technology and create high employment, which lead to sustainable economy growth for shaping 21st century. Dr. Al-Mubaraki, as an expert in modern economy and innovation, identify and implement GCC initiatives focused on economic diversification and scaling up country ranking indicators. The initiative is divided to the 4 sections. First, establish an electronic GCC Technopark journal. Second, establish GCC Smart Virtual Accelerator. Third, publish several books on Amazon platform in both languages. Finally, organizing annual GCC and international conference by ecosystem consultant. Most governments worldwide recognize the importance of economic diversification by establishing modern economic programs such as Innovation and Entrepreneurship Program, Accelerator and Incubators Program, Technology Transfer and Commercialization Program as a powerful engine to digital economy growth and job creation and high survival rate, as well value added for smart growth. Thank you, and looking forward to meeting you in November 15 to 17, 2022. Thank you.
شكراً للدكتورة هنادي المباركي. نرحب من المملكة العربية السعودية بصاحبة السمو الأميرة دعاء بنت محمد محمود عزت، رائدة العمل الاجتماعي والرئيسة العليا السابقة لهيئة المرأة العربية، فلتتفضل ولتلقي كلمتها.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. كيفكم جميعا وتحياتي للجميع. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين، أصحاب السمو والمعالي، السيدات والسادة، الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. تسعدنا مشاركتكم اليوم في المؤتمر العالمي الثاني لدعم منظومة الابتكار والذكاء الاصطناعي والتكنولوجيا وريادة الأعمال، والتي تعتبر من أهم قضايا مجتمعنا المعاصر. فلتحفيز النشاط الاقتصادي في دول العالم ومجتمعاتنا الخليجية على وجه التحديد، نحتاج للتركيز على أدوات تمكين الاقتصاد الثلاثة: الابتكار، ريادة الأعمال، الذكاء الاصطناعي. فهي تعتبر أضلاع مثلث الوصول إلى الهدف، وهو تنمية العنصر البشري، وبالتالي معالجة البطالة والتمكين الاقتصادي والتنمية المجتمعية والاقتصادية المستدامة. فالعالم اليوم يشهد طفرات كبيرة في هذه المجالات كأثر طبيعي لجائحة كورونا، مما يستدعي بالضرورة تحويل مفهوم الابتكار إلى عمل وثقافة مؤسسية فعالة وداعمة، وذلك للنهوض وتحفيز النشاط الاقتصادي في مجتمعاتنا الخليجية. وإيمانا من القيادة الرشيدة في المملكة العربية السعودية بقيادة سيدي خادم الحرمين الشريفين الملك سلمان وولي عهده حفظهم الله، كان الاهتمام برؤية وأهداف سدايا، وهي الهيئة السعودية للبيانات والذكاء الاصطناعي Saudi Authority Data and Artificial Intelligence، لأجل تحسين جودة الحياة عبر العديد من التطبيقات لتقديم أكثر من 30 خدمة عبر الإنترنت، وهو عمل يعكس تفوق المملكة عالمياً لتوظيف التقنية لخدمة الإنسان. ومن المصادر الهامة التي يناقشها مؤتمرنا اليوم المحور الخامس، والذي يعنى بأفضل التطبيقات للمناهج الابتكارية في التدريس والتعليم، والتي تركز على التمايز في الابتكار وريادة الأعمال والتكنولوجيا. كلنا يعلم أن الأتمتة هي نظام يعتمد على القواعد التي تحددها البرمجة والتي تتبع التسلسل المنطقي المعروف سلفاً. والذكاء الاصطناعي هو بمثابة تعليم الآلة استنتاج ذلك. والسؤال: هل سيحل الذكاء الاصطناعي مكان المعلم؟ المعلم سيكون دائماً موجود، لأن وجود الآلة لا يغني عن وجود المعلم، فهو عماد التعليم من الناحية العملية والتربوية، وله دور لن تتمكن الآلة من القيام به. فلا غنى عن البعد الإنساني والاتصال البشري بشكل عام حتى تتم العملية التعليمية بنجاح وفاعلية. ولأن الذكاء الاصطناعي يساعد على إتمام مهام التدريس الأساسية، إذ يشكل قفزة هامة للارتقاء بجودة التعليم وتوفير العديد من التطبيقات الهامة، والتي منها: أولاً، تطبيق المحتوى الذكي، والذي يعنى بتحويل الكتب التعليمية التقليدية إلى كتب ذكية وثيقة الصلة بالغاية التعليمية. ثانياً، أنظمة التعليم الذكي ITS Intelligence Tutoring System، وهي أنظمة كمبيوتر مصممة لدعم وتحسين عملية التعلم والتدريس عن طريق توفير دروس فورية باستخدام التقنية. ثالثاً، تقنية الواقع الافتراضي Virtual Reality، والواقع المعزز Augmented Reality. أما عن تقنية الواقع الافتراضي VR، فهي عبارة عن محاكاة تفاعلية تتيح للمستخدم فرصة خوض تجارب مختلفة والذهاب إلى أماكن متعددة وهو في منزله، حيث يكون جزءاً من هذه التجربة، فيمكنه من التنقل والاندماج بشكل كلي. فتساعد هذه التقنية المتعلم على تنمية قدراته ومعارفه بشكل مباشر، كمعاينة دراسة نظام المجموعة الشمسية بالأبعاد الثلاثة والتفاعل مع معطياتها على سبيل المثال. أما تقنية الواقع المعزز AR، فهي تنقل المتعلم إلى المحيط المستخدم، حيث تتيح هذه التقنية محاكاة عمليات معقدة كالعمليات الجراحية والمشاركة والقيام بتشريح جسم الإنسان، وذلك ما يفيد طلبة الطب مثلاً. ونحن في شركة المهرة للتعليم بفروعها التعليمية والتدريبية نهدف لوضع برامج ومناهج إلكترونية تبسط للطلاب والمتدربين ماهية الذكاء الاصطناعي وأهدافه وأبعاد تطبيقه واستخداماته في شتى مجالات العلم والحياة، والاستفادة من مزايا التحول الرقمي. ولدول الخليج دورها الريادي والهام في مواكبة هذا التطور عبر عقد شراكات عالمية لتعزيز علاقات التعاون والشراكات الاستراتيجية وتوسيع آفاق مشاركة الخبرات والتجارب في مجال تطوير الخدمات الرقمية للارتقاء بمستوى الكفاءة بطريقة أكثر شمولية إقليمياً وعالمياً. نحن ولله الحمد نعيش في فترة استثنائية، إذ أصبح لدينا ولأول مرة على الإطلاق حلول رقمية حقيقية لمعالجة بعض من أكبر المشاكل حول العالم. ولقد حان الوقت لجعل مطوري الذكاء الاصطناعي والمبتكرون ورواد الأعمال يأخذون دوراً ريادياً في خدمة مجتمعاتنا والنهوض بها. وفي الختام، أشكر دعوتنا للمشاركة اليوم في هذا المؤتمر الهام، كما أشكر جميع القائمين على نجاح هذا المؤتمر. وفقنا الله وإياكم لخدمة مجتمعاتنا وأوطاننا، وشكرا لكم.
شكرا لصاحبة السمو الأميرة دعاء. We welcome Highness Excellency Ambassador Belinda Lewis, the Majesty's Ambassador to the State of Kuwait, to deliver the speech.
We accept the apology. The ambassador mother is in hospital recently, and she left the conference before a few seconds. Accept the apology and call the next speaker.
Okay, thank you, دكتورة. نرحب من دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة في صاحبة السمو الشيخة الدكتورة علياء حميد القاسمي، خبيرة التنمية الاجتماعية، فلتتفضل ولتلقي كلمتها.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Al-Faris, Minister of Oil and Higher Education. Dr. Hanadi Mubaraki, Conference Director and CEO of Ecosystem Consultants. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests and practitioners, entrepreneurs, researchers, ladies and gentlemen. I am pleased to be here today at the 2021 International Virtual Conference on Innovation, Technology, Artificial Intelligence, and Entrepreneurship Ecosystem. First, I would like to thank Dr. Hanadi Mubaraki and ecosystem consultants for personally inviting me to speak at this valuable conference. I would also like to thank all the brilliant minds attending today. I believe that people like you, researchers, practitioners, entrepreneurs, and educators offer hope to humanity and make the world a better and safer place. And for that, I thank you all. Our world needs you now more than ever as it faces unprecedented global challenges. We have witnessed ongoing barrage of global crisis, all the way from an unforgiving pandemic to a looming climate disaster that will impact the world in ways we can't even imagine. The COVID-19 pandemic has spared no country or economy, as we have all been affected one way or another. It has proved to be the humanity's greatest threat to prosperity and well-being, but it will hopefully end soon as major economies are starting to witness their economies recover to pre-pandemic levels. According to the latest WHO estimate, more than 5 million lives were lost across the globe. Trillions of dollars were also spent, and now the world is facing massive supply chain disruptions and labor shortages. Let's be clear. We have all shared this unfortunate pain, but one thing is certain. We can all emerge from this pandemic more resilient and more determined than ever to pursue the one true constant that can unite us all, the latest breakthroughs in science, innovation, and technology. After all, if there is one thing I have learned from this awful pandemic, it is this: science and innovation, by the will of God, offer the greatest hope to humanity. Of all the voices in the world, scientists' and experts' voices have become the most powerful and relevant of all. I truly believe that science and technology can transform our lives and make them better. Today, our most profound challenge may be the last lingering effect of this warning pandemic, but it will soon be the looming climate change of tomorrow if we can't maintain the 1.5 degrees Celsius or even the 2 degrees Celsius global threshold. We still have tremendous hope with the power of science, technology, and innovation, and we all have a role to play. Vaccine science has saved countless lives, and countries worldwide are racing to perfect carbon capture technologies. These incredible advances are just some examples of how we can harness the power of science and technology to solve our world's complex problems. We haven't even scratched the surface yet with emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence and quantum computing. Under the guidance of the UAE's rulers, my country has achieved incredible milestones with its ambitious aim to become a global leader in technology and innovation, and I'm proud of my great nation. I would like to mention some of these accomplishments today to share our experiences and work together toward a better future. Our success is your success, and your success is our success. The Expo 2020 Dubai is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, with the greatest showcase of human brilliance and achievement. We have 192 participating countries, each with its own pavilion for the first time in history. In the past, leading technologies were introduced during previous expos, such as the first telephone, which connected the whole world, and the first IMAX film, which changed our cinemas forever. There have been many technological advances showcased at the 2020 Expo Dubai, along with endless inspirational opportunities for all of us. One such example is DP World's Hyperloop, which offers a glimpse of the future of transport with pod speeds reaching 1,000 kilometers per hour. This means that one day, in less than a decade, we may be able to travel from Dubai to Abu Dhabi in just 10 minutes instead of an hour and a half. AI is a field that we are focusing on strategically. His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum said, "We want the UAE to become the world's most prepared country for artificial intelligence." To that end, the UAE set a clear vision through its AI strategy to become the world's leader in AI by 2031. We have clear strategic objectives that outline the initiatives that are essential in achieving our milestones. Of the 8 strategic objectives outlined in the AI strategy, I will mention a few, which is to build our reputation as an AI destination and to develop a fertile ecosystem for AI, to bring the world leading research capability to work with target industries, and to increase the UAE's competitive assets in priority sectors through the development of AI. Quantum computing is another new exciting milestone we have achieved. As Abu Dhabi introduced the Middle East's first quantum supercomputer, and we are proud to share this achievement with you all. This will put the UAE, the GCC, and the region on the map to be recognized for research on this exciting and promising topic. Quantum supercomputers are unbelievably fast and offer compelling real-world applications. We will focus our research on applications such as quantum algorithms for artificial intelligence and drug discovery, cybersecurity, and cryptography. Regarding sustainability, we strive to diversify our income resources by moving away from oil under the Vision 2021. Through this green growth strategy, the UAE aims to become one of the world's leaders in this area. We are part of the Sustainable Development Goals, a collection of 17 interlinked goals designed to be a blueprint for achieving a better and more sustainable future for all. The SDGs set in 2015 by the United Nations General Assembly and intended to be achieved by 2030 are part of a UN resolution called the 2030 Agenda. These sustainable development goals can be summarized under the slogan, leaving no one behind. Notable efforts among the 17 goals our country and the Ministry of Climate Change and Environment are committed to are no poverty, zero hunger, quality education, clean water, and climate change action. We aim to enable access to food, responsible consumption and production, healthcare, quality education, clean energy, and sustainable economic growth. We are also pleased to announce the hosting the COP28 Climate Conference in 2023, as the recent conference in Glasgow came to a close. As Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum said, we will put all our capabilities to make the conference a success. The UAE will remain committed to goal climate action to protect the planet. Last but not least, we were the first Arab country to launch the Hope probe to Mars. And we consider this a significant accomplishment for all our Arab brothers and sisters as the probe successfully continues to send valuable data on the Martian atmosphere. We also have the UAE astronaut program, which saw the launch of Hazza al-Mansouri, the first Emirati astronaut to the International Space Station, and the development of the Mars 2117 vision to build a human colony on Mars. I want to close by quoting Expo's 2020's theme song in Arabic. To all of you brilliant minds attending today, this one is for you. ابدع لا تسأل عن أي حدود، قادر تتخيل بأفكارك جود، ها نحن جيل العالم موجود قدها وبدود. This is our time. This is the moment we have to decide. Thank you.
شكراً لصاحبة السمو الدكتورة علياء. ونرحب من دولة قطر في سعادة الشيخ الدكتور ثاني بن علي آل ثاني، عضو مجلس الإدارة للعلاقات الدولية، مركز قطر الدولي للتوفيق والتحكيم، فليتفضل وليلقي كلمته مشكوراً.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، الحمد لله رب العالمين، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. بداية أتقدم للسادة المنظمين على هذا المؤتمر وكذلك لمعالي الوزير لحضوره. أن العالم يشهد عملية تطور مستمرة منذ أمد بعيد في مجال التكنولوجيا والذكاء الاصطناعي، وهو الأمر الذي اتفق معه كثير من الاقتصاديون في العالم في خضم ثورة اقتصادية رقمية. أن الابتكار والتكنولوجيا أثر بالغ في بناء وتطوير الخطط الاستراتيجية الاقتصادية والمالية للاقتصاد الوطني، مما ينعكس بالإيجاب في نهاية المطاف على المستويين المحلي والدولي. ويساهم فضلا عن ذلك في نمو الاقتصاد العالمي بوتيرة أسرع وتحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة للدول، وهو الأمر الذي كان وما زال عامل وسيستمر أساسي في دفع الاقتصاد العالمي إلى الأمام. وفي هذا الصدد يجب أن نلفت عناية السادة الحضور إلى أنه وحسب تقرير التنافسية العالمية فقد احتلت دولة قطر المركز التاسع عالمياً في الاعتماد على التكنولوجيا المعلومات والاتصال في قطاع الدولة المختلفة. إن للابتكار دور فعال في تطوير وبناء المجتمعات المزدهرة، كما له أثر بالغ في التطور الطبي والصحي في عالمنا المعاصر، حيث أن ما شهده العالم من تطور في المجالات الطبية وصناعة الدواء يعود الفضل فيه بعد الله عز وجل للابتكار والتطور التكنولوجي. إن من أبرز الأمثلة على أثر الابتكار والتطور التكنولوجي في المجال الطبي ما شهده العالم في الآونة الأخيرة خلال أزمة كوفيد-19، والتي ما لبثت وانتشرت في دول العالم حتى عمل العلماء على إيجاد حلول لها، مستغلين التكنولوجيا الحديثة لابتكار طرق علاجية مختلفة تمثلت في لقاحات طبية للفيروس. لقد اتجه العالم منذ بداية القرن العشرين لاستكشاف طرق جديدة لبناء وإنتاج آلات ذكية ذات قدرة هائلة على محاكاة العقل البشري. لقد أحدث الذكاء الاصطناعي تغيراً جذري في الأنظمة الاقتصادية والاجتماعية على المستوى العالمي. إن جميع دول العالم في الوقت الراهن تولي الذكاء الاصطناعي أهمية بالغة، وهو الأمر الذي تؤكد عليه انعقاد العديد من المؤتمرات الدولية المختلفة التي تم عقدها خصيصاً لذلك الأمر، ومؤتمرنا هذا خير مثال على ذلك. انعكاس استخدام الذكاء الاصطناعي في عالمنا المعاصر على جوانب عديدة جوهرية للمجتمع كالجانب الطبي والتعليمي والاقتصادي، كما دخل على جميع المجالات العلمية التقنية منها وحتى العلوم الإنسانية. في عالمنا المعاصر يتم استخدام الكثير من الآلات ذات القدرة العقلية في تلك المجالات لمساعدة الإنسان على إنجاز المهام والأعمال، وهو الأمر الذي نجح عند قدرات عملية وعقلية هائلة للإنسان الآلي من ناحية، وأنتج العديد من البرامج والتطبيقات الحديثة التي يستطيع بعض منها في الوقت الراهن تشغيل عملية إنتاج هائلة داخل مصنع من دون تدخل بشري. وأمام تدخل الذكاء الاصطناعي في كافة مجالات الحياة كان لا بد من تدخل من قبل القانون لتنظيم وضبط وتقنين الأمر، وهو الأمر الذي انعكس على المستوى الدولي من عقد العديد من المؤتمرات الدولية في هذا الصدد، وكذلك في التشريعات المحلية للعديد من الدول، والتي أصدرت الكثير من القوانين لتقنين تدخل الذكاء الاصطناعي في مجال العمل المختلفة أو التعليم أو حتى الخدمات اليومية اللازمة لسير حياة الإنسان. إن ريادة الأعمال محرك أساسي لدفع عجلة الاقتصاد وتحسين الأوضاع الاقتصادية في السوق المحلي، كما لها دور فعال في خلق فرص العمل والابتكار وتنمية المجتمع ورفع مستوى معيشة أفراده ودفع وتعزيز عجلة البحث والتطور، مما ينعكس بالإيجاب في نهاية المطاف على الاقتصاد الوطني للدولة. حسب آخر إحصائيات صادرة من قبل البنك الدولي، فإن الشركات الصغيرة والمتوسطة في الحجم تساهم بنسبة ما يقارب 45% من التوظيف في الاقتصادات الناشئة و33% من الناتج الإجمالي المحلي. الحضور الكريم، إن معظم دول العالم تولي في الوقت الراهن اهتماما بالغ بريادة الأعمال لإدراكها لمكانتها في تطوير الاقتصاد الوطني، وانعكس ذلك بشكل واضح في القوانين الجديدة التي تصدرها كافة دول العالم لتسهيل وتشجيع ريادة الأعمال وإنشاء استثمارات جديدة، وكذلك المبادرات التي تطرحها الدول من حين لآخر في هذا الصدد. وعلى المستوى الخليجي رأينا صدور العديد من التعديلات على قوانين الشركات التجارية في الفترة الأخيرة من أجل توفير الحوافز اللازمة لتأسيس الشركات الجديدة وتقليل حجم المتطلبات لتأسيس تلك الشركات وخفض تكلفة مزاولة الأعمال التجارية. وفي دولة الكويت نجد أن المشرع حاول أن يسارع بوتيرة تنشيط ريادة الأعمال عن طريق إصدار قانون تشجيع الاستثمار في عام 2013 وإجراء بعض التعديلات على قانون الشركات من خلال القانون رقم 15 لسنة 2017 بتعديل أحكام القانون رقم 1 لسنة 2016 بإصدار قانون الشركات، وكذلك سبق ذلك إصدار اللائحة التنفيذية لنفس القانون، كما تبنت دولة الكويت وأولت الاهتمام للعديد من المبادرات لتشجيع ريادة الأعمال، والتي من أبرزها إنشاء صندوق خاص لدعم المشاريع الصغيرة والمتوسطة، والذي تم إنشاؤه بموجب القانون رقم 98 لسنة 2013 في شأن الصندوق الوطني لرعاية وتنمية المشروعات الصغيرة والمتوسطة. وعلى صعيد دولة قطر نجد أن التقارير الصادرة في السنوات الأخيرة وضعتها في المرتبة الأولى عربياً والثالثة عالمياً في أنشطة ريادة الأعمال. كذلك شغلت دولة قطر المركز التاسع عالمياً في تمويل الشركات الصغيرة والمتوسطة حسب تقرير التنافسية العالمية الصادر عام 2018، وذلك جميعه يعكس اهتمام الدولة بريادة الأعمال لتأثيره البالغ على نمو وتطور القطاع الاقتصادي. لقد شهدت دولة قطر نقلة في أنشطة رواد الأعمال خلال السنوات الماضية، وسجلت نسبة الزيادة 14.7 أكثر من المتوسط العالمي المقرر 12.8، وهو ما جعل قطر تحتل تلك المكانة بين دول العالم. فالعديد من المؤسسات المالية القطرية تمنح الكثير من التسهيلات التي من شأنها تشجع الشباب القطري على تطوير مشاريعهم الخاصة وفق الخطة التي يقدمونها للبنك. هذه الجهود تؤكد جميعها توجه الدولة نحو إيجاد بيئة متميزة في ريادة الأعمال وفي دعم المؤسسات الصغيرة ودعم الابتكار والإبداع. لقد أصدر المشرع في دولة قطر في الآونة الأخيرة العديد من التشريعات والتي هدفت بشكل أساسي لتشجيع ريادة الأعمال وتحفيز واستقطاب الاستثمار المحلي والأجنبي وتشجيع المستثمرين وتهيئة الفرص الاستثمارية وإعداد الدراسات الأولية للمشروعات الصناعية. ومن أبرز الأمثلة على ذلك صدور قانون الشركات التجارية رقم 11 لسنة 2015، والذي بموجبه تم إلغاء الحد الأدنى لرأس مال الشركات ذات المسؤولية المحدودة، الأمر الذي يساهم في تشجيع صغار المستثمرين لإنشاء المشروعات الصغيرة والمتوسطة. وكذلك القانون رقم 17 لسنة 2004 بشأن تنظيم وتملك وانتفاع غير القطريين بالأنشطة التجارية والوحدات السكنية، والقانون رقم 13 لسنة 2000 الخاص بتنظيم استثمار رأس المال غير القطري في الأنشطة الاقتصادية وتعديلاته، وكذلك إنشاء محاكم خاصة بالتجارة والاستثمار. وفي ال10 سنوات الأخيرة توجهت دولة قطر نحو تهيئة وتطوير بيئة الأعمال عبر إطلاق العديد من المبادرات، ومن بينها توفير نافذة واحدة لخدمات المستثمر وتقديم خدمات إلكترونية متطورة لتأسيس الأعمال، علاوة على تحديد وتسهيل إجراءات وشروط الرخص الإنشائية لمراكز الأعمال، وتسهيل شروط وضوابط وإجراءات منح التراخيص لمزاولة الأعمال التجارية، ومنح امتيازات جاذبة للمستثمرين الدوليين الراغبين في الاستثمار في الدولة في المشاريع الصغيرة والمتوسطة، ومساعدة المشروعات الصناعية المرخصة للحصول على قروض من بنك التنمية الصناعية والمؤسسات المالية الأخرى، وكذلك تزويد المشروعات بالطاقة الكهربائية والبترول والماء والغاز الطبيعي بأسعار تنافسية. في ختام كلمتي أود أتوجه بالشكر لجميع القائمين على هذا المؤتمر، وكذلك المتحدثين في هذا المؤتمر والمشاركين، ونتمنى أن يخرج المؤتمر بتوصيات تخدم قطاع ريادة الأعمال وتكنولوجيا المعلومات والذكاء الاصطناعي وأتمنى النجاح والتوفيق لهذا المؤتمر، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
شكراً سعادة الشيخ الدكتور ثاني آل ثاني. We welcome Highness Excellency Richard Steer, Chairman Gleeds International from United Kingdom, to deliver the speech.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you, Dr. Hanadi, for inviting me to speak today. Having recently returned from COP26 in Glasgow and the Future Investment Initiative Invest in Humanity in Riyadh the previous week, I'm honoured to be invited to this virtual conference, which seems to set about answering the most important question: how? Our presence on this planet is clearly at a pivotal point, and we are starting to understand the why and the what, but the answer to how is more elusive. Innovation, technology, artificial intelligence, and entrepreneurship offer a modern-day opportunity to tackle our global issues and bring about harmony for the generations to come. The exponential increase in IT and technological capacity offers a world we have never experienced before. It was said some time ago that we had more computing power in our mobile phones than previous US presidents had access to when they were in power. The rate of acceleration of technology and artificial intelligence is critical to our future, and this can only be achieved through innovation and entrepreneurship. In my field of work, which is the built environment, we are facing rapidly changing times, with the ever-increasing drift of population away from rural poverty to working in towns and cities. But this is contrasted with the concept of 20-minute cities, where all amenities are available within a 20-minute walk, thus strengthening the local community. Because the built environment is all about communities and facilities. What is the future of high-rise office blocks? Will purchasers continue to visit shopping centres when everything is available online? Is there even a future for smart cities? Our industry itself is at last embracing the capability of IT and artificial intelligence to move forward. Issues of building information modelling, sustainability, and modern methods of construction, off-site manufacturing and fabrication bring both challenges and opportunities. Do we want our buildings purchased from a catalogue, or do we celebrate the divinity of art and architecture? Our industry's major challenge is not only zero carbon energy consumption, but more importantly, zero embedded carbon. And at Gleeds, we are working on several projects with this aspiration. In the world of our communities, the fundamental question is how do we want our built environment to look, work, and operate for the benefit of all of our global citizens?
and just hold that over your mind.
One of my brothers' husband was the CEO of Citibank today. I think we're going, well, we know, like, never see each other anymore.
Thank you.
Thank you ريتشارد. نرحب من المملكة العربية السعودية في سعادة المهندس عبد الله صالح المزروع، وهو مدير مكتب براءات الاختراع، ليلقي كلمة الافتتاح عن معالي الأمين العام للأمانة العامة لمجلس التعاون الخليجي الدكتور نايف الحجرة، فليتفضل وليلقي كلمته.
شكرا جزيلا. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين، معالي الدكتور محمد الفارس وزير النفط والتعليم العالي، سعادة الدكتورة هنادي المباركي رئيس المؤتمر، أصحاب السعادة، المتحدثون والمتحدثات، المشاركون والمشاركات، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسرني بادئا أن أنقل لكم تحيات معالي الأمين العام لمجلس التعاون لدول الخليج العربية الدكتور نايف فلاح مبارك الحجرف، وتمنياته لكم ولهذا المؤتمر الهام كل النجاح والتوفيق. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، ينظر إلى منظومة الابتكار والذكاء الاصطناعي وريادة الأعمال بمختلف فئاتها ومستوياتها التشريعية ومستوياتها والتشريعات المنظمة لها في الآونة الأخيرة على أنها من أهم أدوات تعزيز أصول الملكية الفكرية وغيرها من أصول الدول، الأمر الذي سيقود باقتصادها الاقتصاد المعرفي بما يحقق الاستدامة المنشودة. ويأتي اهتمام منظومة مجلس التعاون بالابتكار وما يرتبط بذلك من ذكاء اصطناعي وريادة أعمال، وتقديم الدعم لهما والتحفيز والتشجيع عليهما انطلاقا من المادة 20 من الاتفاقية الاقتصادية بين دول مجلس التعاون لعام 2001. وفي هذا الإطار حققت دول مجلس التعاون الكثير من التطوير النوعي للبيئة التشريعية والتنظيمية والإجرائية لمنظومة الابتكار والملكية الفكرية وإنفاذ الحقوق المرتبطة بها، وما يقود إليه ذلك من تعزيز لمخرجات الابتكار وريادة الأعمال وتطبيقات الذكاء الاصطناعي في دول مجلس التعاون، وتعظيم المحتوى المعرفي لهما وصولا لمزيد من النمو الاقتصادي المستدام، مستفيدة في ذلك من المعطيات الإيجابية لمنظومة السوق الخليجية المشتركة التي أطلقتها دول مجلس التعاون في العام 2007. وأصبح لدى دول مجلس التعاون قوانين وأنظمة وسياسات وأدلة وإجراءات متخصصة في مختلف مجالات الملكية الفكرية والابتكار والذكاء الاصطناعي وريادة الأعمال، يتم تحديثها باستمرار، وهو الأمر الذي ساهم في تعزيز تصنيف دول مجلس التعاون في العديد من المؤشرات الدولية، ومنها مؤشر الابتكار العالمي GII. كما قامت دول مجلس التعاون بتنسيق سياساتها في جانب من هذه المجالات تجاه الدول والتجمعات الإقليمية والدولية الأخرى، وذلك إضافة لانضمامها للعديد من الاتفاقيات والمعاهدات الدولية ذات العلاقة، تعزيزا لحضورها الدولي في هذا المجال، وبما يساهم في توفير البيئة التشريعية التي تكفل للمبتكرين والموهوبين ورواد الأعمال من دول مجلس التعاون إمكانية حصولهم على الحماية القانونية لابتكاراتهم، ومن جانبها قامت الأمانة العامة للمجلس التعاون بالعديد من المبادرات والأنشطة المشتركة الهادفة إلى دعم المخترعين وتشجيع الابتكار وريادة الأعمال والتحفيز عليهما، ومن ذلك تبني الجوائز المالية وإقامة ورش العمل المتخصصة والمشاركة في معارض الاختراعات الإقليمية والدولية، واستضافتها لمخترعين ومخترعات من مواطني دول مجلس التعاون لعرض اختراعات في هذه المعارض وتبادل الخبرات مع المخترعين من مختلف دول العالم. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، يقود الحراك الحاصل في منظومة الابتكار والذكاء الاصطناعي وريادة الأعمال والبيئة الشاملة لهما على مستوى العالم إلى عدد من التحولات والمستجدات، ومن ذلك تنامي الاتجاه نحو التعاون البحثي والابتكار المفتوح، والذي يعتمد بشكل أكبر على البحث والتطوير المشترك بين معاهد ومراكز الأبحاث على مستوى العالم، وما يقود إليه من أصول من ملكية فكرية عابرة للحدود. إمكانية توليد ابتكارات وأصول ملكية فكرية بالكامل من خلال تقنية الذكاء الاصطناعي، وذلك على هيئة أجهزة وبرامج أو تطبيقات رقمية. قصر الدورة الزمنية للابتكار عن ذي قبل بسبب التطور الحاصل في معالجة البيانات الضخمة والنمو في تطبيقات الذكاء الاصطناعي والتحول الرقمي. كذلك تزايد أهمية البيانات للمبتكرين ورواد الأعمال كونها مصدر رئيسي ومادة أساسية للتقنيات والخدمات والمنتجات المبتكرة. يضاف إلى ذلك تنامي الابتكار في مجال الخدمات من خلال تسخير تقنيات الذكاء الاصطناعي. وهذه التحولات المستجدات تصاحبها في كثير من الأحيان العديد من المعوقات، منها الجوائح وحالات الطوارئ العامة وتداعياتهما على الابتكار والذكاء الاصطناعي وريادة الأعمال. كذلك تراجع الاتجاه في السنوات الأخيرة على المستوى الدولي نحو المشاركة والعولمة الاقتصادية في التعاطي مع منظومة الابتكار والذكاء الاصطناعي وريادة الأعمال على مختلف مستوياتها وتطبيقاتها. كذلك التكلفة العالية للأبحاث والابتكار في استخدامات الذكاء الاصطناعي وغيره من المجالات مثل مجال التقنية الحيوية واللقاحات والمستحضرات الدوائية، وتوفير الحماية الكفيلة لها العابرة للحدود. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، أختم بالتأكيد على أهمية دعم منظومة الابتكار والذكاء الاصطناعي وريادة الأعمال من خلال الاستغلال الأمثل للطاقات الابتكارية والقدرات الإبداعية للموهوبين ورواد الأعمال، وتوفير المناخ العلمي الأمثل والتحفيز الأكفأ بما يقود إلى مزيد من الابتكار والريادة في الأعمال عبر تشجيع الاستثمار فيهما وإيجاد مخزون علمي راسخ يمكن من المنافسة في الأسواق العالمية. كما لا يفوتني في هذا المقام أن أعبر عن وافي الشكر والامتنان لسعادة رئيس المؤتمر الدكتورة هنادي المباركي على جهودها البناءة في تنظيم هذا المؤتمر الدولي، متمنيا لأعماله كل التوفيق والنجاح والخروج بتوصيات تعزز من المنظومة الابتكارية والريادة في تطبيق الأعمال والذكاء الاصطناعي. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله. انتهيت أنا.
اسماء، صوت ميكروفونك مو شغال.
نعم. شكرا لك سعادة المهندس عبد الله المزروع. نرحب في سعادة الأستاذ يوسف المرزوق رئيس تحرير جريدة الأنباء، وليتفضل ليلقي كلمته. أستاذ يوسف. رحب في سعادة الأستاذ يوسف المزروع رئيس تحرير جريدة الأنباء ليتفضل وليلقي كلمته.
ومن ينوب عنا الأستاذ محمد الحسيني.
نعم.
أستاذ محمد.
دكتورة هنادي، الأستاذ محمد متواجد معنا حالياً؟
والله متواجد بس يمكن عنده خلل فني. بس ثانية واحدة، شركة تقنية قاعدة تطالع التواجد معه. هو موجود معنا بالقاعة.
نعم.
تسمعوني؟ مساء الخير.
أهلاً، مساء النور، إحنا معك أستاذ.
بيسعدني أن ألقي كلمة جريدة الأنباء بالنيابة عن رئيس التحرير الزميل يوسف خالد يوسف المرزوق. في البداية نود أن نحيي جميع المشاركين ومعالي الوزير الدكتور محمد الفارس، وأيضا نتوجه بالتحية إلى الدكتورة هنادي المباركي رئيسة المؤتمر والمؤسس لشركة إيكو سيستم للاستشارات الاقتصادية، متمنين لكم التوفيق والنجاح. طبعا أن الابتكار والذكاء الاصطناعي هما الطريق لتحقيق النمو الاقتصادي والرخاء والتنمية للدول والاقتصادات بها نحو التقدم والنماء. ولذلك نحن نولي أهمية كبيرة في الصحافة وفي الأنباء تحديدا لهذا الموضوع، متابعة وتبنيا ضمن منظومة وآليات عملنا في الصحيفة منذ عدة سنوات. والحقيقة العديد من الخدمات التي نقدمها للقراء وللمتابعين عموما اليوم هي من خلال استغلال هذه التقنيات. في البداية أيضا يهمنا أن نبدي أيضا تحيتنا للدول الخليجية، كونها أخذت العديد من الخطوات نحو تحسين جودة الأعمال وتسهيل حياة الناس والارتقاء بها من خلال الاعتماد على الذكاء الاصطناعي وتحقيق أعلى معدلات الجودة والشفافية عبر استخدام المنهجيات الحديثة في مجال التحول الرقمي والذكاء الاصطناعي وإنترنت الأشياء وغيرها من التقنيات الحديثة التي تعمل على تحول شامل لكل العمليات الحياتية من خلال المنظومة الرقمية ومن دون حواجز مادية أو زمنية أو مكانية. طبعا أصبح التحول الرقمي الذكي بوابة التغيير الحقيقي لتحقيق أقصى قيمة مضافة للاقتصاد ولتسريع الآثار الاجتماعية والاقتصادية على جميع المستويات. فقد سرعت تلك التقنيات في تحويل الخدمات التقليدية إلى خدمات إلكترونية حديثة مع تطوير أساليب تقديمها للمستخدمين. وتشير الإحصاءات في الكويت إلى وجود تحسن وتغيير في مستوى الخدمات الحكومية الإلكترونية المقدمة سواء من حيث الجودة أو العدد، ويأتي هذا التحسن تماشيا مع توجهات حكومة دولة الكويت في هذا الجانب واهتمامها الملحوظ بقطاع تقنية المعلومات وما يرتبط به من جوانب كالتحول الرقمي الذي اتضح عن طريق رؤية الكويت الجديدة 2035 والتي ركزت على هذا القطاع بجعله إحدى أهم ركائزها. وفي خضم الأحداث العالمية المتسارعة نقف اليوم على أعتاب حقبة جديدة من التطور التكنولوجي الذي يحمل فرصاً واعدة لكل القطاعات في دولة الكويت. فبالابتكارات الرقمية أتيحت إمكانيات هائلة وغير مسبوقة لتحقيق التقدم والازدهار وإحداث تحول ونقلة واسعة في العمليات الخاصة بالقطاعين العام والخاص وبأقل تكلفة مالية لتحسين وتعزيز أداء العمليات. ونظراً لتسارع وتيرة التطور التكنولوجي أصبح من الملح عقد شراكات عالمية وخليجية فعالة لتبادل الخبرات والتجارب الناجحة في مجالات التحول والذكاء الاصطناعي وريادة الأعمال وتدريب الكوادر البشرية على التعامل مع التقنيات المختلفة التي من شأنها دعم الابتكار وتسهيل الأعمال ودمج التكنولوجيا الرقمية في جميع المجالات، حيث سيكون التحول الرقمي الذكي بوابة التغيير الحقيقي وتحقيق أقصى قيمة مضافة. وفي الختام أود أن أعبر عن خالص تقديري للسادة منظمي المؤتمر، ومن هنا نشدد على أهمية رفع مستوى تعلم واكتساب المهارات وتشجيع الأجيال الشابة على استخدام التقنيات الحديثة والارتقاء بمستوى الإنتاج الإلكتروني لخلق بيئة عمل رقمية تدعم الإبداع والتميز. وشكرا لكم جميعا.
شكرا للسيد محمد الحسيني. نرحب من الإمارات العربية المتحدة في سعادة الأستاذ حسين المحمودي، الرئيس التنفيذي لمجمع الشارقة للبحوث والتكنولوجيا والابتكار، وليتفضل.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. معالي الدكتور محمد الفارس، سعادة الأستاذة هنادي المباركي، الأخوة والأخوات، نشكركم على استضافتنا لهذا الملتقى. وطبعا اللي أحب أتكلم فيه يمكن هو موضوع مجمع الشارقة للبحوث والتكنولوجيا والابتكار، اللي هو أعتقد يعكس الكلمات السابقة اللي تفضلوا فيها أصحاب السعادة والمعالي في يعني طرح موضوع الابتكار والذكاء الاصطناعي والتقنيات الحديثة وبيئة ريادة الأعمال. أنا أحب أتكلم عن المجمع كمثال خليجي على تبني الحكومات الخليجية لمفهوم الابتكار. طبعا موضوع مجمع الشارقة للبحوث والتكنولوجيا والابتكار هو طبعا يعكس رؤية حكومة دولة الإمارات في تبني مفهوم اقتصاد المعرفة كمفهوم لعملية التنمية في الدولة. طبعا التنمية المستدامة اللي هي توزن بين القطاع الاقتصادي والقطاع الاجتماعي والقطاع البيئي والقطاع التقني. طبعا نحن منهجية العمل في مجمع الشارقة للبحوث والتكنولوجيا والابتكار تتمحور في 4 محاور رئيسية. المحور الأول هو طبعا تطوير منظومة الابتكار من خلال تبني البنية التحتية المطلوبة لهذه المنظومة من خلال المختبرات وأيضا المكاتب، بالإضافة إلى الأجهزة المطلوبة في دعم المبتكرين وريادة الأعمال. الجزئية الثانية الموضوع اللي خاص بالتشريعات. احنا مثل ما نعرف اليوم واحدة من الأشياء اللي يمكن تبطئ عملية الابتكار في دولنا الخليجية هي موضوع التشريعات. طبعا نحن نطمح إلى تبني تشريعات تدعم مفهوم الابتكار وتسهل على المبتكرين إطلاق أفكارهم وابتكاراتهم بدون لا يدخلون خلينا نقول في الريد تيب. فهذا طبعا جزء من عملية تطوير البيئة الخاصة بالابتكار. الجزئية الثالثة والأهم في رأيي الشخصي موضوع تطوير العنصر البشري. نحن في دول الخليج بحاجة إلى تطوير عنصر بشري فعال بحرفية ومهنية يقدر أن يدعم عملية الابتكار. اليوم مواضيع الابتكار اختلفت عن الماضي. اليوم نتكلم عن الذكاء الاصطناعي، نتكلم على الثورة الصناعية الرابعة، نتكلم على الفضاء، نتكلم على الطاقات المتجددة. نحن نطمح إلى تطوير جيل يدعم طموحات حكوماتنا وطموحات القطاع الخاص وأيضا طموحات المجتمع بشكل عام. وطبعا هذا الجيل ما راح يتطور بدون عمل ومنهجية حقيقية وواقعية تعكس بيئتنا نحن في دول الخليج. وهني يعني أنا أحب أتطرق إلى يعني موضوع مهم. يعني نحن اليوم يعني ما أعتقد راح نكون خلينا نقول ناجحين إذا قدرنا أو إذا استمرينا في أن نحن مجرد يعني ننسخ المناهج اللي موجودة في أوروبا أو في أمريكا أو في الصين، يعني كات اند بيست من الموديلز مالهم بالنسبة للابتكار. نحن نطمح إلى تطوير منهج خليجي يحاكي واقعنا في الخليج، يحاكي مواقع القوة، مواقع الضعف، التحديات، المخاطر اللي نحن نعيش فيها. نبغي نطور منهجية تعكس بيئتنا في الخليج بحيث أن هذه المنهجية تعطينا النتائج اللي نحن نطمح إلى تحقيقها على أرض الواقع. الجزئية الأخيرة طبعا ارتباط الابتكار في موضوع الاقتصاد. هدف الابتكار في رأيي هو دعم الاقتصاد الوطني أو الاقتصاد الخليجي. فهناك ضرورة إلى ربط مواضيع الابتكار والبحوث العلمية بالمنتج في النهاية. فنحن نطمح أيضا أو يعني نعمل في مجمع الشارقة للبحوث بإطلاق الشركات. نحن نوظف التقنيات الحديثة ونوظف العنصر البشري ونوظف البيئة الابتكارية لإطلاق كيانات اقتصادية تدعم الاقتصاد الوطني وتخلق فرص وظيفية جديدة، وأيضا تخلق تقنيات حديثة وأيضا تخلق بيئة ابتكارية كبيرة. أحب الحين أطلعكم على بعض النتائج الطيبة اللي نحن نطمح إن شاء الله أن نبني عليها اليوم في مجمع الشارقة للبحوث والابتكار. نحن نحتضن واحدة من أكبر مراكز البحث العلمي على مستوى العالم في موضوع القطارات وموضوع النقل. نحن اليوم نطور قطارات جديدة خاصة بالركاب، قطارات خاصة بالأمور اللوجستية في المجمع، وهذه طبعا تقنيات حديثة نحن نطمح من خلالها إلى أيضا تعزيز الاقتصاد الوطني ورفده بالفرص الجديدة. أيضا نحن فخورين في المجمع بامتلاكنا يمكن واحدة من أكبر مختبرات الاديتيف مانيفاكتشرنج، التصنيع المضاف. اليوم نحن من خلال هذه المختبرات نقوم بطباعة أجزاء لقطاع النفط والطاقة، وأيضا لقطاع المواصلات. الأهم من هذا كله نحن اليوم ندرب مهندسين إماراتيين شباب خريجين على هذه يعني التقنيات الحديثة، وهذيل الشباب يعني بعضهم خريجين ويبحثون عن عمل. فنحن طبعا التواصل معهم كان عن طريق ان احنا راح ندربكم في تقنيات حديثه، وان شاء الله من خلال هذا التدريب انتم ممكن تبتدون اعمالكم الخاصه او تلتحقون بالمجمع او تلتحقون بالشركات العالميه اللي اليوم تطلب مهندسين بصفات معينه. فالمجمع طبعا شغال على انشطه مختلفه. مثل ما قلت المجمع هو مثال حي خليجي يعكس الوضع الخليجي، واعتقد يعني نحن نطمح ان شاء الله من خلال هذا المؤتمر الى التعاون مع مجمعات البحوث ومراكز البحوث في دول الخليج، من خلال يعني ان نبلور مع بعض منظومه خليجيه تدعم طموحات دول الخليج. انا من بعض التحديات اللي يعني احب اطرحها معاكم على مستوى دول الخليج طبعا هو عدم تنسيق الادوار فيما يخص المجمعات ومراكز البحث العلمي. يعني نحن نطمح ان شاء الله من خلال المؤتمر وندعو الى يعني تطوير آلية للتعاون بين مجمعات البحوث في دول الخليج. نحن شاطرين وجدا يعني مبتكرين بالتواصل مع مجمعات البحوث والجامعات في الخارج، لكن ما أعتقد أن هناك تواصل حي بين مجمعاتنا وجامعاتنا في دول الخليج. أنا أطمح من خلال منبركم هذا إلى تعزيز هذا التعاون بين المجمعات ومراكز البحوث. هذه نقطة. أيضا هناك طبعا نطمح إلى تكوين شبكة للمجمعات هذه نعمل فيها بين بعضنا، يعني في مواضيع الساعة، سواء كانت الزراعة أو تقنيات المياه أو تقنيات الفضاء أو تقنيات النقل. أيضا يعني أحب أقترح من خلال منبركم هذا إلى إقامة صندوق خليجي للبحث العلمي، صندوق خليجي قائم على التنافسية، يعني مثل الصناديق اللي موجودة في أوروبا وأمريكا، الجامعات تقدم عليها ومراكز البحوث، والتمويل يروح للمكان الأفضل. فأنا من خلالكم طبعا يعني أدعو إلى يعني تبني يعني فكرة الصندوق الخليجي للبحث العلمي. اليوم نحن يعني كدول خليجية يعني مهم أن نحن نطور اقتصاد المعرفة، ما نقدر نستمر على التركيز على قطاع النفط والبترول، نحتاج إلى قطاعات جديدة تدعم طموحاتنا وتلبي رغبات الشباب والشابات الصغار يعني. فأنا هذه كلمتي، حبيت أشكركم مرة ثانية على الدعوة وأتمنى لكم إن شاء الله التوفيق، وأوجه الدعوة للجميع لزيارة مجمع الشارقة للبحوث والتكنولوجيا والابتكار. شكرا.
شكرا، أشكرك دكتور حسين، سعادة الأستاذ حسين، وأوعدك إن شاء الله يعني خير إنه يكون فيه يعني خلينا نقول نمد جسور التعاون والتآخي أكثر وأكثر في مجال الابتكار وريادة الأعمال على المستوى الخليجي، وهذا ما أطلقته عبر مبادرتي الخليجية ورفعت للأمانة العامة لمجلس التعاون الخليجي وهي قيد الدراسة.
الله يعطيك الصحة والعافية، وإن شاء الله
الله
يحفظك. إن شاء الله
الله يحفظك. وهذه كانت خلاصة يعني خلاصة مؤتمراتنا السابقة اللي اجتمعنا فيها، ودائما أنت تشرفنا. أشكرك جزيلا على دعمك الدائم لنا.
شكرا دكتورة، مع السلامة.
نرحب في سعادة السفير الدكتور جمعة بن أحمد الكعبي سفير مملكة البحرين لدى سلطنة عمان، فليتفضل ليلقي كلمته.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. معالي الدكتور محمد عبد اللطيف الفارس الموقر، وزير النفط والتعليم العالي بدولة الكويت الشقيقة، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة الحضور الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسعدني اليوم أن نشارك في هذا المؤتمر الافتراضي العالمي الهام بعنوان الابتكار والذكاء الاصطناعي، وهو المؤتمر الثاني الذي تنظمه شركة إيكو سيستم للاستشارات الإدارية. وأود أن أتقدم بخالص الشكر وعظيم الامتنان إلى الدكتورة هنادي المباركي، رئيسة المؤتمر والمؤسس لشركة إيكو سيستم للاستشارات الإدارية، على دعوتها للمشاركة في هذا المؤتمر. عاملين لأعمال هذا المؤتمر كل التوفيق والنجاح لتحقيق أهدافه الرئيسية. الأخوة والأخوات، يعاني العديد من سكان مدن العالم من التوسع الحضري بعد النمو المتزايد في عدد السكان، مما يشكل ضغط على البنية التحتية المادية والاجتماعية للمدن، ويشكل عبئاً على الخدمات الأساسية التي تحدد صلاحية العيش ورفاهيته في المدن، حيث يعيش أكثر من نصف سكان العالم اليوم في المدن، ومن المتوقع أن تصل النسبة إلى 70% بحلول 2050 وفقاً لتقرير صادر عن الأمم المتحدة. وتمثل المدن أكثر من 70% من انبعاثات الكربون في العالم، و80% من استهلاك الطاقة، وقد أدى التحضر السريع إلى تحديات أخرى مثل الفوارق الاجتماعية وازدحام المرور وتلوث الهواء وما يرتبط به من قضايا صحية، بالإضافة إلى زيادة في كمية المخلفات المنزلية وزيادة الضغط على المرافق العامة مثل المدارس والبنية التحتية، وعدم كفاية الموارد والطاقة، وعدم وجود المسكن الملائم. فالدور الاقتصادي للمدن كبير في جميع دول العالم، فهي تنتج نحو 80% من الناتج المحلي على مستوى العالم. وأن هذه النقلة الكبيرة إلى المناطق الحضرية تؤدي إلى تحديات جديدة على البيئة المدن وإدارتها وأمنها، وهذا بدوره سيؤدي إلى الضغط من أجل القيام بمبادرات البيئة المستدامة، مع أهمية بناء بنية تحتية أكبر وأفضل في المساحات المتضائلة في المدن، وتحسين نوعية الحياة لسكان المدن بتكلفة مقبولة. وكان لابد من هذا البحث عن نموذج جديد للمدن يستجيب لمبادئ التنمية المستدامة وتحقيق أهدافها من خلال ارتباط التحضر بأبعاد التنمية المستدامة الاقتصادية والاجتماعية والبيئية في صورة المدن الذكية، تجمع بين أسس تقنية تعتمد على تكنولوجيات الاتصال والمعلومات وأسس بيئية وأخرى اجتماعية. وعليه فإنه يجب على دول العالم وخاصة الدول العربية ضرورة مواكبة التحولات العالمية في عصر التكنولوجيا والثروة الصناعية الرابعة، وأهمية الاستجابة للتحديات التي تنتج عن تطبيقات هذه التكنولوجيات في مجال تسخير الذكاء الاصطناعي لمصلحتها، والاستفادة من تطبيقاتها على الوجه الأمثل لتحقيق أهداف التنمية التكنولوجية المستدامة. الأخوة والأخوات، تعمل الثورة التكنولوجية على تغيير حياتنا بسرعة هائلة، مما يغير بشكل كبير الطرق التي تعمل ونتعلم بها، وحتى تلك التي نعيش بها سويا. يمر الذكاء الصناعي بنمو هائل وإيجاد تطبيقات جديدة في عدد متزايد من القطاعات، ومنها الصحية والتعليمية والتجارية. لذا فقد أحدثت الثورة الصناعية الرابعة قفزة تكنولوجية جمعت الشعوب والمجتمعات في عالم رقمي نتفاعل معه يوميا ونتداول أخباره بين أيدينا في أي وقت، فتغيرت طريقة التواصل والعمل التي اعتدنا عليها، فدمجت العوالم المادية بالرقمية والبيولوجية، مما أدى إلى نظام جديد مبني على أسس مبتكرة نشأت بها المدن الذكية، وأصبحت التكنولوجيا جزء لا يتجزأ من المجتمع الذي نعيش فيه، حيث أصبح الذكاء الاصطناعي من التكنولوجيا الواعدة التي ستفتح آفاقاً جديدة تمهد الطريق لعدة مجالات واسعة تحمل فرصاً ليس لها حدود، وقد أحدثت طفرات رقمية متتالية ساهمت في نهوض صناعات جديدة وميلاد ديناميكية في مختلف القطاعات الحيوية، مما ساعد على دمج المعلومات وتحليل البيانات بصورة أسرع، إضافة إلى استخدام الأفكار الناتجة لتحسين عملية صنع القرار بكفاءة وفعالية. الأخوة والأخوات، تلعب تقنية الذكاء الاصطناعي دورا هاما في تحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة، والتي قررتها الجمعية العامة للأمم المتحدة في عام 2015، والتي يجب الانتهاء من تنفيذها بحلول عام 2030. وتسعى دول العالم إلى تحقيق هذه الأهداف باستخدام أحدث الأساليب والتقنيات، ومن أهمها استخدام الذكاء الاصطناعي. على سبيل المثال، يمكن تطبيق الذكاء الاصطناعي لزيادة إنتاجية الأراضي الزراعية وتوفير الكهرباء عن طريق الشبكات الذكية وتوفير الفاقد من المياه. كما ممكن استخدام هذه التقنية لبناء برمجيات محاكاة شديدة الدقة للنظام المناخي، مما يساعد الدول على معرفة كيف يمكن تقليل ثاني أكسيد الكربون المسؤول عن الاحتباس الحراري، بالإضافة إلى تخطيط المدن الذكية بكافة مقوماتها ونقل الطاقة والتعليم والصحة ورفع كفاءة البنية التحتية للمدن. الحضور الكريم، إن الذكاء الاصطناعي والتعلم الآلي سيكونان أهم الأدوات والوسائل المتاحة للتعامل مع نمو وتغيرات المدن المستقبل، والتي غالباً ما ستكون مدن ذكية. فالذكاء الاصطناعي هو أحد محركات الثورة الصناعية الرابعة، وهو لا يغير عالم الأعمال فقط، بل يحول أيضاً مدن والطرق التي نعمل ونعيش بها بشكل جذري، حيث يهدف الذكاء الاصطناعي إلى تحسين وتطوير طرق الحياة للبشر، وهو كذلك بالنسبة للمدن الذكية من خلال الحصول السريع على كميات ضخمة من البيانات وتحليلها بسرعة فائقة لاتخاذ قرارات أكثر استنارة بهدف تحسين طرق الحياة لسكان هذه المدن في شتى المجالات. وبفضل تقنية الذكاء الاصطناعي يمكن للمدن الذكية أن تعد بإحداث تحولات مهمة في الطريقة التي نعيش بها، وهذا ما تأكده الأرقام، إذ من المتوقع أن يصل الإنفاق التكنولوجي لهذه المدن إلى 135 مليار دولار بحلول هذا العام. ونفترض أن هذه الاستثمارات سيكون لها انعكاسات إيجابية على حياة المواطن وجعل المدن أكثر استدامة على مدى السنوات المقبلة. ويمكن تطبيق تقنية الذكاء الاصطناعي على محاور متعددة اقتصادية واجتماعية وتنظيمية. الحضور الكرام، تدرك مملكة البحرين أهمية الذكاء الاصطناعي في تبسيط العمليات وتزويد صناع القرار في الشركات في جميع القطاعات بالمعلومات، وقد اتخذت المملكة خطوات نحو دراسة الذكاء الاصطناعي وتطبيقه في مختلف المجالات. أحدث الذكاء الاصطناعي اختلافاً واضحاً في مجالات مختلفة من حياتنا، وبات المواطن البحريني مصدراً رئيسياً لتحقيق التنمية المستدامة في المملكة. اتخذت مملكة البحرين خطوات رائدة في استخدام تعبئة الذكاء الاصطناعي في عدة قطاعات، حيث تستخدم تطبيق الذكاء الاصطناعي في تحسين كفاءة المحاكم والنظام القضائي، وفي مراقبة الآلية لجميع أشجار النخيل الموجودة على أرض مملكة البحرين، بما يمكن الباحثين والمستثمرين من إجراء البحوث في مجال الأمن الغذائي من خلال تقدير كمية إنتاج كل نخلة. تأتي هذه المبادرة في إطار الجهود المبذولة لتحقيق أحد أهداف التنمية المستدامة المتعلقة بالأمن الغذائي، وهو الهدف الثاني من أهداف الأمم المتحدة للتنمية المستدامة. كما تقدم دورات حول الذكاء الاصطناعي في أكاديمية الذكاء الاصطناعي، والتي توفر منصة للشباب لتعزيز قدرات الابتكار والإبداع لديهم في مجال الذكاء الاصطناعي. وتتعاون الأكاديمية مع المجتمع والشركات والهيئات الحكومية لضمان أن تكون القوى العاملة مدربة على نحو يلبي احتياج يدعم النمو الاقتصادي في البحرين. ويحصل الطلاب الذين يتجاوزون برنامج أكاديمية الذكاء الاصطناعي على شهادة
شهادة مهنية. كما وافقت حكومة البحرين على إنشاء هيئة بحثية وطنية في مجال الذكاء الاصطناعي. كما وقعت جامعة البحرين وشركة بنفت البحرين مذكرة تفاهم لإنشاء مختبر للذكاء الاصطناعي والحوسبة المتقدمة. وسيقوم المختبر بتوسيع أبحاث الذكاء الاصطناعي والابتكار في مجالات متعددة مثل الأمن السيبراني واكتشاف الاحتيال وتحليل البيانات الضخمة والطاقة المستدامة وتطبيقات الهندسية والاحتباسات الحراري والتنبؤ بمستوى سطح البحر. ووفقا لأجندة التنمية الحضرية الجديدة الصادرة عن برنامج الأمم المتحدة للمستوطنات البشرية، دشنت مملكة البحرين مسيرتها نحو إيجاد مدن ذكية لكي تصبح المناطق الحضرية في المملكة أكثر كفاءة وحيوية واستدامة على المديين القصير والطويل، وبمشاركة نشطة للجهات الحكومية والمواطنين والشركات. ويساهم هذا التوجه في تسريع مسيرة المملكة نحو تحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة، ولا سيما الهدف 11 حول المدن والمجتمعات المستدامة. كما تستخدم البحرين طرقاً أكثر ذكاء لتلبية الطلب المتزايد على التبريد في ظل مناخها الحار. وتستخدم المناطق المطورة حديثاً في البحرين أنظمة التبريد المباشر لتوفير التبريد المباني، مما أدى إلى خفض استهلاك الكهرباء بنسبة تزيد عن 30%. ويوفر نظام التبريد المباشر المياه الباردة للمباني بهدف المساعدة في تقليل استخدام أنظمة تكييف الهواء التقليدية وتخفيض الطلب على الكهرباء والتقليل من الأثر المترتب على البيئة. وإدراكاً من المملكة بأن نشر ثقافة الابتكار والذكاء الاصطناعي، قامت قمة البحرين للمدن الذكية، وهي حدث مخصص للحلول الذكية والمستدامة لمدن اليوم والمستقبل، وهي بمثابة منصة للعديد من أوجه التعاون بين مختلف القطاعات في البحرين، مما يهد الطريق للابتكار والتحول إلى مملكة ذكية. الأخوة والأخوات، إن الخوض في عالم الذكاء الاصطناعي لم يعد خياراً، بل أصبح ضرورة كي لا تختلف عن الركب، وتساهم هذه التكنولوجيات الواعدة في تحسين حياة المجتمع. وفي هذا الصدد رسخت الحكومات العربية والإقليمية والدولية استراتيجيات وخططت لإعداد وتمكين الإنسان التي تهدف إلى التأقلم مع تطورات العصر، لتكون سباقة في قيادة عجلة التقدم للعلوم الحديثة. يجب على العالم أن يضع استخدام التكنولوجيات الجديدة، خاصة تلك القائمة على الذكاء الاصطناعي، لصالح مجتمعاتنا وتنميتها المستدامة. كما يجب أن تنظم تطورات وتطبيقات الذكاء الاصطناعي بحيث تتوافق مع الحقوق الأساسية التي تشكل أفقنا الديمقراطية. وأخيراً، أننا نعمل بجد لإيجاد أفضل الحلول لضمان أن تكون تنمية الذكاء الاصطناعي فرصة للبشرية، حيث يقع على عاتق جيلنا مسؤولية الانتقال إلى مجتمع أكثر عدلاً وسلاماً وازدهاراً. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
شكراً لسعادة السفير الدكتور جمعة بن أحمد الكعبي على هذه الكلمة. نشكر سعادة الشيوخ والوزراء والشخصيات القيادية والخبراء.
عن إذنك أسماء، عن إذنك سمو الأميرة تبي ترحب في الجميع وتسلم على الجميع. سمو الشيخ دكتور ثاني الشيخة علية تبي تسلم عليكم سمو الأميرة، بس تقول على أساس إن نسلم على بعضنا بعض. سعادة السفير جمعة، شلونك؟ شخبارك؟
الله يسلمك.
بترحب فيكم سمو الأميرة جميعاً.
الله يرحمك.
وقائع المؤتمر أو محاضرات المؤتمر، عن إذنك أسماء شوية بس. تفضلي سمو الأميرة.
الحضور الكريم والمتحدثين الرائعين الراقيين اللي التقيت فيكم اليوم. في البداية كان في عندنا خطأ تقني، ما كانت الكلمة حقتنا واضحة في البداية، لأنه إحنا اضطرينا إن إحنا نجي للرياض علشان كان في مركز الملك عبد العزيز للحوار الوطني، وكان بيحكي عن مبدأ التسامح بين الشعوب، جينا للرياض، ولذلك شوي تلخبطت التقنية عندنا. فحابة إني أشكر بالتأكيد السفير الدكتور محمد الفارس على وجوده معنا اليوم وعلى تشريفه للمؤتمر، وأشكر بالتأكيد الشيخ دكتور ثاني الثاني على الكلمة الوافية الراقية اللي سمعناها منه، بالإضافة للدكتورة الشيخة غالية القاسمي والدكتور جمعة بن أحمد الكعبي. صراحة تشرفت فيكم اليوم وسعدت بلقائي معكم. ودكتورة هنادي المباركي يعني صدقا مجهود رائع، كل الشكر والامتنان لمجهوداتك اليوم. جمعتينا احنا كلنا من دول مجلس التعاون، وكلنا اخوه واشقاء، وسعدنا بلقاء الجميع، وان شاء الله باذن الله دائما نلتقي في مناسبات تخدم مجتمعاتنا الخليجيه ونوصل فيها الى مقدمه العالم باذن الله. أشكركم مرة ثانية وسعيدة بوجودي معكم ولقائي فيكم، وإن شاء الله بإذن الله يكون لنا لقاءات ثانية. شكرا، يعطيكم العافية. شكرا دكتورة هنادي. شكرا مقدمة المؤتمر. شكرا لك.
شكرا، يعطيكم العافية. شكرا لك.
يا هلا وسهلا، بأمان الله.
نعم. نشكركم سعادة الشيوخ والوزراء والشخصيات القيادية والخبراء على تشريفكم لنا للمؤتمر العالمي. إن شاء الله راح نبدأ المحور الأول للمؤتمر، أفضل التطبيقات العلمية لمنظومة الابتكار. يتفضل سعادة الأستاذ مسفر آل الشيخ لإدارة الجلسة.
افتح المايك أستاذ مسفر. المايك.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. أتمنى الصوت إنه يكون واضح.
اي واضح. تقول ابتدي يا أستاذ مسفر.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله. It's a great honor to be the first session management, and first of all I have to thank Dr. Hanadi Mbaraki for all efforts that she did for this conference, and we will start with inshallah 4 of the experts who's participate in this conference. I think it's better to just give them a chance to introduce themselves when they start their talk. This is the best way, because I don't have enough background about their exactly. Those who will participate with us inshallah today in the first session will be the first Al-Jawhara bin Turki Al-Atishan, and also Dr. Fatima Thalab. Also will Ms. Apir Al-Hamad and Mr. Krishnan Najathan. We will start now with Al-Jawhara Al-Atishan, Her Excellency Al-Jawhara Al-Atishan, to start and to introduce herself. This is the best way. أستاذ الجوهرة.
ابتدي في اللي بعدها. عندها حالة عزاء.
طيب الآن نبتدي مع we can start with دكتورة فاطمة ثلاب.
السلام عليكم.
السلام عليكم.
I have في عندي PowerPoint.
You can share it, no problem.
They have already. I sent for them before.
Dr. Fatma, if it's possible, please to introduce yourself for the audience.
In the beginning, I want to thank my dear Dr. Hanadi to share in this special conference. Really, I will talk about the innovation journey in Kuwait. I want to graduated from Kuwait University from medical school, and I got my specialty in pediatric. from Dublin in 1990. Then I got my PhD in biomedical engineering from University of Brunel in UK. I am the founder and
دكتورة فاطمة, we cannot hear you. If it's possible to try to.
دكتورة فاطمة, شركة التقنية تقول إن حضرتك عندك الإنترنت أو هذا ضعيف, على أساس إنه وإذا حابة شير سكرين إذا تفضلين, ولا تبين نشغل من عندنا. النت مبين كلش ضعيف عندك. قطع معهم.
دكتورة فاطمة, did you hear us?
شنو الحل يعني؟ Then I will arrange for the net and take the second guest till I arrange my net.
الأخت الجوهرة ثواني وتدخل, فيا ليت يبتدي كرشنا ولا تبتدي عبير.
عبير الحمادي. If it's okay, no problem. We can start now with Ms. Abir Al-Hamadi. I think Ms. Abir Al-Hamadi, she's the Director of Innovation of an Economic Development in Qatar Foundation. She can start, please.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. مساكم الله بالخير جميعا. First of all, it's a great honor to have the opportunity to participate in this GCC platform. Please allow me to introduce myself first. My name is Abir Al-Hamadi. I'm Director of Innovation and Economic Development in Qatar Foundation. My academic background is in biotechnology from Wales, UK, and then I have MBA from HAC Paris campus in Qatar. My professional experience is in the field of technology transfer and the intellectual property protection and commercialization of early stage technology. I've been working for more than 13 years within the Qatar Foundation Research Development and Innovation arm, particularly leading the Office of Technology Transfer. If you allow me, I would share my presentation to the audience. Let me.
You can just press the share screen. I think it's the greenish one.
I did. Can you see my presentation?
Yeah, it's up here.
Okay. So today I will speak about my experience working in technology transfer and what we have done and how we move forward. So again, I will introduce briefly the activities of the foundation for those who are not familiar with the foundation, what we are moving now and how we build on it for the future.
Sorry, Ms. Abir, for interruption. If it's possible to just keep it a full screen.
It is full screen for me,
it's not.
But
maybe this is technology. Yeah, you can press this one.
I did. So is it appearing as a full screen now?
No, it's the same. Maybe they can, the technical part, department, they can do it.
Could you please just stop sharing and share again the whole screen, not the PowerPoint?
Okay, wait, I will try to do it again. Entire screen, you mean?
Yes. Yeah, it's good now.
So is it good now?
We didn't see the PowerPoint. Can you share it again? I think it's better. Technical department, if you can interfere, please.
So can you see it?
Yeah, we see the.
Yeah.
And now as a full screen?
It's not.
I'm not sure what is the problem, because what I see in front of
I
me
think
is
no problem now. You can continue just to save time. Yeah.
Okay. So as I was saying, of course, the foundation have three active active in three sectors, which is education, higher education, community development, and also research and development. It is the main actor fulfilling the Qatar National Vision, which was launched in 2008, of transforming the Qatari economy to a more of a knowledge-based economy. Just briefly, as I say, the foundation has been active in funding and creating research institute within Qatar since 2006. We have a national research fund, which fund almost many activities in the universities and the research institutes. We have an education city with the branch campuses from international and US-based campuses. We have our own homegrown university, which is Hamad bin Khalifa University, with their own research institutes, independent research institutes. So I lead the Office of Industry Development and Knowledge Transfer, which is mainly the technology transfer office, a centralized office within the foundation. We interact with all the research community within the foundation and almost in Qatar, which is funded by the foundation. We also interact with the science and technology part within the foundation. So since 2013, when we created the office, we've been building, we've been capitalizing on the global university campuses research centers outcome. We've been capitalizing on the international partnership that we have and the talent that we attracted within the research and institutes. So we built the office and we built the early tools for knowledge management and commercialization. We have our database, and we receive almost 100 new ideas each year from our research community. We developed the first IP policy within the foundation, and within the database, we created our processes in which we evaluate every idea to the international standard. We created committees in which we decide which ideas is valid enough to invest in terms of protection of intellectual property, or in terms of market fit and development, to an innovative product, and so on. And we've been active in marketing those technologies, early stage technologies, and commercialize them to the community. Since 2018, we've been successful in licensing those ideas to the private sector. We've been, we signed more than 25 licenses, and we created startups that are based on pure technologies developed within the foundation. Some of those technologies are AI based, and and some of them are mainly in the field of the Arabic transcription, Arabic translation, and voice to text technologies. So this is our very simple flow of our management and commercialization process. We think as a management of knowledge, how we capture the idea, how we package them, how we protect them. We have laid the foundation. It's very clear to us, and it's become more of automatic work. But in terms of commercialization within the ecosystem in Qatar here, we are trying to focus more on that, because there is no fixed way to commercialize. It's a mix of skills and knowledge. So where we are now, we feel like as a community within the foundation, we have increased interest and awareness of commercialization of developing innovative project. We work closely with our research community in order to hold hands with them to make sure that the development they do for their ideas is what the market need. We are witnessing increasing interest from the outside community in the ideas that is created within the foundation. And because of the traffic that we have and the knowledge we have within the office, we've been able to extend our services to institutes in Qatar to act as their tech transfer offices. So we provide IP management services to others, but as well as interact with many incubators within the country to solve problems for the local entrepreneur community within Qatar when they have issues related to IP as they run their business. So as I said, we actively and we try to expand our marketing efforts. We continuously and we try to increase our budget for development because we try to speak to higher management that the more you have a quality ideas, then the more resources you need to develop those ideas, and we try as much as we can to engage with industry. Those are examples of commercialization opportunity announcement marketing materials that we do in our website, how we convert the science into an easy language for people to understand the innovation coming from the foundation. We constantly try to educate our researcher, provide guidebooks, provide various workshops in which to maintain the interest and level of the activities that we do in the office. So being in the field for now almost 10 years, and I think tech transfer or commercialization of early stage technology, there is no short-term solutions or magic will happen. You need to plan midterm, to have midterm objective to long-term. And from my very humble experience, the best way to keep the innovation coming from the research community and to build on that and to make the innovation sustainable is first in the midterm is to increase the foot traffic of industry to the academic institution. And you do that by facilitating co-funding, make it easy for industry to collaborate with academics, make it easy to have those contracts. Don't negotiate hardly on IP, and make those interaction easy. Also activate consultancy, make your researcher interact with industry, solve their problem, even if it's not a pure research, because the more the researcher knows about the industry around them, the better the quality of their research. And train your researcher how to talk to industry. This is very important because as your portfolio increase, it is hard for you to maintain every idea and every project. You need to train your researcher on how to do that. For the long term, I think we need to invest heavily in changing the mindset within our community. I think in Qatar or in GCC in general, we need to be active with others in building the tech community. It's still a young community within the university. The bigger the community, the more we benefit as an academic or research and intensive organization. We try to be there in events and networking, to work with the young entrepreneurs, the fintech industry and other incubators. try to have a cozy relationship with the decision maker in the country, with the regulators, because once you create a startup, you want to keep them interacting locally to benefit the economy, as well as you don't want them to, get head to head with the regulator because what they offer is something innovative. And I think Mr. Hussein from the Sharjah Science Park have touched on that, and I agree completely with him. Finally, sustain your brand and communicate your objective, why you are doing that, because it is still traditional thinking is there, and you need to make the community believe in what you are doing to sustain your budget and to sustain your activity and build on that. Apologies if that I'm not aware how many minutes I'm take, but I hope you found the information useful. Thank you very much. You are muted, I think, Mr. Misfer.
Sorry, it's on mute. It's okay. 5 minutes is okay, because there are many sessions will start after us.
Unless if you have any question or I don't know, any of the participant.
يا هلا حبيبتي عبير. our protocol ما في عندنا Q&A. تشرفنا فيك حبيبتي. مباشرة بس في راوند تيبل، والراوند تيبل فقط السبيكر يسوون ديسكشن مع بعض. حبيبتي ما في Q&A، لأن المنصة مالت منصة الذكاء الاصطناعي مباشرة يصير لهم ماتشنج مع حضرتك.
Okay.
Thanks a lot, Ustad Abir, and I think now we'll try to start with Mr. Krishnan, if he's ready to give a chance for others to ready, inshallah.
Thank you very much. First of all, Dr. Hanadi, many thanks. I am honored to be invited to speak to this audience, and I must congratulate the entire GCC community of innovation practitioners for the initiative that you have taken. This is quite comprehensive as a conference. In my experience working with innovation over the last many years, I've discovered that today everyone understands the need for innovation. Governments have actually provided a lot of support for supporting innovation. There are funding available, there are facilities available, there are investors available. However, there's one thing that's still missing, and that is that we need to make sure that our ideas are designed to succeed. By that, I mean, the reason why I say that is that I take an inspiration from an article wrote by 3 gentlemen in 2006. And they said, business innovation is about new value. It is not about things. Innovation is relevant only if it creates value for customers. Because at the end of the day, they are the ones who are opening the wallets and making sure that they are paying things and making a difference for the organization. And that's why I want to talk about how do you make sure that you are truly innovating and developing something that's of value to clients. When you talk about this, you have to consider 2 things when talking about innovation. You need to consider markets and product. You want to make sure that the customer problem that you are dealing with is truly real. Today, the world is having tremendous problem with sustainability. The Sustainable Development Goals probably are one of the best ones to base your problem solving on. your innovation on. Unfortunately, a lot of innovation is not based on that. It's based on games and things like that. The second one that you need to make sure that the customers will pay for solving the problem, and we can scale marketing. Without scale and without the ability of customers to pay, you will not have a innovation. But when developing the product, we also need to make sure that we can solve the problem and deliver it, and our solutions work. These are the 4 things that I always ask people to make sure when they are working on innovation. Unfortunately, we don't have a long time to work on innovation because it's very expensive. Unless you have results, you don't have money. And without money, you can't deliver innovation. So the challenge for innovators is always to be able to build a business case to show that you can actually innovate. And that is where a lot of the experts are coming and telling them how to do that. When you're doing innovation, please remember that in every industry, there are 3 types of things that happen. There are pioneers. And I'm using a method that Simon Wardley made very famous. In every industry, there are pioneers. These are people who create new things. They build on what others have done. They don't need to discover new things. They build on what others have done. Somebody like Apple never invented anything on its own. They developed based on what others have done. At the other end of the spectrum, there are people who are extraordinarily good at creating commodities, efficiencies, and large capacities. In between the 2 of them lie some brilliant people called the business guys. They are very good at taking innovations. They are very good at taking commodities and combining them into great businesses. You need all these 3 types of people, without which innovation will never happen. One person can never play all these 3 roles. Very few examples exist of where somebody plays all these 3 roles. So you remember when starting on an innovation, what you want to do. You can never become the commodity player, the large scale player when you start. You always have to start at either being the person who will create the business model and create valuable business, or the person who is going to create very valuable new ideas, pioneers new things. In our view, there are 3 things that people need to consider when working on innovation. And that's what the entire ecosystem needs to enable. The entire ecosystem needs to enable 3 things. One is that, do we discover the right opportunity? Are we working on the right problem? Second, are we developing a solution that people will buy? That's very important. Is it viable? And the third one is that, can we make sure that we have a prototype that we can test customer viability, and do we have a good enough business case to put in resources? If we can do all these 3 very fast, then the ecosystem will succeed. We believe that this sort of a thing should be done in 8 to 10 weeks with every idea, not more. You can't work a year on doing this. You need to do this in 8 to 10 weeks of time. And to do this, you need to check 3 things. Do you have a problem and a solution fit? Do you have a product and a market fit? And do you have a business model fit? All 3 are important. The problem and solution fit, make sure that you're working on the right things. The product and market fit, make sure that you are developing something that is fitting in the market. And the business model fit will make sure that you will make profits out of this. All 3 are absolutely essential. So what do you do in the first case? I ask people to describe the problem. You are always starting with a hypothesis. If you can't describe the hypothesis of why this problem is important and what is required, why does it need to be done, you have a big challenge. So this is the first thing that you need to do. You need to describe your hypothesis in terms of what is the job that is getting done and what problems of the customer, what gains of the customer will it deliver. The next question that will always come up is that, can we meet customers and interview them? Whenever I work with innovators, I ask them one question: has your problem description changed since you started? If somebody's problem description does not change, it means that they haven't met enough customers. Meet customers and validate that you truly have a problem that is worth solving. Look at how they are currently doing it and figure out if it is not currently viable. Electric vehicles, for example, were developed in the 1800s, and the first electric car was developed way back before Mr. Henry Ford developed a car. But it didn't sell. It was simply because at that point of time, that solution was not important for the customers. They had other solutions that were far better. So today, so that is the reason. So whenever you're working on ideas, please make sure that you are meeting customers and making sure that you are addressing what is important to customers. The third one is that, having done all of that, please ensure that you have a market size. Do you have a market size of one person, or do you have market size of millions, or do you have in thousands? This is very important for every innovation. You can't innovate for one person. You will have to innovate for a large market. Second, are they willing to pay? A lot of time people are happy to give you a thank you note, but are they willing to open the wallets and fund your ideas? That is very, very important when it comes to innovation. This is what we see the ecosystem, the VCs, the investors looking for when they look for funding problems. So when they are funding startups, this is the first thing that they are looking for. Do we have a valid problem that the people are solving? Once you have done that, what the customer inputs do is that they help you learn quickly. You can do pilot studies, you can do market research. They are very slow process. You can prepare business plans. Again, they are slow process. What happens very fast is meeting customers, interviewing them, preparing sketches, preparing value proposition canvas. These are ultra fast methods of validating whether you really have a problem to solve. Having done the solving the problem, you need to make sure that you can actually deliver a solution for the problem. To do that, you need to describe what is it that you're going to do, identify what you're going to do, and what are the key functions that you want to do. We always suggest that start in biteable steps. Don't try to solve the entire problem. You can't go to Mars today. Mr. Elon Musk didn't aspire to build the vehicle, the Mars transport vehicle in the first day. He wanted to build a rocket first. So you need to look at the problem solution fit and look at what customer value proposition are you delivering, and build an initial prototype. The initial prototype could be something on paper, which will excite people. So it could be a website, it could be a paper, it could be a model that you build with 3D printing and so on. The next step, whenever you're doing, is validating the solution. And that is by, again, going with the solution to customers. What is the minimum feature set that we want? What is can we test the hypothesis that this solution works? Usually, you need to prepare some sort of prototypes in this one. There are multiple ways of doing it. This is the process we call as the customer discovery process. Here, you develop the offering and also develop the business model. You can do it with direct input with customers or by indirect observation of customers. You can do it both ways. And you can depend on you can do it based on what customers do with the product or what customers say about the product. So you can actually develop a lot of prototypes and do this extremely smartly in terms of doing prepare, testing a concept and making sure that you have a solution that is truly valued. In this process, what you will discover is that you can be able to do pivoting. You will be able to make changes. This is what Agile is all about. You can iterate without crisis. You can do things, change things in two ways. You can have a crisis and change, or you can do it without crisis. And if you are an innovator, you should do it without crisis. And you should do it many, many times. The faster you do development, the faster you validate things, that's when it's very important.
If it's possible for the time, please.
Yep. One more slide.
Yeah.
What we ask people to do is that you can do all of this in something like 8 weeks. You can actually manage to do in 8 weeks, discovering opportunity to preparing a concept for backers. You can do it in 8 weeks. It takes time. It takes very little time to discover. If you use a structured process, you can do it in 1 week. You can discover solutions in 4 weeks. You can discover concepts in 2 weeks, and you can actually prepare an investment note in 2 weeks. And you can make sure that you are working on a viable product, on an investment case, and get funding all in 8 weeks. We believe that this method works very brilliantly with people. Multiple companies have used this approach, and they have been able to churn things very fast. And this is one of the things that we help innovation ecosystems with. We work with business parks, with accelerators, and using this methodology to deliver innovation extremely fast. So if you want to discuss more about this, you can contact me on my email. You can write to me at krishnan@thinkhorizonconsulting.com or call me. I'm happy to discuss further with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Krishnan. And we can have the next expert, Dr. Fatma Thalab, please, if she started. She's ready, I think.
Yes, I'm ready now. If possible to just put the PowerPoint, please, the presentation. Is it clear?
You can share it.
Okay. In the beginning, I want to thank.
Dr. Fatma, if you wanted to share your.
No, okay. I will just talk. No need to share the screen.
It's okay.
In the beginning, I want to thank Dr. Hanadi to share this, with you this special conference, really. And I'm so glad to join all special guests and colleagues in this very important conference. In the beginning, to introduce myself, I'm Dr. Fatma Thalab. I'm graduated from Kuwait University in medical school. Then I specialize in pediatric. I got my PhD in biomedical engineering in Brunel. I'm the founder and the head of Kuwait Society for Inventor Support and Creativity. I'll talk about the Kuwait journey for innovation. The stages of innovation in Kuwait started from 1960. The stage one started from 1960 up to 1975. The journey started by the law number 16 for the intellectual property protection. Throughout 60s and 70s, a resilient infrastructure was being built across the country following the most successful practice and planning and management, which Kuwaiti were keen on studying and implementing this infrastructure. Then Kuwait Institute for Scientific Research, which is a distinguished national institute for science, feature established in 1967 by Arab Oil Limited Company. On 1973, Amiri Decree rearranged the KISAR to be belonging to the Council of Ministers. It has the following research centers: petroleum, water, environment and life science, and energy building. More than 580 researchers and engineers working in KISAR and distributed in 100 labs and 9 locations. In 11 August 1974, Kuwait Science Club was established aiming to spread the culture of science in the community. It was under the umbrella of Ministry of Social Affairs as a public benefit association. Yearly since October 2007, the Kuwait Science Club established the International Middle East Invention Fair, which is now most famous in the Gulf. The vision of Sheikh Jabir Al-Ahmed Al-Jabir Al-Sabah, who was believed that sustainable development requires a knowledge-driven economy powered by highly competitive organization and individual in both private and public sector. This is the second stage, actually. It was started in 1976 to 1999. The visionary configuration recognized the need for a special institute that would dedicate its effort and resources to spreading a thriving culture of science and technology and innovation for sustainable Kuwait. A Miri decree was issued in December 12, 1976, announcing the establishment of Kuwait Foundation for the Advance of Science, KFAS. Defined the foundation as a non-profit organization that aims to stimulate and encourage advancement and stimulate and advancement of STI for the benefit of the society research in the state of Kuwait. KFAS also focused on developing a real-time innovation and advanced solution, addressing critical areas of national priority such as energy and its resources, an issue that was addressed by His Highness Emir of Kuwait in Vision of 2030. When we go to Kuwait University, started to the journey of innovation on 1979. It was concentrating on the applied science research and publication. From 2010 to 2016, University got around 44 patents in different departments. The third stage started from 1990 up to 2015. KFAS established Sabah Al-Ahmed Center for Giftedness and Creativity as an incubator for creative and outstanding students on one side and Kuwaiti inventors on the other side. It established on 2010, aiming to guide, develop, and protect the IP for the individual inventors. Since then, Sabah Al-Ahmed Center registered more than 1,340 patents by 420 inventors. The fourth stage started from 2016 up now. On December 2016, Kuwait Society for Inventor and Innovation Support was established, and it was authorized by the Ministry of Social Affairs, where it gives the technical, legal, scientific support to the individual and the community to seek support in the field of innovation. In May 2019, the remarkable initiative of the late Sheikh Sabah Al-Ahmed Al-Sabah, Kuwait initiated a National Innovation Center, and it was announced to build up the need for infrastructure and ecosystem for entrepreneurs in the field of innovation, business, and acceleration and development of patent. Thank you.
Shukran, Dr. Fatma. Thanks, Dr. Fatma. Actually, this is the final speech in our session, and sorry for getting late for the time. And thank you for the audience, for the participant, to give us some of your valuable time. Now we can transfer the mic to others, please. Mic is yours, Doctora. دكتورة هنادي.
أستاذ مسفر الجوهرة اعتذرت لتأخر الوقت على أساس دخول الأوقات الثانية للمشاركين، فبس نبتدي بالتراك الثاني. إذا دكتور عبد الأمير الهندال موجود يمسك التراك، لأن تيم رايتر يعتذر من الجميع. He is in hospital. ما ندري اليوم what happening in the hospital. He is in hospital, Tim Wright, who is running the next track.
الله يعطيك العافية دكتورة.
Great, thanks for Mr. to chairing the first track. Thanks all the speaker and practitioner for your participation. It is our great honor to be part of our conference. We're looking now for the next track. We hope so to join us till end of the conference till 12 a.m. Kuwait local time. Abdul Amir, Dr. Abdul Amir, can you chairing the next track? Dr. Abdul Amir. Ma'moon, welcome. Ma'moon.
Hello, Dr. Hanadi. This is Mohammed.
Yes, hi, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Dr. Abdul Amir. Dr. Abdul Amir. Dr. Muhammad Ubaidat. Muhammad Ubaidat. Yes, Mu'min, you can start, please, your presentation as a first speaker, because we have elapse of time. We need to catching the delay. There are some keynote speakers starting, and those people is stuck with the agenda. Go ahead, Ma'moon.
All right, thank you. Just give me seconds to bring in my presentation and we'll share my screen. Please let me know if you can see my screen correctly.
Yes, everything is okay.
Great.
Very clear.
Hanadi. Good evening, everybody. I would like to start by thanking Consultancy, led by Dr. Hanadi Mubaraki, for organizing this event and for allowing this opportunity for us to exchange ideas and experiences.
أشكر الدكتورة هنادي على دعمها لهذا المؤتمر.
I'll be talking mainly about the dynamics of collaboration between entrepreneurs and corporates in of traditional industries. And I'll be focusing on the construction as this is coming out of our own experience at GLEAD. Historically, new entrants in any market have been seen as rivals.
الدخول الجديد في السوق على مر التاريخ كان يرى كأنه
And usually several business strategies and tactics have been used by the existing forces in the market to mitigate their access to stakeholders, decision makers, and sponsors. These turbulent relationships between entrepreneurs and existing firms have been changing in the recent years. We have been witnessing in the recent years much more collaboration between these two forces in the market. Basically, what's happening here is that both sides are realizing the much bigger benefit for all parties based on active cooperation and where things can move on. And this cooperation we have seen through multiple sides and cannot be summarized correctly within few words. But in general, we can safely say that the integration of efforts have brought forward successfully and significantly new tools and techniques from the innovation space moving into and putting in action for the use of practitioners on daily basis, defining new standards for the entire industry of construction all over the world. Entrepreneurs introduce to the market different value proposition. They come from different view. They have fresh eye on the market and the industry issues and circumstances. They bring with them new solutions that were not available before. On the other hand, long-lasting corporates are equipped with solid experience and deep understanding of the problems that we are trying to solve on daily basis. Clearly, the integration of both forces come out with the best result and provide to the clients and to the customers the best outcome of this collaboration between parties, whether these customers or stakeholders are acting in the private or the public sectors. Also, that clearly will benefit the bottom line of both sides. That's why the collaboration have been successful over the last few years. Entrepreneurship requires an ecosystem, and the ecosystem is usually described to expand over multiple domains. Existing corporates can play a very positive role by enhancing every and each one of these domains. I would like just to highlight the importance of this role of the existing corporate in the market, enhancing the culture and the market domains in the ecosystem of entrepreneurship in any community. First, just by being client first, by being customer first, corporate are adding significant credibility to the new entrants in the market and can open doors for these entrepreneurs and giving them access to decision makers from different organizations and institutions and enabling them to act successfully in the market. If we look into the forms that this collaboration is taking, and just in a quick look, we will be able to see in that scene that this collaboration is taking different forms. Some of the very, very well-known companies in the industry have been investing directly in entrepreneurial experiences and helping to move this forward. Also, we have seen companies availing suitable circumstances to propose the new ideas in test on ground and establishing partnerships with new entrants, ultimately for the benefit of the entire industry. Coming from Gleeds, which has been active in the market of construction for more than 135 years, we understand the solid foundations of our profession, but also we keep a sharp eye on the new technologies and tools that we can benefit and can enhance our offerings to our clients and customers. We evolve and develop our offerings, whether through partnerships with new businesses in the market that offer complementary services to ours, or by advancing our internal capabilities to build on top of the newly developed knowledge areas and practices. And I will be talking in the next couple minutes about some of the good results that we received out from this process of evolution and partnership with the entrepreneurs acting in our industry. Just as one example, as we are one company representing an entire industry in this conversation. The cooperation with partners from the entrepreneurship arena enabled the entire construction industry to utilize many different technology and techniques recently. And we witnessed many of these moving very rapidly from conceptualization to becoming cutting-edge technologies that are offered only by pioneers. But yet in few years afterwards, these are becoming the norm of our industry. and it became even minimum requirements for some of our projects. Just as an example, BIM modeling, building information modeling, widely known as BIM, started a few years ago, recently, as 3D models of the construction projects with some parametric information embedded with them. Right now, we are talking about a full live model that express the entire project over its life cycle. Virtual walkthroughs at construction sites and utilization of 3D printing models that can function correctly are not strange tools to our set that we use on daily basis. Also, thanks to the entrepreneurial efforts at the arena of data science over the last decade, we are able to manage our historical records and databases in much effective and efficient ways. Easy-to-use tools are fundamentally becoming available for professionals across industries, enabling them to maneuver dense quantities of data, extracting insights, and developing fine data products, ready for the support of the decision-making process, naturally. We utilize these tools to produce periodical reports that our clients and the entire community of construction and real estate is benefiting from. As you may have noticed, none of the technologies that I have mentioned is considered cutting edge anymore. Within few years, these technologies moved from concepts to innovation to implementation. This happened only because of the successful collaboration between the forces on ground and entrepreneurial activities that's happening in the industry of construction. This cycle of innovation and implementation have been going rapidly. And today we are looking forward to using AI-powered robots in monitoring construction sites and for the purposes of live data collection. Also, the research on the use of wearables that are supported with augmented reality technology has been active for more than a decade. And it's moving ahead already to the entrepreneurial scene, which will again ignite further collaboration between both forces in the market and for the benefit of the end user finally. As seen through this brief discussion, we have witnessed that the cycle of collaboration has been in the heart of the development of the construction industry, and through the dynamics of this cooperation, we are able to shape our future. Thank you.
مو مبينة صورتي. مو مبينة أنا. مبينة. Thank you so much, Ma'moon, for your participation. Unfortunately, Professor Tim, he is from the US. He is a large consultant, independent consultant, who is focusing on innovation and entrepreneur ecosystem. Unfortunately, he is under serious health coincidence, and he is in hospital. Just he called me now, and he is unable to join our conference. Mr. Abdullah Al-Sharif, unfortunately, also he is unable to join the conference for some family coincidence. And Mohammed Ubaidat, unfortunately, he didn't respond to us, which lead us to closing this track and shifting to the next track. Okay, thank you so much for all the participations and the audience, and we will start shortly the next track, practitioner session 3, best practices of artificial intelligence ecosystem shortly. Thank you so much. سكر هذا كهو الأمير الهندال موجود.
السلام عليكم دكتورة.
يا هلا دكتور عبد الأمير، خليتنا نقعد نحاكي.
الله يسلمك. لا أنا رحت أصلي، استغلت الوقت لأن وقتي أنا 5:30 فقلت أروح أصلي وياك.
Most will.
المايك دكتورة هنادي، المايك عندك. مغلق المايك عندك.
أي حبينا أن نكمل المؤتمر بالتراك اللي بعده، لأن حسب أن أنت يعني unable to join. ممكن تبتدي وعندك 20 minutes دكتور عبد الأمير. أتحفنا بخبراتك المتأصلة، لأن بروفيسور تيم unfortunately وعليه المسكين بالمستشفى، وعبد الله الشريف عنده ظروف عائلية قهرية خلته يطلع من المؤتمر مع أنه كان معانا موجود قبل شوي. تفضل يا دكتور عبد الأمير، عندك 20 minutes.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. 20 minutes خير وبركة. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. بس أنا بشوف البرزنتيشن، my presentation I think with the team I send it.
You can share the screen دكتور عبد الأمير.
Okay, one second. One second. Okay, I think this is my presentation. Can see it or not? دكتورة هنادي. Share screen.
نعم دكتور عبد الأمير.
Yes, I think that presentation coming now.
إيه أوكي.
Okay. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to all of you. I'm pleased and honored to be with you today in this conference. And I would like to thank Professor Hanadi to invite me in this conference and selected me on this 30 countries and 300 speakers. Thank you very much, Dr. Hanadi. And my paper today, it will be about Gulf entrepreneurship struggles between Gulf and agility. As you know, Abdul Amir Al-Hindal, who is speaker now, PhD in marketing and MA, master degree in PhD in management, bachelor's degree in administration from Kuwait University. I'm now working the third part of my life. First, I start business in private sector, then government sector. Now my own business, working in the consultancy. First of all, I would like to inform you about the situation in GCC country. As you know, most of the business stopped due to COVID-19 pandemic, and now we are restart and recover our strength and health, and we are now, we can see that there is a glimmer of hope and glimmer of light to get out of this dark tunnel and seize the chance and get rid of the excess of the floppy administrative body. In this situation, we are looking for the solving our problems. We have many problems facing the development of the administrative works. I can just summarize in two parts. First part, the system and people, individuals, staff. This all problems we are facing under this umbrella. At these problems, we can face a lot of the problems. This is in the GCC countries and Kuwait itself. We can see the very important things we have to looking for the solution or recommendation to solve this problem. Centralization, no delegation. We found this situation in the GCC countries, no delegation in some places. Work environment, I mean work environment in the style of the management, corporation, fightings, or the place of the environment, mean ventilation, location, lightings, whatever. Then the other problem in the part of the organization. Organization mean job description, task, specialist people there in the organization structure. Then routine. I mean routine bureaucracy, that people working in the bureaucracy like a governmental sector work in the routine or long procedures. Work ability. This work, very weak people, they have no specialists, no skills and the abilities in the work. Then the third and fourth and sixth, regarding the decision makers. Decision makers, we have three problems in the decision. Some people fear or afraid of making decisions. Making decisions mean they are afraid to make signatures, making any decision in the middle management, top management, or in the lower management. Secondly, non-implementation. Either we are make a decision, the second part, some people, they are afraid also to implement this decision to make it ready for started in the work. The third problem, no follow-up. People, either you made the decision and you implement it, but no following. If there is no following in this decision, sure, it will be stopped. This is the mainly problem in the environment, in the work, in the special, in the government sector, or also some private sector. Okay, what is the solution? Mainly we made a problem, or write a problem, talking about the problem, but what is the solution? Actually, we can start, I'm recommended some solution in my study in this paper. We need some solution and we need some recommendation. I will write down here 7 steps to solution. First of all, we have to start bury the routine. Bureaucracy, routine, there is no time after COVID-19. No time, you have to speed, you have to change the way of the style of the management. Update the system, update the digital system, should be working. Some, not staff, some manager, they are not aware about the digital system. Mean we need to train the staff to improve their skills Fourth point, we can write of the replace the centralization to delegation. Delegation staff to make new leaders, new staff. Some people, they are waiting for their chance, but some leaders, very sorry to say this, they are still working in centralization in the work. Number 5, we have structure, organizational structure. We have to looking for a new structure, teamwork, reducing the number of staff, reducing the procedures. This is, we needed to change it and replace it. Rid of unnecessary consultants. Maybe some consultants, they are maybe don't like this word, but either this is against everybody. Anybody not work well, not give results, not give any added value to the organization. Sometimes becoming more expenses and more cost in the organization. That's why we have to rid of unnecessary consultants. Finally, legalization of financial resource. I mean, use the budget in the proper way. The proper way, we have to work in this financial resource. You know, in the situation now, we have to go to the right way for using the money. Lean management has 3 sides. We need to this pyramid to complete it. First of all, qualified and proper manager for the stage. Secondly, workers who aim to speedy achievement. Finally, integrated management system. When we are working on this conference from beginning with Dr. Hanadi, Professor Hanadi, she asked me and follow me, please, Dr. Amir, we need your biodata, and I think thank her too much to follow and everybody to make this conference very well. Then I think about the biodata, data. Data now after COVID-19, maybe we can see a lot of CVs, strong CVs, but data now after that COVID-19, I think data meaning now different as before. Data, our data should be I mean desire, our desire. A mean our ability. T, our temperament. And A, our assets. Anybody have these 4 things, I think he will continue work in our situation now. Otherwise, we have to re-study, reconsider his data. If there is no desire, no ability, no temperament, no assets, no added value to the organization, should be resigned and said, I cannot continue in this situation. This is my paper to you, and I hope it will be useful, and with many thanks to Dr. Hanadi again for this opportunity in this conference. Thank you very much. Thank you for your listening to my words. Any question? Any comment?
Thank you so much, Dr. Abdul Amir.
You are most welcome.
Yes, we will open the discussion. Just we need to ask Mr. Mu'min Ahmed. Would you mind, please, Mu'min, to introduce GLEAD International with their achievement in smart cities, specifically today, who's chairing the chairman of GLEAD, Richard Sitters, present a great video and a great speech and presentation, and speaking about how the life will be digitalized and how it's the importance of artificial intelligence in our life. Would you mind?
Yes, sure. Thank you, Dr. Hanadi.
And just I need to draw the attentions for the audience. When I'm be fresh grad, I've been with Richard Sitters as a trainee. Okay, in 1990. Hi, Richard, how are you? Okay, in 1992, when I'm be fresh grad from the engineering, I visit UK and I've been under Richard Sitters as a trainee, junior trainee, learning a lot from GLEAD. And I'm be back to Kuwait and I joining the largest project in the Middle East. It's Asif Palace or Amiri Diwan project. It has been the largest projects in the Middle East, and they joining the price for this project around $1 billion at this time in 1993 when I joined. And I learned a lot from the Asif Palace. There are a consortium who is running this project, and we learn a lot from all the teams and the contractors, and project management is my specialties. And now today, back again to Richard, and let my teacher join my conference when I establishing my first consultancies in management this time, not in engineering, and project management. More than welcome, Richard, to participate and give us more about GLEAD. Let all the audience hearing about your company as a largest company in construction management and in constructions, and also as a consultancies. Go ahead, Richard, and let everybody hearing you.
Oh, well, I don't think I need, thank you very much, but I don't think I need to do an advertisement for GLEAD. We've got a wonderful website, and I'd rather hand over to my colleague from Egypt, Moman, to talk about the project management, if that's all right.
No problem. Go ahead, Mamoun.
Thank you, Richard. Thank you, Dr. Hanadi. So actually, we in GLEAD are active in over several continents. And I'm sitting here talking to you from Cairo. We are working also through the MENA region and in Africa. And we collaborate, of course, with our colleagues in the Gulf area. We have offices in Dubai and in Qatar, and we manage several projects in the region. Currently, our project management team in Cairo is serving projects in Jordan, in Cairo, in UAE, and in Qatar. And we have been involved and delivering projects in Mauritania and in other African countries. So we are working together with our colleagues all over the world to serve multinational companies that require us to deliver best experience and consistent results, which why we collaborate a lot among ourselves to ensure that the service that we deliver in, let's say, Germany or America or Far East is consistent with what we are delivering here in Egypt or any other country in the region. Dr. Hanadi, back to you.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Mamoun, Dr. Abdul Amir, would you mind please to participate and inform the audience about the SMEs ecosystem in Kuwait? Dr. Mamoun, Dr. Abdul Amir. Dr. Abdul Amir. Maybe he is lefting the conference. Okay, thank you so much for the practitioners and the speakers to joining this track. We will shifting shortly to the next track after 10 minutes a break for all the conference. We will excuse the audience, speakers, participants, panelists, and just we will take the break 10 minutes for relaxing. Because we don't need to having some overlap in our agenda, specifically the top ranking speakers through the world will participate shortly with us. Thank you so much for all participants and practitioners. See you after 10 minutes. Thank you. back again for our next track. Next track will be chairing by Dr. Zahra Rouhaniya. She is a top citation in artificial intelligence. She publishing serial of book. She is having a company also specialized in artificial intelligence. Dr. Zahra is our close friend from Oman, and she will chairing the session. The next sessions is practitioner sessions for artificial intelligence, best practices of artificial intelligence ecosystem. Dr. Zahra, more than welcome with your speaker. Go ahead and chairing the sessions. Dr. Abdullah Al-Wali, he is away from their country. He will join shortly. And I think the rest of the speaker is there. Jaitin is there, Chris is there, and you are there. And just waiting Dr. Abdullah Al-Wali. No matter if you ask Chris to start to accommodate the sessions, because we need to finishing before the time. Go ahead, Dr. Zahra.
Yeah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It gives me a great pleasure to be with you. And initially, actually, I would like to thank Dr. Hanadi and Baraki for these initiatives. This is for the second year we are participating with her. And it's really, it's an amazing event. It let the people from the GCC who are interested in the area of innovation, artificial intelligences, entrepreneurship, to work together to share the best practices between the members, either in the GCC country or in the MENA regions as well. So it's really an honor for me to be with you over here. And as well, the good thing is I have been working on this area. Previously, I was working at, I graduated with a PhD in artificial intelligences. And as well, I have been working for several years at the Research Council in Oman, managing innovation and entrepreneurship. So the topics are really interesting for me. And I welcome you, all of you, for this third session about the best practices of AI ecosystem. We will have, inshallah, Dr. Abdullah Al-Waili, but he will join us later on. We have Christopher Zogby from, he's the CEO of Zaka AI company. And we have Jonathan Lodge, he's a CEO of City Farm Systems, and myself. So we will be presenting today best practices and best approaches to utilize artificial intelligences and to adopt AI technologies within our different areas. I mean, AI is approaching all the fields, even the arts. It can even produce music, it can produce news, and all, it has really a great impact in our life and in every aspect, actually, of our life. I would like to welcome Chris Zogby from, he's the CEO of Zaka AI company, and actually the Artificial Intelligence Academy that I chair it. We have a good collaboration with Zaka AI company. Zaka AI company, they produce, they're doing capacity building, and they have a really very specialized type of courses related to machine learning, AI, deep learning, different modules of courses. You can find it from Zaka AI company. Welcome, Chris, and you will have 10 to 15 minutes for your talk.
Thank you, Dr. Zahra, for the introduction, and thank you for Dr. Hanadi and the whole team organizing this conference. It's my pleasure to be here. I'm going to quickly share the screen and start my presentation. Can you see the screen?
Yes, it's very clear. Go ahead, please.
Okay. So as Dr. Zahra mentioned, my talk will be around the need for AI education. Quickly speaking, a quick introduction about myself. I am a software engineer. I have more than 10 years experience in software development. And around 7 years ago, while I was working on a startup, I came across the field of artificial intelligence, and I absolutely fell in love with the whole field of AI and machine learning. And I really wanted to share this passion with everyone. So I've made it my mission to help everyone understand and apply artificial intelligence. And ever since, I founded a community in Lebanon called Beirut AI, where we organize community events and we help people to understand artificial intelligence. And I've also founded company Zaka to basically push the AI education further and basically have build the AI ecosystem in the MENA region. So let's get started. What you see here today is the first fully automated spinning mill. This is the first example of an automation. It was invented in 1771 by Richard Arkwright, and it was driven by water power. So as I said, this is the first example we know of automation. And over the last century, machines have always replaced workers in many tasks. We are always looking for new ways to help us do our jobs easier and faster. If you take the example of the agriculture industry, we used to rely on animals and human labor to plant and cultivate the land. And then we invented machines that facilitate the task and made our jobs easier, but we still had to be included in the process. Human operators were still needed to perform the task. Another example is the transportation industry. We used to have horses to pull our carriages, and then we replaced those horses with more powerful engines that can take us faster and further than before. So every industrial revolution is characterized by a certain technology. From the first industrial revolution with the steam engine, up to the invention of electricity in the second industrial revolution, up until the digital revolution with the introduction of computers and the internet. And we're currently living in what we call the fourth industrial revolution, which builds on top of the digital revolution and is fueled by technologies such as big data and artificial intelligence. And the reality today is that AI is taking over a large part of the business processes that were previously done manually. With every new addition to the AI toolbox, companies that do not integrate AI in their businesses will fall behind in productivity and efficiency. And this is true across all industries, which means that you don't have to be working in technology to use artificial intelligence. And this also means that no industry is immune to automation. If you go back to the agriculture industry and look at what's currently happening, today we have fully automated machines that can do basically everything with minimal human intervention. Again, go back to the transportation industry, we got to a point where we have cars that can drive by themselves while we sit in the back seat. So as you can see, automation is slowly taking over even the human operator in each industry. So if you can look at it, in the near future, you can see that AI is being applied to many sectors and it's revolutionizing any industry that it enters. And in the future, AI will most likely automate many of the tasks that we can do today. So if you look at how does this affect humans, we know that AI automation is helping companies increase efficiency and profit by producing more with less resources. According to Accenture, the impact of AI technologies on business will boost labor productivity by up to 40%. But what about humans? How is this impact and revolution affecting the humans? From the first industrial revolution on, machines have always prompted fears in humans. We have always been afraid that our jobs will be taken away from us, and the AI revolution is no different. We all know that AI is automating and eliminating a lot of jobs in many industries. In fact, according to this McKinsey Global Institute, by 2030, automation could take away up to 30% of existing jobs today. That's about 800 million jobs. But you can always say that just like any other technology, while some jobs are being partially automated or fully replaced, there are always new jobs that are being created. A study that was done by Deloitte in the UK estimated that over a period of 15 years, there were 800,000 jobs that were eliminated due to automation. But at the same time, 3.5 million new jobs were created and with even higher wages. So if more jobs are being created than eliminated, this should be good news, right? Actually, it's not that simple, because automation was thought to only be contained to low-skilled or routine tasks. But with advances of technology and artificial intelligence, we are seeing the results of automation being applied to more highly skilled and cognitive tasks. which means that these new jobs that are being created require more advanced skills. And so the challenge is to train and educate workers so they can develop the skills needed and successfully move into the job of the future. So this underscores the critical importance of investing in education and skills development. So what are the essential skills for the 21st century that will allow people to succeed in their careers? It actually depends on who you ask, because it's not very clear. But one thing that all experts agree on is that individuals must stay in learning mode. So you must always learn and relearn and keep on learning so that your skills stay relevant. Many people agree that some of the crucial skills that are required in the 21st century are critical thinking and basically ability to solve problems, creativity and how you can think outside the box, digital literacy, and of course, collaboration and teamwork. And if you look at AI and the tasks that AI is automating currently, you see that these are the least being touched or the least applied or the least parts that were being basically automated by AI. So if you focus on these skills, you're least likely to be automated in the future. And so schools and universities should play their role in preparing students for a world that is profoundly altered by automation and AI. But unfortunately, it's not always happening because the curriculums at universities cannot keep up with the pace of the market. And so I'd like to quickly tell you about how my company and I are basically play a role in this mission of helping students and professionals transition into this world that is altered by AI and other technologies. So Zaka, which is my company, is a community-driven artificial intelligence company. And our focus and the mission is to democratize and advance AI in the MENA region. And we do this by sharing knowledge, providing courses, building solutions, and connecting people. We really believe that having a strong community will be the stepping stones of having a vibrant AI ecosystem in the region. Our services are basically education, consultancy, and community service. And we are global training partners of Microsoft. And together with Microsoft, we deliver a lot of programs. So our focus is on AI education. And basically, we have a different programs from an AI bootcamp that helps people get started in the AI field. So it helps them remove the confusion of where should I start in this field of AI. We also have a program with Microsoft targeting university students in the region that help them get hands-on skills in AI while also being certified in Microsoft certificates. And we also have the machine learning certification, which is a longer program that helps people transition and find a job as machine learning engineers. So this is where basically we train people and then we connect them with companies looking to hire AI or ML engineers. And of course, we help companies upskill their employees and help them implement AI solutions in their companies. So we have so far given our programs to more than 2,000 participants in the region. And we have covered more than 15 countries in the MENA region. And hopefully we'll be able to scale more and reach more people in the next couple of years. You can find all of our programs and courses on our online academy, which is accessed at academy.zaka.ai. I'd like to end this presentation with a quote that Stephen Hawking said. He said, AI is likely to be the best or worst thing to happen to humanity. I personally like to bet on the positive side and say that AI will be the best thing to happen to us. Thank you all for listening, and I'm happy to answer any question that you have.
Thank you very much, Chris, for this presentation. And as all of us aware, actually, the importance of AI in education and the importance of empowering the youth toward these technologies. And it is really great to have, this type of company that deliver capacity building to the youth and dedicated programs that are certified, that they can leverage the skills that needed for the need of the future. The new market in the future, they need graduate with the skills in developing systems related to AI, either deep learning or machine learning, utilizing different tools within these areas. And Zaka, as Chris mentioned, I mean, their main mission is to provide those solutions to our community. If anyone, I think we will go to the second speaker, and then later on maybe the questions. Okay. So is Dr. Abdullah, is he here? Dr. Abdullah Al-Waili?
نعم معكم دكتور عبد الله الوادي.
موجود معنا. بارك الله فيك دكتور. Yes. It is your turn now. You will have 10 to 15 minutes. I would like you, if you kindly brief us about yourself, and then you start your presentation.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته جميعا.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته. Go ahead دكتور عبد الله.
معكم دكتور عبد الله سعيد الوالي، وكيل أول نيابة العامة الاتحادية لدولة الإمارات، حاصل على دكتوراه المسؤولية المدنية عن الذكاء الاصطناعي. طبعا مشاركتي اليوم في المؤتمر بعنوان استراتيجية الإمارات للذكاء الاصطناعي. محتواها كيف استعدت الإمارات إلى الذكاء الاصطناعي. طبعا في البداية نحن نشكر الدكتورة هنادي المباركي على مبادراتها الطيبة في مجال الذكاء الاصطناعي وريادة الأعمال والتكنولوجيا، يعطيها ألف عافية يا رب. بسم الله. طبعا توجه أنظار العالم. أول شيء اعذروني أنا أتكلم معاكم باللغة العربية في المؤتمر، فالعذر السموحة منكم. طبعا توجه أنظار العالم اليوم إلى دولة الإمارات، إلى إكسبو 2020، واللي هو تواصل العقول وصنع المستقبل. أهمية إكسبو طبعا منذ 170 عام معارض إكسبو الدولية توفر منصة لاستعراض أهم الابتكارات التي رسمت ملامح العالم الذي نعرفه اليوم، وسيواصل إكسبو 2020 المحافظة على هذا التقليد بفضل الكشف عن أحدث التقنيات من جميع أنحاء العالم. بإعلان دولة الإمارات اعتماد مجلس الوزراء برئاسة الشيخ محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم نائب رئيس الدولة رئيس مجلس الوزراء حاكم دبي استراتيجية الإمارات الوطنية للذكاء الاصطناعي 2031، فقد خصصت لنفسها موقعا مميزا في المستقبل القريب، خاصة أن الاستراتيجية تتضمن ملامح وأهدافا استراتيجية لجعل دولة الإمارات رائدة عالميا في مجال الذكاء الاصطناعي بحلول 2031، والسعي لتطوير منظومة متكاملة توظف الذكاء الاصطناعي في المجالات الحيوية للدولة. وقد أكد الشيخ محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم أن دولة الإمارات تمضي قدما لتحقيق رؤيتها وتطلعات شعبها من خلال مشاريع وخطط واضحة نحو مئوية الإمارات 2071 في خطوة جديدة عقب النجاح في تطبيق الحكومة الذكية. أهداف الاستراتيجية: تعد استراتيجية الإمارات للذكاء الاصطناعي الأولى من نوعها في المنطقة والعالم، وتهدف من خلالها إلى تحقيق أهداف مئوية الإمارات 2071 وتعجيل تنفيذ البرامج والمشروعات التنموية لبلوغ المستقبل والاعتماد على الذكاء الاصطناعي في الخدمات وتحليل البيانات بمعدل 100% بحلول عام 2031، بالإضافة إلى الارتقاء بالأداء الحكومي وتسريع الإنجاز وخلق بيئات عمل مبتكرة لخلق سوق جديدة واعدة في المنطقة ذات قيمة اقتصادية عالية، مع دعم مبادرات القطاع الخاص وزيادة الإنتاجية، بالإضافة إلى بناء قاعدة قوية في مجال البحث والتطوير، أي أن تكون حكومة الإمارات الأولى بالعالم في استثمار الذكاء الاصطناعي بمختلف قطاعاتها الحيوية، استنادا إلى استثمار أحدث تقنيات وأدوات الذكاء الاصطناعي وتطبيقها في شتى ميادين العمل بكفاءة رفيعة المستوى، واستثمار كل الطاقات على النحو الأمثل، واستغلال الموارد والإمكانات البشرية والمادية المتوافرة بطريقة خلاقة. وتضمنت رحلة التحول الحكومي 5 مراحل رئيسية انطلقت منذ العام 2000 عندما بدأت الإمارات الخطوة الأولى للتحول الإلكتروني، وبعدها وفي عام 2013 أطلقت دولة الإمارات مبادرة الحكومة الذكية لتوفير الخدمات للجمهور، تلاها إنشاء دولة الإمارات مشروع أول مدينة ذكية متكاملة سيليكون بارك في عام 2014. وقد توجت عملية التحول الذكي في العام 2015 عندما أكملت دولة الإمارات التحول الذكي للخدمات الحكومية بنسبة 100%، والذي أعقبه في العام 2017 إطلاق دولة الإمارات استراتيجية الذكاء الاصطناعي كأول مشروع ضخم ضمن مئوية الإمارات 2071. أهم ما يميز ملامح الاستراتيجية: نتضمنها في خطوات تنفيذية واضحة تنبئ بتحقيق المنشود منها في الوقت المحدد. فقد صدرت الإمارات المرتبة الأولى إقليميا في تبني الشركات والمؤسسات لحلول الذكاء الاصطناعي بمعدل نمو سنوي يبلغ 33.5، وذلك وفقا للتقرير الصادر عن مركز دبي التكنولوجي لريادة الأعمال ديتك التابع لسلطة واحد دبي للسيليكون، والذي أعد بالتعاون مع ستارت اي دي، منصة ابتكار وريادة أعمال مسرعة لنمو الشركات الناشئة في جامعة نيويورك أبو ظبي، وبدعم من شركتي تمكين وعرب نت. ومن أبرز الخطوات التي اتخذتها الإمارات في هذا الصدد ما يلي: احتفال حكومة الإمارات في 2019 بتخريج 94 منتسب للدفعة الأولى من البرنامج التدريبي للذكاء الاصطناعي الذي ينظمه البرنامج الوطني للذكاء الاصطناعي بالشراكة مع جامعة أكسفورد البريطانية، بهدف تأهيل الكوادر الإماراتية المتخصصة وتعزيز إمكاناتهم ورفض قدراتهم في مختلف المجالات، بما يدعم تحقيق أهداف استراتيجية الإمارات للذكاء الاصطناعي. استحداث منصب وزير دولة للذكاء الاصطناعي في 2017، وأعلن عن تعيين معالي عمر بن عبد الله سلطان العلماء في منصب وزير دولة للذكاء الاصطناعي، كي تستعد البلاد للاستفادة من الذكاء الاصطناعي وتدمجه في شتى القطاعات عبر رسم خطط مستقبلية تتضمن عمل الحكومة في إطار نظم وأسس راسخة. وقد أعلن الشيخ محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم عن المنصب المستحدث قائلا: الموجة العالمية القادمة هي الذكاء الاصطناعي، ونريد أن نكون الدولة الأكثر استعدادا لها. البرنامج الوطني للمبرمجين أكبر برنامج وطني مختص في تمكين المبرمجين وإطلاق القدرات الكامنة لدى مجتمعات المبرمجين في الإمارات. وقال سيدي الشيخ محمد بن راشد: نرحب بمواهب العالم في دولة الإمارات لتكون مختبرا لابتكاراتهم وتجاربهم وأفكارهم في مجال الذكاء الاصطناعي. نريد من الجهات الحكومية ورواد القطاع الخاص في الدولة تطوير الشراكات وتكثيف الجهود لتوفير بيئة حاضنة ومحفزة لتطور الذكاء الاصطناعي. حقيقة توفر أدوات تعليم جديدة وفرص تمكين جديدة وطرق جديدة لاكتساب المعرفة، حيث يهدف البرنامج الوطني للمبرمجين خلق أفضل بيئة عمل في العالم ليمكن مطوري البرمجيات من النمو والتمييز. ومما يتوفر أيضا دعم للذكاء الاصطناعي 100,000 إقامة ذهبية للمبرمجين الموهوبين عالميا، 10 مشاريع إنسانية مفتوحة المصدر، 10 هاكاثون محلي، 1 هاكاثون عالمي، آلية تقييم المبرمجين، 500 فرصة تدريب مهني للمبرمجين، 100 تحدي برمجة من القطاع الخاص، 10 أقسام للبرمجة في الجامعات، مقر مخصص للمبرمجين في أبراج الإمارات، منصة تواصل مخصصة للمبرمجين. مجلس الإمارات للذكاء الاصطناعي والبلوك تشين. يعمل المجلس على تحقيق استراتيجية الإمارات للذكاء الاصطناعي عبر مجموعة من الأهداف التي تستند إلى آليات رئيسية لتحديد الفرص عبر الدراسات المعمقة للنطاقات التي ستستفيد من إدراج تقنية الذكاء الاصطناعي في العمليات ورفع التوصيات لتطوير البنية التحتية ذات العلاقة بتطبيقات الذكاء الاصطناعي وتقديم الدعم المعرفي مع التأكيد على ضمان رفاه المواطن وسعادته. ولكم جزيل الشكر جميعا.
شكرا جزيلا دكتور عبد الله، بارك الله فيك، ما قصرت. وطبعا معروفه جدا جهود دوله الامارات العربيه المتحده في مجال الذكاء الصناعي، فهي دوله سباقه صراحه كاول دوله اعلنت عن وزير للذكاء الصناعي، عدت وزاره متخصصه في هذا المجال لاهتمامها الكبير بمشاريع الذكاء الصناعي وتمكين مؤسسات الدوله المختلفه من هذه المشاريع. شكرا جزيلا لكم، بارك الله فيك. ولاحقا ان شاء الله هتكون الاسئله باذن الله تعالى. Is Jonathan Lodge available? Dr. Jonathan? Yes, you're here. That's really great. Yes. We are so pleased to have you with us. Would like you to introduce yourself at the beginning and then to start your presentation. We will have around 15 minutes. It's good that we have plenty of time. So we have, instead of 10, we have up to 15 minutes if you need it. And you'll be talking with us about, I think, city farm systems, and hoping this related to food and smart farming systems or something like that. I am so pleased to listen to your presentation. Please go ahead with it.
Great. That should be my screen sharing.
Yes, yes, so the screen is there. It's very clear.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, or evening, or even morning for those who are further west.
For us,
Hello,
yeah, it's good evening.
Thank you. I'm Jonathan Lodge, founder of City Farm Systems. I grew up in the rural west of England with food so local our milk probably travelled further in the cow than the bottle. And nobody had a clue about the industry that data would become. We have not long seen the outcomes from COP26, where Her Majesty the Queen called for less words and more action to address the issues of climate change. Oh, I'm in the wrong place to do that. Sorry. Has that changed my screen? No, that's not helpful. I'm sorry.
You need help?
That's better.
Yeah.
So, sorry. Obviously, my work is all about food, and this slide shows the scale of some issues. It could easily set the scene for a whole presentation. And we know these are all points of significant focus for future generations. Each agricultural revolution was codependent on an industrial revolution that accelerated mass urbanization. I cover some of this in my chapter titled Feeding a Smart City in Springer's recent handbook of smart cities. So our need for food created some of the very first business methods, many of which we still use today, such as credit from seed merchants who were prepared to accept part of a farmer's harvest as payment, with interest, of course. But industry moved on and left farmers behind, with a focus mostly on optimizing supply side economics. And whilst we may be able to wait months for a new car, we can't expect people to wait that long for food. When I saw the production line for the BMW Mini, we were told completed cars can wait 2 days before leaving the site, during which time they will have built 2,000 more. So if I were at BMW, I would be offering some customers a car within a week and make a bigger profit. But coming back to food, we can see there are many steps and variables along the way, the very type of thing big industry wants to avoid. And this is why in 2017, there were several deaths in America. Several weeks later, they banned the sale of all romaine lettuce, regardless of where or how they were grown, because they were yet to work out where the E. coli had originated. So many of the best quality lettuce that had been grown undercover and didn't even need to be washed before eating were dumped, putting greater strain on other supplies. If we look again at pigs and apply some blockchain technologies, we can have what one colleague on a trip to China called the Internet of Pigs, and that was one of their screens top right. And then all of a sudden, we not only have full traceability, but the intelligence and bankers happy to finance the supply chain, as they can know the parents of the pig, what the farmer fed them, when they would be ready for slaughter, and what their value would be at every step of the way. We can also see this approach taken a stage further in Italy. Much of their famous Parmesan cheese is aged in warehouses owned by banks, who know its value, hold it as collateral, and ensure it is well cared for. Like many crops, a lettuce starts with seed sowing and ends with a harvested lettuce in the hands of a consumer, which, for most, is the only bit they care about. Remembering again COP26, we need to equip students to address the issues raised. Cities are, by definition, at the end of linear supply chains, with food supplies heavily reinforced by single-use plastics. As populations have become increasingly urbanized, both enabled by and depending on the industrial and agricultural revolutions, food supply chains have become much longer. Many cities, and some whole countries, rely heavily on food to be flown in. But the costs, carbon and time involved in our food supplies are obvious to those who know, and to make progress towards net zero carbon, we need to teach students about how every step is a potential point of data failure. We need trained blockchain experts to track progress. And to keep it simple, we can think of each forklift here as a breakpoint in data and a point of profit taking that never reaches the hard-working farmer, and the lettuce loses nutritional value and quality along the way. For those of us who replace the air freight with a vertical farm, we can see that they're not actually very different. Depending on how they buy their energy, they may claim to have a smaller carbon footprint, but we should never forget that in a large city, they pay expensive overheads and still rely on the most expensive final mile, something every student is taught about these days. Some regions are able to use a traditional supply chain, which often starts with a commercial glass house that depends on gas boilers. And here we move on to the option I work on. We have the ability to automate and install a greenhouse on a lightweight roof, making a building more efficient and avoiding all the costs of distribution. Here we use data to change the business model and unlock the benefits that are only possible when growing at the point of need. This offers all of the benefits of blockchain without the complexity, as we hold all the data from seed all the way through to sale. We can install an automated greenhouse on a non-load-bearing surface, such as the roof of a modern retail warehouse, a hotel, an office building, or an apartment block. They use rooftop greenhouses in India to reduce fresh air costs by as much as 35%. And we can go a stage further and help feed the people in the building below. With COP26 just completed, we should remember all intensive indoor growers must add carbon dioxide, with most running gas boilers all summer, even if it means dumping the heat. Meanwhile, the end consumers are mostly found living, shopping, or working in large buildings where they already pay to dump carbon dioxide at roof level. So, whilst many growers paying more to deliver their crops than to grow them, we offer a carbon-consuming supply chain to make healthy food affordable and hand shelf life to the consumer. So, unlike others, we can address many of the UN's Sustainable Development Goals and help feed a smart city with data, with many additional opportunities in education and crop research. So thank you for listening, and please do get in touch if you'd like to know more via email or the conference app. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much for these presentations, and it shows the importance of AI and blockchain technology in the farm industry. And the food, as he mentioned, is very important for all of us. We cannot wait, not to eat, we can wait not to drive, but as he mentioned it very clearly, the food is one of the essential things for our living. And I thank you for making it very clear. Just I got a chat from Chris, from Zaka company. He would like to leave now because he has a presentation in a few minutes. So we will open up for questions for Chris as well, for Jonathan. So if from the audience, if any one of you have a questions, you can raise your hand or you can write it on the chat. And then I will present, after the Q&A, I will give my presentation. So if anyone who is busy and would like to leave, he will have a room to leave. Yes. Any questions from audience? Mr. Jonathan, if you could tell us about some project that you really deliver it and it has a great value by utilizing a blockchain, especially in the dairy industry. Is there any project in the dairy industry because here in the GCC country, and we are really utilizing a lot of dairy products. And normally we are, a little bit worried about how good it is. Maybe it stayed for a long time in a truck before reaching us, because I am from Oman. Sometimes we're getting this al-marai coming from Saudi Arabia. It may take huge days until to reach us. So, how that technology would help us to, just for me or for my kids, when they drink this milk, I am satisfied that it's really a good product with a good quality, and it hasn't been laying in the truck for several days.
There are so many interesting aspects around all of that. Yes, typically in America, it can take 3 days from harvest for salad crops to reach the shelves in New York, or in other areas, it can take, bizarrely, we even see local food taken up to the other end of the country for washing and packing, and much of it brought back. Because we can actually look at growing to order, and this is where AI gets very interesting, because so much food waste is in short cycle crops or post-harvest or post-processing. Because we can grow at the point of need, we use AI to start matching supply and demand far more closely. And that means there are other ways of buffering short-term demand changes. So if there's a rush on salads this afternoon, well, we know tomorrow's crop is only a few meters away on the roof, and we can bring it down early and harvest at floor level. Equally, obviously not so much where you are, but in the UK, we might have an unfortunately rainy weekend, and well, we don't need to harvest, we can leave it on the roof. But there are so many ways we can actually slow growth down, whether that's by reducing carbon dioxide, by reducing the temperature, or shutting off supplemental lighting in winter. And AI really comes to the fore to help us match that supply and demand far better. And I think that's where the interest really comes into its own. And so potentially we can hand a freshly harvested lettuce to the consumer within seconds, if not minutes, of when it's actually harvested. So you cannot buy more fresh. And I think that's going to be a big bonus when it comes to it.
Yeah. Great, thank you very much, thank you. Now a question to Chris regarding some companies, especially big companies and big organizations. Sometimes they find it difficult to hire new employee, and so they would like to reskill the people who they are available within that organizations, and to equip them with the right skills to be able to integrate AI technologies. Is this possible, and what are the path of reskilling the employee within different organizations to be ready for the AI integrations?
Yes, that's definitely doable, and that's what a lot of companies are actually doing at the moment, because AI is not like a standalone field where you have to come from a specific background. Most likely, when we say AI, we're talking about machine learning and deep learning, and that requires some technical background. So we see a lot of people from the IT sector, like developers and software engineers, who know already how to code and how to build solutions, but would like to add this the extra skill set of understanding deep learning algorithms and machine learning algorithms. And so we've done this with a lot of companies where we upskill their current workforce, specifically their developers and their technical staff, on how they can utilize the data that they have to learn from it and to apply machine learning algorithms on it. So that's definitely doable.
Yeah, but with the basic knowledge of programming languages like Python.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah,
if you want to apply it, you need to have some basic knowledge in programming.
Yeah, I was attending one of the webinars, and they were stressing about that previously we had like a CIO, Chief Information Officers within organizations. And they claim we should now start appointing chief AI officer, artificial intelligence officer, because AI, it considered as well, there is an ethical part of AI. Someone to regulate these things and to keep the organization aware about even the ethical concerns of AI. So I don't know, do you believe on this, or there's no need for a chief AI officer within big organizations?
Yes, I definitely think it's needed, specifically in big organization. And the reason behind this is, again, AI is a tool. Okay, it's not a solution; it's a tool, and it can be applied to a wide range of problems. And those problems can be, for example, in the operations team, in the sales team, in the marketing team, and the finance team. So AI can be applied pretty much everywhere. And usually what you see in big organizations is that they have multiple projects, multiple pilot projects in AI that are taking place in parallel. And you need basically a person, the chief AI officer, to coordinate all of these efforts and to align with the strategy of the company. And so what usually end up happening is they create a new officer because they need to have like a separate section with a separate officer reporting directly to the CEO. So you can have like across all the different departments, you have verticals of AI projects being applied. And so, of course, if it's a small company, there's no need because the number of projects are limited, and you don't need an officer to keep track of. But when you have a big organization where you have hundreds of employees and different departments, you do need to align all of the AI projects together. So that's why the chief AI officer is needed.
The other question for any of the presenters who would like to answer it. Some people, they say AI is not matured yet. So let us wait until the AI become mature, and then we can have it. Similar to the World Wide Web, the system, the portals wasn't mature at the beginning, and we shouldn't rush ourselves to it from now. Let it become mature. What do you say? I mean, is this comment proper thinking this way, or I don't know, what's your comments about it? Or even okay. Jonathan, if he'd like to answer, anyone can answer because
I'll take a minute to see if Jonathan would like to answer. If not, I will jump in.
Yeah, go ahead. I think he's not aware. He might be away or something.
Yeah,
he's here now.
He's here.
Sorry, I missed that. Could you just repeat the question a bit, please?
Yeah, just some people, they think AI is not mature enough now. We should wait a little bit, especially we are the people who are copying what's coming from the West. Normally, people, they say, let us wait a little bit. Let us the system become mature so we can know the good and the bad things about it before just jumping on it. So what's your answer to this type of mentality?
I understand that completely now. Thank you. I think that's a very interesting aspect. Like many new technologies, a lot of it is about educating the public. And funnily enough, I actually think our approach would be something that would really do that, because we would very quickly show the advantages, because you would actually show the transparent supply chain. We could show where the produce is coming from. And I will talk a bit more about that in my talk tomorrow about the educational aspects. I think it's very interesting. Yes, if people cannot see something, they are worried by it. But if you actually show where and how it can work along the transparent supply chain and really make a good step forward, I think they will be less reluctant to accept it in other areas.
So you think it will produce more value, especially when you link it with the blockchain technologies? Yes, great. That's great. Yes, Chris, your inputs?
Yeah, so basically, I mean, it all goes back to also education. So when people don't really know what AI is, they might have ideas of what it's going to solve all the problems in the world. And then they see it's actually not really the case. It just solves specific problems. This is where they see that maybe it's a hype and let's wait for it to be mature. So if you're coming from not understanding what AI is, you will be disappointed. But if you know exactly what it is and how it's mostly useful, then it's much, it's really beneficial. You can see already the results. You can see a lot of companies benefiting and capitalizing on AI as a technology because they know what it is and how it can be used. So my advice would be to really understand the technology, and then once you do that, to eliminate the hype from the actual power of the technology.
Yes. Any questions from the audience? We have a very quiet audience.
Yep.
Thank you very much. I will be presenting now for around 20 minutes, and then they will be chatting after my presentation. So it's up to you. If you're very busy, you can go because we already chat with you. So it's so now I'll just share my presentation and I'll start presenting. But before that, I would like to really thank Chris and thank all the presenters, Jonathan, Dr. Abdullah, for their presentations.
Thank you, Dr. Zahra. It's my pleasure to be here.
My pleasure too. Thank you very much.
Is it clear, my presentation? Can
Yes.
you see my presentation? Yeah. Yeah. My talk, it will be a little bit similar to what Chris actually presented. It will be mainly about AI and the workforce of the future. So the outline mainly, I'll talk a little bit about technology and the impact of technology on our future. A little bit, I'll talk about the fourth industrial revolution, innovation and digital transformation, the impact of automation in the labor market, future skills needed, and this maybe I will just touch very briefly because Chris already talked about it. Future jobs and some examples of the future jobs. So the automation, when we talk about automation, we mean artificial intelligences and robotics. Robotics, they are equipment that utilize AI algorithms. It will be changing our way of living, how we live, how we work, and as well how we communicate. AI and robotics will be reshaping the government and how the government is providing their services. It will change the education sector, the health sector, the e-commerce, and all the aspects of our life will be changed due to the automation. In the future, it can also change the things that we value and the way we value things. So because of that, I mean, we have to pay a lot of attention to it and to the things that we really value and how to react to it according to the changes that are going to happen. When we look at the future, the number of papers talked about that in the year 2025, they're expecting like 10% of the clothes that people wear will be connected with IoT networks. And the robot will be an active member of boards for different institutes. A successful liver transplantation made of 3D printers is expected. So all these are related to the fourth industrial revolutions and related to the utilization of digital transformation in different areas. And as well, the environment, it creates an emerging global type of platforms that utilize these platforms for different services. So companies and organizations, it's very, very important for them to empower innovation, to reskill and upskill the future of worker with the needed skill set. The fourth industrial revolution is a way of describing the blurring boundaries between the physical, digital, and biological industries worlds. AI is a collective force behind many products that we really use these days. Example of this product is the GPS system that we use, that it suggests the route, best route to utilize. The voice-activated virtual assistant that we use in our phones, such as in the Apple series. personalized type of search that we get when we do search in the Netflix or recommendation that we get in the Netflix. Facebook ability to recognize our face and to tag it to our friends. So all those are applications of AI in our lives today, these days. And the Professor Klaus Schwab, he's the founder of the World Economic Forum, and he's the person who started talking about the post-industrial revolution. He said the changes unleashed by the fourth industrial revolution are so profound that from the perspective of human history, there has never been a time of greater promise or potential fear. So he looked to it in a very positive way. So there is a very great promises from these technologies, and there is a very great potential fears if we utilize these technologies in a proper way. And if we look to these technologies, we can see it is related to blockchain, genome sequencing, cloud computing, Internet of Things, energy storage, autonomous vehicle, robotics, 3D printing, and artificial intelligences. And we can see the impact of different of these technologies. We can see the artificial intelligences have the major impact, and then it comes a blockchain and genomic sequencing and robotics. Robotics are so linked with AI. The robot by itself cannot do much, but the algorithm, the AI algorithm, it makes the robot to react in an intelligent way and to serve in a better way. So you can see the impact of AI is really huge in comparison to even to other types of or other tools of the fourth industrial revolutions. So what is AI? Artificial intelligence is the branch of computer science, which is concerned of making a computer behave like human. A computer system behave like human, that it can solve a problem, it can make decisions, it can make inferences, it can make a forecast. So a system that can behave like a human, it's referred as artificial intelligence. And the AI system, normally it's built on data, and AI and data, they work very close with each other. An AI system, it cannot work by itself at all. It needs data to work in a proper way. So AI, the benefits of AI is transforming actually every aspect of our lives. It had the power to transform the way government around the world deliver public services. As well, AI brings real challenges to government and citizen alike, like ethical problems, etc. Some example of the utilization of AI, bankers are using it to detect fraud and predict changes in the stock market. Insurance company using AI to help them produce policy quotes and to assess claims as well whenever accident happen. It helped police to force to identify suspects utilizing CCTV images. With the AI algorithm, they can detect the suspect that's happening. In the court, it offers advice to the judges. In medical area, there's expert system, which is part of AI, or clinical decision support system that help junior doctor to spot diseases, to recommend certain treatments. So algorithm that use machine learning as well, helping self-driving car. Now, these days, the autonomous vehicle are using deep learning, which is type of machine learning or type of artificial intelligence to navigate complex road. So AI is being used as well by air traffic controller to help keep us safe, either in air or in the ground or in the sea. And now I will try a little bit to explain about some of the amazing, I found some of the amazing facts about AI. The global AI market value is expected to reach $267 billion by 2027. AI is expected to contribute to the economy by $15.7 trillion by 2030. So a huge investment there in this field. That 7% of businesses and organizations, they already employ AI in one way or another. It could be either sentiment analysis or chatbot or certain automation within their business processes. 9 out of 10 leading businesses have invested in AI technologies. So the rise of AI, as Chris mentioned, will eliminate, show the research, 85 million jobs, but it will create as well 97 million new ones by 2025. The new ones, as Chris mentioned, they will need people who are really specialized in the area of developing AI tools and managing those tools. More than 3 billion voice assistants are now in use. The voice assistants similar to Siri have been used, and 8 billion will be by 2023. So we need people who develop these systems, a simple system like a voice assistant. So we need, to empower our youth, our graduates to be able to do such some small tools, because these tools will be needed by the industry, and the industry will be looking for people who will be able to develop these tools. The AI industry will be earning $126 billion by the year 2025. 25 countries now are working in integrating autonomous vehicle. So the huge movement, and the autonomous vehicle, as I mentioned earlier, they depend on deep learning technologies. So we need to, to equip our youth with the knowledge of deep learning and how they can, work with these autonomous vehicle, program this vehicle to go to. The self-driving car industry could be worth $600 billion over the next 5 years. So it's a big industry, and we need people who are able to work in this area, to program these tools to work properly. We can see here regarding to this, I bring it from the Harvard Business Research, and you can see that the paper that are published related to AI during the last few years. You can see China they are moving ahead in doing patent and publications related to the area of AI, and then the United States, India, and the rest of the world. So we need to pay more attention to do as well research in the area of artificial intelligences and the utilization of these tools. I will skip this one. So what are the benefits of AI? We mentioned earlier some of the use cases of AI. It increased efficiency and it enhanced governance. It develops smarter and safe mode of transportation. It can solve the problem of the conjunctions. AI can increase access and affordability of quality healthcare. We can, a project was implemented here in Oman. The AI algorithm to detect breast cancer in women. It was very efficient, and it was cost effective as well. It was really time saving for the general practitioner. Instead of them to be looking for all those mammograms and CT scans and X-rays of patients, a system, AI algorithm managed to do it with 98% of precision. So that was a great achievement. So it provides really a great quality healthcare. It helped as well to reduce medical errors, because the system itself, it can suggest if there is any interpretation between different medications, if certain procedure won't be proper for that individual or that patient, it will alert. So as well, this AI system, it helped to improve access and quality of education. by providing intelligent tutoring system, adaptive type of learning that adapt according to the learner's needs, learning styles, learner's pace of learning. So it really helps to boost the education. AI system as well, it helps to build efficient infrastructure by increasing urban population, and it, in total, actually, AI, it helps us to do our business in a much easier way and to live our life in a much simpler and with much higher quality. The Future of Job report, and this report was published by the World Economic Forum in the year 2018. It can show the job that's going to decline, to be eliminated, and the 133 million jobs that are going to be emerged by the next year. So the jobs that to be in decline are data entry, repetitive type of job. You can see accounting, bookkeeping, administrative type of jobs, clerk type of jobs, post services. So these type of job will be eliminated, but more job will be needed. And then the new skills that we need, we need data analysts and data scientists, we need artificial intelligence and machine learning specialists, we need general and operational managers, software and application developers, big data specialists. So you can see the major ones are related to AI and data analytics. Now we'll move on to talk a little bit about the major trends related to AI. AI in cybersecurity, it helps because now we are so connected with each other. We are connected with different machines, with different tools. Since we are so connected, so we have more, the attack are more. So by the AI, it helps actually analyze the network traffic and learn to recognize different patterns that can cause a problem. And smartly, with the smart algorithm, can play a great tool in making us safe. The other thing is the AI and metaverse. You heard, I think, Mark Zuckerberg of the Facebook, that they are planning to integrate metaverse, which is about virtual type of environment. So you'll be working in totally immersed VR system that utilize AI to help us do various tasks, to meet with our friends, to do games together, or to relax. So a virtual type environment that immerses the users in this area, and the AI system will guide to a proper according to the preferences of the individuals. The third trend is low code and no code AI, and this is a great news actually, because normally AI system requires huge demand of programmers who spend several weeks to do program the apps or the tool that has AI algorithm. But now, there's a good invention that people, they invent certain solutions like a plugins. So, with the minimum programming skills, you'll be able as well to develop AI tools. The fourth one is related to autonomous vehicle. The AI is the brain actually of the autonomous vehicle, and autonomous drones, aircraft. So these are more and more becoming increasingly available, and as we mentioned, 25 countries are looking forward to implement this autonomous vehicle. So it's a big trend. The last one is the invention of the GPT-4. So it makes AI more creative. The AI now can create art, music, poetry, play video game, develop news by itself. So in year 2024, a new model of GPT-4 will be there, and Google Brain redefine the boundary of what's possible. So we can expect more elaborate and seemingly natural creative type of output from an AI systems. I think that's all for me because I mean, I will just talk about this one. So it's that's my 85% of the job will be created. We're not sure about the job of the future job. So 85% of job of the future currently totally are unknown. This according to the World Economic Forum report. And the report as well, it indicates new skill that the labor market will need. And so we need to focus on those new skills. We need to focus in building our capacity, building, if we are in certain organization, how to reskill our people to be able to develop AI tools, how to graduate our students with the right knowledge related to AI skills. Thank you very much. Now I will open up to questions. So if any one of you have questions, please, you are welcome.
Yeah, hello, Dr. Zahra. Thank you so much for your presentation. Thank you so much for your presentation. It was amazing, and all the speakers. You can open the discussion between only the speaker. We don't open AI. We don't open the Q&A in our conference. Just speaker discussions, and you're running these discussions. Any opinion for the future implementations or best practices for AI in the developing countries or in the MENA or GCC? What is your opinion? Chris and Jaythin?
Chris, he's away now because he's busy. He has a lecture. So maybe that is Dr. Abdullah.
I think only the Jaythin is there.
Yes.
Hi, Jaythin, how are you? Thank you so much for your nice presentation.
No problem, you're welcome. Yes, the whole thing about AI I think is very interesting, and as I mentioned when talking earlier after Christoph suggested I answered the question, I think we have to do far more to enable consumers to understand the benefits. And as I said, I do think we have a way of actually helping that greatly. So much so, we would love to have an app where a customer of a supermarket could scan their barcode and we would actually let them see the crop history. I'm going to expand on it a little bit tomorrow. The idea of individually, the history of one plant is much like a bee, and it has very little value in that respect. The value of data hugely comes from the swarm, when you've got the whole collective data and something you can actually learn from, and when you can actually start data mining and learn from that and highlight the benefits. I think there's a lot to be done there. I guess much like the advent of robots, people thought it was going to put everyone out of work, and the reality is it hasn't. It changes the work we do, and it enables a far more joined up thinking, and we should be using it far more to cut out waste.
Thank you so much, Jaythin. I think Dr. Zahra, the next track will start shortly if you want to closing out, or if you have some opinion, more than welcome.
Great, thank you very much, Dr. Hanadi. I think it's very, very important for us. We have large number of youth, 40% of our populations are youth. So we need to empower them toward this type of technologies. So we need to create more capacity building, so they will be proper, they will have the proper skills to implement, these latest technology within the MENA region. Thank you very much, Dr. Hanadi, for inviting us to be with you. And I was so pleased to be with you today. And I'd like to thank all the presenters for their valuable inputs in this, on their presentations. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Thank you. We will introduce Professor Tom O'Neill to holding the first keynote speaker, Horizon One. More than welcome, Professor Thomas. And the mic is with you to introduce your guest.
All right, yeah. We have 3 guests with us today. Florent Pon from France, who's been a near and dear friend of mine, a practitioner / academic that really understands how to get things that work in the real world as well as the theoretical world as well. Paul Room is with us from DHU3, and Peter Tyler and Giorgio Caselli will be from Cambridge. They'll all be talking to us. So please elaborate some more on the introductions for me. And Florent, I'll leave the microphone to you.
Hello. I'm really honored and pleased to join here. Hello, my dear friend, Tomo. You miss me and I miss you. But I'm here to share about my findings as practitioners as well as theoretician. I've seen more than 400 venture projects in my life as innovation director for the French Aerospace Research Center, as well as member of the European Innovation Council jury.
عضو في البرلمان الأوروبي.
Sorry?
Yeah.
Could you put yourself on mute if you're not talking, please?
From English into Arabic. Go ahead.
Okay, so I will try to share my screen.
سأحاول مشاركة الشاشة معكم.
Yep. Do you have my presentation?
Yes, go ahead.
Excellent. So I will share about my findings related to what I discovered
سأشارك
as
نتائج
new
الدراسة
practices in
معكم.
the innovation nowadays. Just to fix the innovation, it's not only ideas, new method, it's creativity plus value. I had the chance to have professors like Eric von Hippel at MIT, which define innovation in only 4 keywords: successful exploitation of a new idea. Just to remember what means value in socio-economic terms, and value means the commercial capital, access to resources, and also human capital. The last 3 for the Nobel Prize, Amartya Sen, are building the so-called dynamic capabilities. Take care to the word dynamic, because this means what you have today, tomorrow probably you don't have it, and vice versa. Is the value material or intangible? And of course, the answer is both. You just could see the IP and how much it could worth when you sell IP. Why? Because it's providing to you trademark, it's providing to you capacities, exclusive use of some technologies, and of course, it's providing to you secret know-how, which since '98 and the agreement of Marrakesh is part of the intellectual property and recognized like this, so you could make transactions with them. Information, for sure, information is value. If you don't believe it, look at Twitter, who disclosed the first beneficial exercise in April 2018, and before this they lost hundreds of millions, still valuing more than 10 billions in the stock options. So it is not because, hi, I'm Paris Hilton drinking a champagne cup, which is the majority of the 160 million tweets per day, but 4% of the tweets per day are pure opinion, so very high value in marketing. And so the artificial intelligence was able to extract this information from the ocean with fake and narcissistic news. They got the money, so they become beneficial. But to be more provocative, including stress avoidance, it's money, is value. Because if you don't believe it, just please take a low-cost airline company, and you will understand that if you want comfort, you will start to pay. At the end, you pay for your luggage, you pay to be seated next to your friend, and so on. At the end, you pay the same amount as you pay for Air France, but at least you know why you paid. I just give the example of Ryanair. Another fundamental, just to fix all the ideas, is the technology readiness level scale. I don't know elsewhere, but here in Europe, nobody could get money to innovate without making reference to this scale. So you have called for tenders for projects from TRL 5 to TRL 8, TRL 6 to TRL 9. You have consortium R&D agreements for TRL 2 and TRL 3. So if you don't know where you position yourself on the technology readiness level, you have no money to innovate. Here I reproduce the exact original thermometer of technology readiness level. This is why it's so impregnated with space ideas, because it was published by Mankins in '85 at NASA. But I will do it differently. So in level 1, you have basic fundamental research. In level 2, you already have the applied research. Technology readiness level 3 is the famous proof of concept. If you heard about proof of concept, this is it, TRL 3. TRL 4, laboratory prototype. 5, you are doing robust design. You integrate tolerances from components, both on the market, premises of the supply chain, by the way. 6, it is working in operational condition for what it has been imagined in TRL 2. So it is the famous so-called demo tech. In 7, you packed everything, the wires, and it starts to look like a product. It's the so-called industrial prototype. Now it's good, you did once, please make me 10,000. This is TRL 8, setting the production. And in 9, well, in 9, you certify that each of the product among the 10,000 you are able to build per month or per year are respecting the norms. So you are entitled to sell with the UE stamps or American stamp in these countries. And of course, all other countries have their norms and regulations. These are the number of ideas falling down to a potential product or service. And these are the curve for investment. First sales in TRL 9, you still invest a little bit more for commercialization, marketing, distribution, promotion. And we all hope here to pass in plus, but we are all living as innovators somewhere here, which is the so-called Death Valley. These are the related level of risk you assume when you take decision to invest, to go from TRL 3 to 4 to 6, as for example. The level is quite high because you still have a risk on technology, but also on the market. Here, you don't have any more risk on technology, but you still have the market risk. And then it is very high on this level 9, because it's where you scramble all the money. You put all in and you launch the product. And if you have a bad advertising campaign like Mitsubishi Pajero, which for Spanish native speakers, they could understand Pajero, it's a very pejorative word. Well, the best off-roader in the world who won 7 times Paris-Dakar, you don't sell it. You don't sell it much more than the Nissan Patrol or Toyota Land Cruiser because of the name. So here you scramble all the money, and doesn't matter if you have the best technology in the world, you could not sell because it's a bad advertising or a bad value distribution channel understanding and so on. I just want to highlight here the fact that you need the only person, each level you change faces, you change actors, and we'll see it. The only one remaining on board is the entrepreneur, or within big companies, the so-called intrapreneur, the program manager. And unfortunately, very few big companies are recruiting their program manager based on their entrepreneurial skill. And by the way, they need to take the best of each of the actors they meet at each of the levels. So they need to make the others working more than their best. So this is the definition of an entrepreneur. By the way, I'm quite proud, Cocorico, I'm French, and this is a French word semantically, entrepreneur, which means between parties taking part to a value creation process collectively. Okay, move more. I put the TRL down to make an analysis and positioning the actors. Here you have the public R&D laboratories, some applied laboratories R&D, Carnot Institute in France, Fraunhofer in Germany, and so on. They are able to do the proof of concept. They shook hands with large industrials which have their applied research here generally when they are within their strategic roadmap. Here, some large industrials are very efficient in technology scouting globally, so they could take demo techs coming from elsewhere and put them in competition with their own developed demo techs, and the best to win. Startup business is to take something from laboratory and made with the money we'll see of the business angel, the technological demonstrator, and then to develop themselves on a niche market, or to make a venture with a big guy on a big existing market, or disrupting the market if they could. Small and medium enterprise, well, very few of them have capacities to discuss with the public and the research laboratories. So that's why, additionally, here, specifically in Europe, except in London, which is not part anymore of the European Union, we don't have business angel money. We have an equity gap here. So all the states and the European Union are putting money here in the famous so-called seed money. Well, we definitely need dedicated structures with collaborative tools, and I will present the demand readiness level versus technology readiness level method. So as a new trend, it was adopted by a lot of business angels and investment funds as a tool to measure when they do invest or not in innovation. But this graph, it's very some asymmetries in terms of Joseph Stiglitz creating value, which means value based on a new idea, which means innovation. So together with the information asymmetries between the two parties, you have the technological asymmetries, which is very well positioned here, at least for the small and medium enterprise. Risk, temporality, the R&D works more with 3 years of the PhD in their mind as temporal unit. The small and medium enterprise, they need a solution for yesterday. Risk on investment for sure, and also culture. From Veblen, the people are shared in two distinct categories: the workmanship, creative guy, and the predator, the opportunist. I'm taking this back in order to introduce the revenue curves, the expenditures, the cash flow, and the return on innovation on investment, because we do believe that the plus here has to be bigger than the minus, and we are doing everything for doing this. As I mentioned to you here, you need collaborative tools, which means tech transfer offices towards SMEs inside the laboratories, incubators for startups, and business angels, or public-private partnership for funds here. There you have the Series A venture capital to launch the to industrialize the product. And there you have the so-called scale-up accelerators. I know good scale-up accelerators only in the United States and in Israel. This is the so-called scalarator, because when you have to cross the chasm, here. Everybody expects such an explosion, smooth curves, but things are happening like this in real time. So that's why you need professional scale-up accelerators. Now, we had seen a lot of concept based on TRL. Just to tell you that I am the lucky inventor of the demand readiness level. When you put this, I will let the slides so you could go into details. We don't have time to detail each of the levels, but you need to remain on, you identify a specific need, then you identify the functionalities which will fulfill the need, then you will be able to translate the functionalities in needed capabilities to be the answer. So at Onera, we after doing the work, I discovered that we are able to transfer technology at each level if the sum of the project is bigger than 9. Okay, so like this, you could invest blinded eyes, if I will say. If the DRL plus the TRL, it's more than 9, you could go for, it will be a success story. If I'm complicated things, I'm putting this in 2D, you could have an innovation process readiness diagram where all the bubbles here are bubbles filled with actions to be carried in order to reach the first sales with success, okay? Again, I will let you this, and each of the action could be explained, and this is the action you need to make in order to bring to the normal flux of the innovation in order to have your first sales. Some diagonals very interested. These are much more demand market pull projects. Here are technology push projects. Here is the transactional innovation, and here you are alone. One last slide. Everybody is speaking about the value distribution channel. For a passenger putting €100 here, Airbus is taking, or Boeing is taking 7. At Onera, which is the National Aerospace Research Center, we take 2 cents. Is not anymore a value distribution channel because it starts to be like a tree, which is distributing the money to several routes. And these routes are connected because BMW Design Office conceived the cockpit for the most trendy business jet, which is the Dassault Falcon 6. So these trees are interpenetrating and they are reaching the other trees. And of course, we have the tsunami here down, like a rhizomial root, which is the digital world, which is impacting everything. And like this, we are in a kind of enchanted mango forest, which is distributing value because the money is still flowing like a rain up. And everybody will have some money depending where he's positioned on a branch or on a root. Why it's happening? Because these tubes are not more sealed. Since Professor Cheslow demonstrated, we are all in an open innovation world. Everybody could supply everybody very fast nowadays. And these are impacting directly the business models. As for example, here, as soon Amadeus create dynamic pricing for airlines, he's taking 2.5% from a ticket, more than 1/3 from an Airbus, just for selling ticket, very smart. You also have the onboard connected pads. You could not buy anymore a car with a pad, tactile, with a screen mirroring on your smartphone. And we are speaking about the car. And we don't speak about Tesla, which is a kind of giant iPad on 4 wheels. And when the car will be autonomous, you will buy software and transportation means for sure. And this will impact all the manufacturer of cars, which will not sell cars anymore. They will sell mobility. So if you don't believe, look and ask Volkswagen why they just bought Europe car. So they will become fleet manager because an autonomous car it will not be anymore a social object, like nowadays a car is. It will be an utility object. So I will not buy anymore my car. I will use cars. Let's go for more. So we are living.
I have to cut you off, Lauren, because it's time to our next presenter.
Okay, it's over. It's just
send Lauren questions in the chat.
Okay.
Yeah, send in questions in the chat. That might be the best way to do it, so we can get to everybody. We have 2 more speakers to go. With that, I'd like to present Paul Groom. He is the founder of DHU3, and I'll give the floor to him, and hopefully he can introduce himself a little bit more. Hey, Paul, you have the floor now. Thank you, Florin, by the way. Excellent presentation, as always.
Hi, good evening to everybody, and welcome. Thank you for the invite to present to you all. Just bring up a proper pointer. So, as indicated, my name is Paul Groom. I'm the director of DHub, spelt DHU3, but short for Digital Hub. And I'm the Middle East representative partner for OCODA. So we've got 3 days of innovation, AI, entrepreneurship. And in 20 minutes, I would like to explain why O as a software language is at the core of everything you and your competitors are currently or planning to achieve in the coming years. Fascinating facts on AI from Dr. Zara earlier, that there are going to be 97 million new jobs in 2025 in AI. What should be mentioned at this point is that everything is driven by coding, software development, whether it's AI, IoT, and the digital transformation process that's going on around the world has actually led to a shortage of developers. At any one time, there will be 20 to 30 languages that are popular with developers around the world. Some fall off, some are added. And as a computer scientist going through university, the question is, which ones do I learn? Do I learn 1, 2, 3? Do I want to be back-end developer, front-end, and so forth? So OCODA, a company in Manchester, was formed by Dr. Raj Kerwin some years ago. Dr. Raj is an expert and one of the smartest individuals you will ever wish to meet. He decided many years ago that there is a better way. And that better way is to invent a language that can satisfy the full stack and can operate as a translator for code. So with one single language, it can operate and produce native code in multiple languages. It has been developed over 6 years, providing for many blue chip companies in the UK, Metropolitan Police, HMRC, PwC, and many more. Let me just take this out. Our partner program, as we've been developing this through the course of the last year or two, particularly in the Middle East, has been working with universities and government ministries to create a journey from learning through to employment. And instead of that being operated in silos, we have created a throughput, teaching university graduates or upskilling current staff free of charge. We don't charge ridiculous fees for this training. It's free to all. And through that development path, I will now take you through the journey. So what is O? It's a programming language. It's a mature language. We're now on version 3.9.1. And we, over the past number of years, have written millions of lines of O code, which has created, generated hundreds of millions of lines of native code. It does this in a compiler, and the output languages, you can see some of them here from Node.js, SQL, MongoDB, PHP, Python, and so forth. And the reality is that with O, you actually write 71% less code in 40% less time with a smaller, more agile team. What that enables is efficiency. Efficiency on cost, efficiency on time, and efficiency on getting the product to market ahead of the competition. And what it enables the world to do is now learn with one language that covers the full stack. And it enables the sort of youth coming through the university system to look at software development no longer as a geek subject, but as something that has got demand written all over it, from gaming, AI, IoT, and many more. It's not a low code, it's not a no code, even though Dr. Did say that the AI trends are into that direction. But if you're a government, if you're a large corporation, you want something that's not brittle, you want something that's robust and sustainable. So how does O help with development? It's a browser-based language. There's nothing to download. It's a single IDE. It's Git-backed, and each operative has their own desk, username and password protected. So the autonomic IDE, it's an elegant language. As I mentioned earlier, it's 4 times faster. But the training through the O Elite program can be done in a self-paced 12-week supported program, which we do with weekly webinars, Q&As, buddy group support, or it can be done in a 2-week intensive program. So in just 2 weeks, you can learn a software development language that enables you to cover the full stack and enables you to become a developer dealing with real-world projects from the get-go. So the O Elite, we have an output when they graduate to join the team, and our community is something I'll talk about in a minute. But the Ambassador program really enables them to support the new graduates coming through. We run internships and then train developers going out into the world. So O actually translates into whatever language you want. It can be operated side by side with existing development teams, or it can be operated autonomously. I mentioned the community. What we're here doing is we're taking fresh young grads, teaching them O, and then they're getting involved in real world projects. However, during that journey, we are creating job cards for the developers, which will showcase digitally the skills that they have learned and show the real code that they have written. And this will be showcased on an international job portal, which is meeting or matching the skills of the O developers and allowing employers to come in and match their needs to the skills available. So we provide better tools, better training, and a better community. So how can O be used with an existing business? As I mentioned, we can upskill current staff free of charge. So a back-end developer can then become much faster, more quicker, and they can also operate in the full stack. So we can train existing developers as well as encourage the employment of new. And this is very important that this can be done quickly with current and new to meet the shortage of developers globally and things like these 95 million people that are required in AI. The output collectively of universities globally across all subjects would struggle to meet that demand. However, what we're aiming to do is to not only to teach computer science, but mathematics, physics. Anybody who's problem solver can actually get involved with software development. The key is delivery, it's speed. Speed is a currency that's taking over the world. if you Google something, you get 4 million results in a nanosecond. The youth of today want information instantly. They are demanding speed, and companies are demanding speed in getting product to market. So using traditional languages in a traditional dev team, rarely delivering on time, rarely delivering to budget. The new way is working with the O language, enabling smaller teams to be more agile, delivering on time in full. So bringing these guys up to development quickly. The current cohort that we're training, we had registrations across 14 countries, over 130 developers, brand new developers. And as I say, we'll take them through their job cards into the job portal. But we teach them the programming basics, the documentation, the organization, putting it into skills, and then writing implementations and getting involved in projects. So here are some live examples. Nargis was a graduate from the University of Bahrain who joined us just 1 year ago. And in 12 weeks, she was a junior developer, joined D-Hub as a full-time employee, and she's now working on real-world projects with the UK, and has recently completed a project for a company called Lionfish. So along with 5 developers, they actually wrote 22,000 lines of O, which generated 153 lines of native output code. So the efficiency of that for the client was getting their product to market. Tom has worked with us. He did a 2-week intensive program. He's just worked on a project recently for SSCL with 3 other developers, 10,000 lines of O, generating 68,000 lines of output code. Will, smaller program, smaller team, very quick, 1,600 lines, generating 14,000 lines of output code. So one of the things is supporting business, but it's also getting developers to revenue generation. I've given you some examples, but how resilient to change. So here's an example. A company may train a number of developers internally. They are required to write iOS applications, and they start that quite happily. However, Apple decide to make a change, as they did in 2020, to Swift UI, which means that that development house has got to retrain all the developers so they can then start generating iOS applications in 2022. With O, it's slightly different. The O developers create the iOS applications using whatever languages are required by the development house or the client. And by the way, if somebody wants an Android application, then with 1 line of code change from the iOS version, the O compiler will create the Android application or the web service application. So when Apple make the requirement, the Otron developers will rewrite that into the O compiler and the implementations. The developers won't know that's happening, but as they write or recompile previous applications, they will automatically include the new Swift UI or whatever upgrade has been required. The efficiency of this is enormous. There's no retraining. There's no clients going back to dev houses saying we need this upgrade at ridiculous cost and time. This is done automatically. So we future-proof software development. How do we measure success? It's in trained developers, writing less code in less time, being more efficient, and enabling the local development community to grow in whichever country. So in the MENA region, we have Saudi Arabia with Saudiization, Bahrainization, and looking to reduce the offshore development that has historically been done, but employing locals to be able to satisfy the technology demands that are coming through public and private entities and enterprise currently and in the future. So what does success look like to us? It's about people, it's our community. So our community includes ministries, graduates coming through who are saying, I thought they were kidding when they said you could learn to code in 2 weeks, but they weren't. The university graduates coming through and being in a community with such an amazing vision for the future is truly amazing. Learning O was the most fun I've had during my time developing. The language was intuitive and I had a blast learning it. And reaching that level of proficiency and speed in such a short period of time would be unthinkable in any other language. So for us, happy clients, happy developers, and a growing local community satisfying local needs is how we define success. So any questions, please send to paul@dhub.com, that's DHU3. And please remember, our mission is about empowering youth to be the next generation of software developers for the next generation of applications, and growing the local community is hugely important. So I'll transfer you back to the host. Thank you very much for inviting me today. I hope you found this motivational and a little bit interesting, and I look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you. We have about a minute if anybody has a quick question before we move on to the next presenter. Not, please use the chat mode to send questions so we can answer that way. The next presenter will be Giorgio Caselli, and he is a research fellow at the Center for Business and Research and Postdoctoral Research Associate at St. Agnes College, University of Cambridge. All right, Giorgio, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Thomas. Can you hear me well?
Very well.
Fantastic. Well, first of all, hello, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here today. So I'm Dr. Giorgio Caselli. I'm a research fellow at the Center for Business Research of the University of Cambridge. And I'd like to start by thanking, also on behalf of Professor Peter Tyler, who is with me today, Dr. Hanadi Al-Mubaraki, for inviting us to deliver this keynote speech. So our presentation today is based on an ongoing research that Professor Tyler and I have been doing together with Dr. Andy Koch, also from the University of Cambridge, to understand why the Cambridge innovation ecosystem has been so successful. We also recently published an article exploring some of the issues that we will be discussing today, which is available to download on the Whova platform. After over some 60 years, we think it is now a good time to take stock of the factors that have been associated with the success of the Cambridge phenomenon. Our research is seeking to establish the relative contribution of the people, businesses, and institutions that have come together in Cambridge to create what has become known as the Cambridge phenomenon. And we should be clearer about it in a few seconds. So in the research presentation today, we discuss some of the features of the Cambridge experience that have contributed to its relative success, focusing specifically on how the business base has evolved over time, as well as on the geography of the cluster. So last year marked the 60th anniversary of the Cambridge phenomenon, which is a term many of you may be already familiar with, which was first adopted in a 1980 Financial Times article to describe what was the rapid growth explosion of high technology companies in and around Cambridge. The cluster has now grown to become one of the leading high technology clusters in the world, and is home to over 30 science campuses, including the Cambridge Biomedical Campus, which is Europe's largest healthcare and medical research center. It comes with no surprise that the Cambridge phenomenon has been able to attract increasing attention over time, including a number of excellent contributions providing an overview of the phenomenon, such as those by Kate Kirk, Charles Cotton, SQW, and David Gill. However, we think that there has been less evidence to date on how the business base of the cluster has evolved over time, as well as on how the innovation system has developed, particularly as it relates to how the public and private sectors have worked together. So the Cambridge ecosystem has been decades in the making, and indeed did not originate from an ordered or planned process, but instead developed organically out of what we may call creative chaos. In our research, we identify the key elements that have determined the success of the cluster. So a first element is a series of scientific breakthrough that established Cambridge as a leader in information technology and computing. Perhaps the most famous example is the ETSAC, which was the world's first fully functional stored program computer, which was built by Sir Maurice Wilkes and his colleagues at the University of Cambridge's Mathematical Laboratory. Along with this scientific breakthrough, at the heart of the Cambridge phenomenon was also the founding of several technology consultancies, such as Cambridge Consultants, PA Consulting, Sagentia, and the Technology Partnership. A third element was an accommodating land use policy as reflected in the creation of the Cambridge Science Park by Trinity College, one of the 31 colleges part of the University of Cambridge, in 1970, which is credited with kicking off the Cambridge phenomenon. The adoption of a flexible and encouraging IP policy on the part of the University of Cambridge also played an important role. And indeed, there are numerous examples of startups that spun out of the university in order to commercialize an idea that was initially developed as part of academic research. And financial and other support has also been provided to startups via Cambridge Enterprise, which is the commercialization arm of the University of Cambridge. And the availability of finance for companies to grow is itself one of the key elements behind the success of the Cambridge cluster. So among the main investors in the cluster are Cambridge Angels, which is a leading Cambridge-based business angel network of more than 60 high net worth investors, and Amadeus Capital Partners, which is a venture capital firm investing in high technology companies. And the Cambridge innovation ecosystem has also benefited from research and public funding from a variety of organizations, including the Biotechnology and Biological Sciences Research Council. Equally important has been a culture of mutual support and collaboration, which has been nurtured by several membership organizations such as Cambridge Network for the Technology Sector, One Nucleus for Life Sciences and Healthcare, and Cambridge Wireless for Information and Communication Technologies. As shown in this slide, the number of factors making up the Cambridge innovation ecosystem and the complexity of the interactions among them have increased substantially as the ecosystem developed. To make sense of this complex reality, we can say that behind the Cambridge phenomenon are 4 key systems containing the people, businesses, and institutions that have come together in Cambridge to translate knowledge and ideas into outcomes that have enhanced societal well-being and generated commercial success. Our focus today will be on the business system. So how has the Cambridge business base evolved over time? Well, early assessments of the size of the cluster indicated that there were about 300 high-tech businesses in Cambridge in 1985. And we should remember that the starting year or period was 1960. And that set of companies was made up mostly by quite small R&D driven companies, often academic spin-outs. And there was also a limited number of large companies that tended to dominate employment during the 1980s. So very few companies with a limited number of large companies dominating employment. In turn, over the last 20 years, there was a steady rise in the number of small and medium-sized businesses, with a shift from a focus on R&D to R&D as well as manufacturing. The cluster is now home to over 5,000 KI knowledge-intensive companies, as well as a number of non-corporate knowledge-intensive research organizations, including, for example, the MRC Laboratory of Molecular Biology, the Wellcome Sanger Institute, the Babraham Institute, and the Addenbrooke's Hospital. Contributing to the vibrancy of the cluster is also a number of international tech giants who have opened offices in the Cambridge city. Some of them are Amazon, Microsoft, Apple, and Samsung. The figure that is perhaps most revealing of the vibrancy of the cluster is the 20 unicorns, so $1 billion companies, that have been created in Cambridge since the start of the phenomenon. If we examine the size of the Cambridge cluster by decade, we can see that the process, though, has not been linear. The significant growth in employment from the 1980s to the early 2000s was followed by a slowdown during the mid-2000s, which was caused primarily by reductions in high-tech manufacturing. Growth then resumed in the late 2000s, with strong growth during the last decade, driven by fast expanding ICT and life science sectors. And the fast expansion of the ICT and life science sectors in Cambridge meant that their contribution to total corporate employment in the Cambridge cluster has gone up significantly over the last decade, as we can see in this table, with sectors such as software development and publishing, IT and computer services, and biotechnology R&D playing an increasingly dominant role. Behind the growth of the Cambridge cluster is the fact that different technologies in the areas of biotech, infotech, and nanotech have converged over time to give rise to groundbreaking technologies such as biosensors and biochips. Indeed, the Cambridge cluster has witnessed a phenomenal transformation in its sectoral composition, with an increasingly wider spectrum of sectors and technologies, from a specialization in scientific instruments and computing in the early years to a much broader range of technologies, including nanomaterials, drug modeling, and, as we have discussed earlier today, most recently, artificial intelligence and machine learning. So, as part of our research, we've also been mapping the location of Cambridge-based companies operating in the life science and ICT sectors, the largest knowledge-intensive sectors in the Cambridge cluster, with the aim of understanding the geography of the cluster. We are providing here an example for the life science sector in the latest year that we have available, 2019-20, as well as the equivalent version for the ICT sector. And what we find with our analysis is that the geography of the cluster does matter. And it matters because we find that life science and ICT companies tend to be co-located with other similar companies, with agglomeration benefits, including access to a rich pool of talent, availability of specialized investors, and transfer of tacit knowledge. We also find that these companies are concentrated near the center of Cambridge and around some of the main science campuses in the city region, which is one of the main features of the geography of the Cambridge cluster. So science campuses have grown in number and have today become increasingly specialized. Here we are providing some examples of campuses in the Cambridge cluster. So when we talk about life science campuses, we're thinking, for example, about the Baberham Research Campus or the Cambridge Biomedical Campus. There are also campuses with a focus on information and communication technologies, such as the St. John's Innovation Centre. And we also have campuses with a more balanced portfolio of knowledge-intensive companies. And here I'm thinking particularly about the Cambridge Science Park. So a major role for the science campuses has been to provide the neutral space to enable effective interactions within the Cambridge innovation ecosystem. A noticeable feature of some of these campuses is that the investment required to develop them has been secured from extensive public and increasingly charitable funding over a number of years. The Wellcome Genome Campus, the Baberham Research Campus, and the Cambridge Biomedical Campus are but a few examples of campuses that have been developed through a robust partnership between the public and private sectors. The main science campuses in and around the city of Cambridge are summarized in this slide, which shows, as I mentioned earlier, that these campuses have grown considerably over time and do vary in composition as well as specialization. So to conclude, what can we say about the future of the Cambridge cluster? Well, on the bright side, the prospects for future economic growth look encouraging. The Cambridge cluster has many employment concentrations in fast-growing sectors such as life sciences, ICT, high-tech manufacturing, which have performed well through the COVID-19 pandemic. On top of this, AI and fintech companies are growing their presence in the area and are contributing to the vitality of the innovation ecosystem. Last year also saw the demand for laboratory space in Cambridge reaching the highest level for 5 years, despite the disruptions caused by COVID, while UK biotech companies raised a record £2.8 billion in equity finance. However, the success of the Cambridge cluster going forward depends on a lot of moving parts. For example, for people who are a bit familiar with Cambridge, traveling across Cambridge has become increasingly difficult, while buying a house in the city is now a dream for many. And our research suggests that Cambridge-based companies tend to regard transport and housing-related pressures as major constraints to their future growth, framing this issue usually as one of either Cambridge or relocating overseas. So the outbreak of the pandemic itself has also brought a number of additional challenges for the Cambridge economy, which hinges on close-knit interactions among its actors. All these challenges, as well as other challenges, suggest that further research is needed And we are exploring a fascinating research agenda looking primarily at the evolution of the Cambridge business base, as well as the interactions between the different communities within the innovation ecosystem. We will be delighted to discuss any of these issues with you in greater detail. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions? I have one if no one else does. Are you experiencing something similar to Silicon Valley where a lot of the people are just leaving because they can't afford to live there anymore, and including the companies themselves?
Yes, indeed. I think, Pete, if you want to add something, but it's fascinating actually how close the two experiences are, in the sense that my view is Silicon Valley is about 5 to 10 years ahead of Cambridge. So in a way, we can learn a lot from what is happening in Silicon Valley. And indeed, some of the same issues are happening already here in Cambridge. And today I've touched upon just a couple in terms of a shortage of infrastructure, very expensive housing. And so I think for us, it's very important to learn from what is happening in the US indeed, because the challenges are very similar.
It's also worth mentioning, Tom, that the academic community as well in Cambridge, academic salaries are not amongst the highest in the world. So the increasing cost of living is challenging the knowledge base as well as not just the corporate sector's willingness to locate here, who probably can pay better. So I think this is exactly analogous to, as you say, the American equivalent phenomenon.
Thomas, may I ask a question?
Yes.
Very interesting presentation. I understood from the early days of the Cambridge phenomenon that Cambridge allowed the commercialization of IP without any interference from the university, which is a very, very different position than most universities and certainly most employers today. That's one point. And the second point is actually the Brookings Institute are now talking about trying to get people to places as opposed to, places to people, to build the equivalent of these hot tech spots, compared with the other way around by moving people in. I just thought I'd throw that in, and whether it was a true fact, the former of those facts, which I think it is.
Yeah, it's undoubtedly the case that one of the factors, particularly in the early years, was the university's Cambridge willingness to have a relatively laissez-faire attitude to intellectual property. That's changed somewhat over the years, but I think that itself was very important in the formative part.
Okay. I believe that closes out this particular session.
I have a question, if you don't mind.
Excuse me. Hi, Mr. Mohammed, how are you? More than welcome to joining our event. Unfortunately, Mr. Macro, who will be Assistant DG of the WIBO, it's ready to deliver the speech or presentation on time because he will be having some commitment. Please, maybe you can ask later. Maybe after the keynote speaker. Thank you so much, Mr. Mohammed. Go ahead, Tom, Professor Tom, to introduce Mr. Macro. Hi, Mr. Macro. It is our honor to joining our event. Our minister send you best appreciation and regard, while WIBO is supporting, I can call it the largest practitioner conference in the world, pop up from the Kuwait. At the same time, in conjunction with Entrepreneurship Week, while all the world celebrating with Entrepreneurship Week.
All right, Marco, I'll leave the floor to you, and he is the director of the World Intellectual Property Association, or organization, and we look forward to hearing from you. You have the floor.
Many thanks, and I would like at the outset to thank for the opportunity to be here with you at the 2021 International Virtual Conference on Innovation, Technology, Artificial Intelligence, and Entrepreneurship today. I would like to thank Dr. Hanadi Mubarak, Conference Director and founder, CEO of the Ecosystem Consultant, for inviting me to present in this keynote address. I would like also to extend my gratitude to His Excellency Mohammed Abdul Latif Al-Farid, Minister of Oil and Higher Education. And I would like to start saying that I was there in 2019, kindly invited by the Scientific Club of Kuwait to participate in the Kuwait International Innovation Fair. And I have only very good memories of my contacts with a number of institutions and colleagues working on the area of innovation, as the Kuwait Foundation for the Advance of Science and the Kuwait Institute of Scientific Research, among others that I have the chance to meet at the time in that occasion. And I do hope activities as the Innovation Fair can resume after the COVID-19 pandemic, allow us to have these type of events, which contribution goes beyond the country, beyond Kuwait, and has an impact in the whole region. Allow me to say a few words. I know that it will be a very short presentation, but let me say a few words in my view in areas that are quite relevant to innovation and to entrepreneurship, both key areas of you meeting those days. The first one is, when it comes to innovation, there are a lot of concern and doubts about how COVID-19 pandemic has affected innovation performance worldwide. And because of that, in the aftermath of COVID, commitments to maintain and to increase incentive to innovation is once again at the focus of attention. And in my view, that's right. We will see a few reasons why, in fact, given the necessary attention to all the different incentives to innovations are timely nowadays. In the past decades, investments in research and development have consistently grown faster than economic output. For example, investments and efforts in research and development reach an all-time high before the onset of the pandemic, growing at an exceptional rate of about 8.5% in 2019, in comparison to the global GDP growth that was almost around 2.4% in the same year. 2017 and 2018 were also extremely important years in terms of innovation performance, in levels very close to the 8.5 that I just mentioned before was the situation in 2019. And as you can imagine, top 5 research and development spending economies in 2019 were the United States, followed by China, Japan, Germany, and the Republic of Korea. These 5 economies have been consistently the major economies performing in terms of research and development expenditures since 2011. But where the business have been in this same period in terms of doing their contribution and their part in terms of innovation? Well, business research and development expenditure, that is probably the largest component of research and development, grew by 7.2% in 2019, with an increase of about 4.6% compared to 2018. So it shows that it was not only public expenditure in research and development, but particularly the efforts made by the private sector, one of those main drivers of the growth in 2019. So one of the big questions in 2020, late 2020, and even in the first semester of 2021 is how we are in 2020. And when we start conducting our analysis for the Global Innovation Index, one of the very good news about 2020 is that innovation was quite resilient. And we will see that the figures of IP filing in the different categories shows the same level of resilience during that year. And this is quite remarkable. We don't have all the data available about 2020, but there are some indications that initially, and when we start making our initial analysis, initial considerations make us to believe that they may be an important hit on innovation performance in 2020, and we were thinking about probably a 2.8% of the innovation increase only compared to the very high level of previous year. However, initial data can tell us that we can be a little bit optimistic about 2020, and data that we have at our hand so far tell us that we can be optimistic for two reasons. The first one of this optimism is the very nature of the 2020-2021 crisis. I mean, the pandemic. As pointed above, the impact of the crisis have been highly uneven in different sectors. So a number of sectors have been increasing the activity in innovation, as is the case of telecommunication, software, and pharmaceutical, while other sectors like travel and leisure are certainly heavily affected. And second, budget allocations for the top research and development spending economies have been showing massive allocation of resources in different areas. And we know about private sector data about 1,700 out of the 2,500 companies that are the main drivers of research and development shows that we may be expecting from the private sector an increase of about 10% in 2020. So initial figures on 2020, about 2020, although not complete, tell us that we can be highly optimistic on the performance on innovation in that year. And data on IP filing goes in the same direction. We just released the World Intellectual Property Indicator Report 2021 the week before, and this, in a nutshell, shows that intellectual property filings were also, as innovation, very resilient in 2020. It shows that innovators around the world filed around 3.3 million patent applications in 2020. It means an increase of 1.6% compared to 2019. And this is probably more impressive, around 13.4 million trademark applications were filed in 2020, showing an increase of almost 14% compared to 2019. So it shows that economic activity, and certainly in economic activity, IP filings are a very good indicator, shows an enormous resilience in not only in terms of innovation, that patents are a good products or the presence of those products in other market, what is normally reflected through trademarks filing. So this is used to highlight how intangibles and intangible assets continues to play a very important role. And because of that, all the effort that have been conducted in Kuwait and in other regions to put in place policies that promote innovation and entrepreneurship are going into the right direction. Let me share with you a few figures on the role of intangible and in my view, what could be the trend in certain areas that probably requires new considerations. The first one is the following. We take the Standard & Poor's 500 companies, intangibles, including IP, accounts for an estimated 90% of the total market of those companies. What is remarkable, a few years ago, 20 years ago, the composition of the value of those companies was dramatically different, and certainly tangibles are where the main component compared to intangibles. Now we have, as I mentioned before, 90% of the market value of those 500 companies are represented by intellectual property intangibles, or for intangibles in general, including intellectual property in intangible. So it is clear that in the different value chains, IP components plays every time a more prominent role. In 2017, we have done a study that shows, for example, in a number of products that were identified the role of IP, and we took the example of the iPhone 7, and in each one of the iPhone 7 that are sold worldwide, in the IP component of that product amounts to about 42% of the total value, showing without any doubt the impact of IP in the market of smartphones. But the same applies to coffee, that is also covered by the same report of 2017. What, in my view, is changing from the policy perspective is more and more of those big corporations can get benefit from the IP system in different ways, not only in the traditional way of using those exclusive rights to keep some fences from other competitors into the market. But more and more, a number of companies are using IP not only through produce rent through different licensing agreements, but new ways of monetization, new ways of exploitation of those intangibles start to be seen in the market. For example, recently, American airline, the airline, big American company, puts its brand and related trademark and domain name as a collateral to secure $1 billion USD in the financing market. Or recently, the big Aegean giant insurance company, Aon, facilitate an IP-backed financing deals that combine amounts about $150 million US. So IP start to be used in ways that are certainly news, and those require certain policy consideration worldwide. For example, if this interest in getting IP as a collateral or IP as a mechanism to back certain access to research, to resources, continues to be an important issue, probably not only for big corporations, but also for small and medium-sized enterprises. Then we need to start considering what is required in order to be sure that IP can play that role in different jurisdictions And there are a number of legal issues, but there are a number of other practical issues that without any doubt plays a very important role. So what we are doing in WIPO, what we are doing is making sure that we will continue working hand by hand with different governments worldwide in order to put in place the appropriate policies that will facilitate the IP system to deploy all the benefits that we know is able to produce and is producing in a number of key jurisdictions, but able to do that all over the world. It means in other countries where the impact of IP is not at the same level on those more sophisticated jurisdictions. But at the same time, we realize that the World Intellectual Property Organization has also a mandate to work with the private sector to be sure they are able to get benefit from the IP system, either through different mechanisms that facilitate access to the different IP categories, or either making sure that those businesses, including a small and medium-sized enterprise, has at hand the tools needed to get IP appropriate protection. And in that regard, forums like these are appropriate space for us to communicate the different work we are doing in that regard. Just to name one, this week we launched a new IP tool, an online tool that facilitates small and medium-sized enterprises worldwide to make a self-diagnostic of how they are in terms of IP. Let me finish in 2 minutes, Thomas, to be able to stay a little bit on time, telling you that in the Global Innovation Index 2021, Kuwait has the place 72, what is a quite important place because it reflects different effort being made in terms of policies in the field of innovation. And more relevant is even the fact that it's number 10 among the countries of the Northern Africa and Western Asia, showing a very strong position in that regard. Now, not all can be positive. When you analyze certain indicators about the position of the innovation activity in the country compared to the GDP of the country, then the country performs below expectation. What means there are a number of challenges there that needs to be addressed for the country to improve in that regard. On the contrary, when you take the indicators available, you will see that if you take the efforts that have been done in terms of inputs and outputs related to innovation, the country is performing very well, is in the line that shows an appropriate performance. In my view, the GI brings a number of very positive news to the different actors of the innovation ecosystem in the country, and will remain available in case there is a need, interest, or will to work with us in order to explore other potential action and activities to improve that ecosystem in the near future. That's the role of the organization, the World Intellectual Property Organization, and certainly I would be more than glad to discuss with you in what could be those avenues of cooperation. And I'm sure my colleagues in the Arab Bureau that are always in contact with the national authorities, and in particular with the Ministry of Commerce and Industry and with the IP office in Kuwait, will be more than available to discuss options for cooperation. Many thanks, and the floor is back to you, Thomas.
Thank you, Marco. Excellent presentation. And there's a Q&A section at the bottom of the Zoom lens. If you want to ask a question, that'd be a good place to do it. Our next I'd like to introduce my next speaker, which is Amin Hababe, and he is a professor and then holds a PhD in advanced manufacturing, and he works at Nottingham Trent University. Welcome, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Thomas. Masā al-khair. Good evening. I would like to start by thanking Dr. Hanadi Mbaraki for inviting me, and also to thank all colleagues for attending this session. If I could share the screen, hopefully. I don't know if you can see my slides.
We can.
Okay. So the presentation will be about innovation case studies towards reshaping lives and society, which basically will discuss some of the projects and innovation we do within the Product Innovation Center at Nottingham Trent University. So it's just a quick introduction. Nottingham is famous with Robin Hood. So if you are visiting Nottingham, you are welcome to visit me, and I'll take you on a tour to see Robin Hood and the castle. And we have also Sheriff of Nottingham as well. We have a history of more than 170 years. This is our Arkwright building. It's one of the first buildings that host the university. And the Product Innovation Center is a multidisciplinary research in terms of medical, energy, sustainability, innovation, consumer products. And I'll show you some examples of the work that we've been doing in this area. So the Product Innovation Center has an enabling technology side, and it's got also the sustainability side, and also applications in terms of condition monitoring and Industry 4. And also recently we have introduced air pollution monitoring applications as well. So we try normally to add value to products, or create new products that actually will solve problems. And the way I look at innovation is that solving problems that could be recognized or maybe not recognized yet by the society, because sometimes you actually, to observe somehow people actually use products or their needs. Sometimes people don't recognize actually they need a specific product or service, and this is part of the innovation, I believe, is to recognize there is a value to be added to a product, or to introduce new products in the market. So I just talk about how we train our students, our master students, undergraduate and PhD researchers, and how we work in terms of our consultancy. We normally start with an idea, and in most cases, we'll try to take the idea all the way to commercial reality. And this is how we train our students in relation to entrepreneurship and innovation. And we try to integrate different skills and knowledge from the design, the brainstorming, prototyping, networking, the technical skills, the presentation, etc. So we try normally to create real scenarios, and sometimes in collaboration with commercial products, to be able to train our students to solve problems and create a product that we could be introduced to the market. So we work from advanced technology all the way to art. So there is artistic side as well. Artistic side as well, which we shouldn't really ignore. So we need to think about what added value we can introduce to a product. So in terms of case studies, I'll start with some case studies in wave, wind, and solar energy. And if you need more information about any of those examples, please let me know. I'm happy to share any papers or presentations available in detail. So the first one is the energy from waves. So this is ongoing work about developing the technology to harness wave. And one of actually renewable energy, which is still not well utilized very well, is energy from waves. And we've developed new technologies for that. And we've tested the technologies, and and we work with industrial partners in relation to how much energy is produced and what is the payback period of such technology and so on. So this is an example of how we could work on renewable energy, building prototypes, testing them, and so on. Another example, also working with one of my students to develop a wave energy system using recycled components. In this example, we've used bicycle components to create low cost, low power wave energy generation system to enable people who are doing camping or in a small boat to generate electricity sufficient to charge a mobile phone and make emergency call, for example. And it's a very low cost system. The wave energy, also wind energy, we looked at different configuration of wind energy design, especially for the urban environment, how we could maybe create those sort of wind turbines on top of buildings or in parks, and make sure they are safe and they don't produce any sort of noise or flickering or shadow during operation. So we explored also different designs in relation to that. In terms of solar energy, I had the pleasure to visit Kuwait just before COVID. Actually, this is Dr. Isa Al-Mshai, and we've had a joint project on looking at micro-scale solar energy panels design and cooling systems. One has been published in Cleaner Production, and one is still, we are working on it. On the right-hand side, there is the indoor solar cooking, which is an innovation basically to introduce solar cooking, but actually having the oven inside the house, which is sort of innovative technique using sort of clever arrangement of mirrors, which is again has shown different sort of have seen different attention from the international sort of newspapers and TV stations, and we hope also to test that in situ. The COVID situation unfortunately prevented us from taking this project forward during the past 2 years due to travel restrictions. In terms of security, we worked with the police and on developing technology to basically detect concealed object weapons and knives and so on. So this is an example of the technology using infrared thermography, and it was presented in the Daily Mail as well in terms of technology. So you can see the difference between the left-hand side image of the visual image and the right-hand side, the infrared, which shows a person hiding some objects underneath clothing. And this is part again of the innovation that we worked with the police on. Water leakage detection. So this is one of the examples to try to, in the dry countries, try to see if there are pipes, buried pipes underground, where it could be water leakage detection without having actually to sort of dig the ground to be able to see the pipe. So again, using infrared thermography, we've tested the system, has been very successful, and the next stage also to take it to commercialization. Consumer products. One of the products that actually showed a lot of interest in the media was actually replacing the concrete blocks in washing machines with plastic containers that could be filled with water after installation. And I don't know if you know, there is a huge weight that washing machines have because to balance the drum, and those heavy weights actually they cost a lot in terms of transportation. So the idea was, can we reduce the weight, and after we install the washing machine, we fill the weights with water, and in that case we are actually transporting very light product. And we've tested the first prototype. It was very successful, and we worked with this one with a small company in Nottingham who actually wanted support in terms of developing the prototype and the testing process, and basically develop the idea further. Also, we sometimes experiment recycling products. So this is a heater, which is basically was designed from a kitchen refrigerator. So a normal fridge, an old one. What we've done actually, we re-engineered it to become a heat pump, and we recycled an old radiator to become a geothermal sort of radiator, and in that case we could produce, or we could produce 3 times the heating sort of capacity based on enhancing the coefficient of performance. And that was one of my students' projects, which was done a few years ago, and it was very successful. So it looked like a nice piece of furniture, but in fact, it's a heating system using an old fridge, recycled fridge. Medical applications, I apologize, there could be some images of needles, so apologies if you are sensitive to such images. So most people who go to the hospital will end up with a cannula inside or a vein, which simply to administrate medication or be giving drugs, or one of the issues sometimes is that there is a high number of failures, especially among children and women. And this idea started when actually my wife herself was in the hospital, and she suffered from failure in cannulation. So at that time, we worked on a research project to address the challenge and try to reduce the risk of failure. One of the also technologies we developed for that is a vein locator system, and the one on the right is using a mobile phone technology, a small scale one, to see the vein. And this is at the moment is a pending patent application. Also, we tried to develop different technology to see how can we see the vein, so that actually the clinician could insert the needle without much difficulty. The cannula itself, we developed the intelligent cannula, and the patent now is granted in Japan, Europe, UK, and there's a pending application in USA as well, which is basically is a hydraulic low-cost cannula where it will feel the pressure of the blood and automatically withdraw the needle, so to ensure that actually the cannula or the tube stays within the vein. And that is in development now for commercialization with the commercial partners. So this is some of these prototypes we've done with the intelligent cannula. So the front part is similar to any other cannula, but the back end actually where the clever application happens to reduce the failure of cannulation. Also, it has different applications in terms of we designed it as a cannula, but what we discovered that there are so many applications for the same invention in the medical and veterinary applications. So one of it is the trocar for laparoscopic surgery, and that also I had a student working on the new prototype for the surgeries, and actually that also attracted significant attention, and this now the technology is again under development. Also, we looked at the sport and medical applications, looking at the infrared thermography, the thermal profile with the sport athletes who are exercising, to look at how to design better clothing or smart textiles, to actually look at the distribution of heat when they are exercising. Looking at the vibration, the effect of vibrational blood circulation, what happens if there is a specific tool that basically generate high level of vibration, what would happen to the blood circulation. So this is some of the research we've done in the past as well. In terms of wet water resources, this is an interesting application. What we've done here, we tried to generate water from air using recycled fridges, and that actually attracted significant attention as well, because basically you could use solar energy and fridges that people throw away to create water or to condensate water in areas where there is a lack of water. And we developed 2 versions of this technology. It's a simple technology, but very effective. And actually it attracted the attention of many sort of media, and CNN is one of them. And these the 2 kids here is actually my children in Tunisia when we visited the Star Wars studio, because this is where sort of the idea came from, which is basically Star Wars movies. And I thought, okay, can we use maybe old fridges and create the same concept, which is condensation? And actually it worked very effectively. In terms of sustainable products, I had a student working with me on mycelium mushroom roots to create products, sustainable products. This is a speaker, which is basically basically built from very sustainable material, mushroom, the mycelium of the mushroom, and we managed to create products that's, I think I've got one on the shelf in my office, and it's been in very stable conditions for more than 5 years now. So I'm very proud with what we managed to achieve in relation to the product here. Sustainable buildings, we look at infrared thermography, insulation of buildings. The left-hand side one is in a hot country. You can see the air-conditioned flat, for example, is very cold in comparison to the rest of the building. And the right-hand side, the UK one, and you can see under the window, for example, there's a lot of heat dissipation because of the poor insulation of a wall. So this is examples of how we could use infrared thermography to advise people about insulation. One of the other technologies we worked on is energy from flooded coal mines, using geothermal heat to heat buildings. And basically the water underground in the UK from the flooded coal mines, it's at a stable temperature, about 15 degrees. So we can use that with heat pumps to heat buildings. In the Gulf, probably we could use the seawater to cool buildings using the same technology, using a heat pump. So this is also technology could be transferable to hot countries for air conditioning. So in a very hot summer day in the Gulf, for example, you could use the seawater and the heat pump technology so that to make the air conditioning system more efficient and therefore save significant energy and reduce carbon emission. We looked at the different applications of intelligent buildings, trying to look at the ambient temperature, the sort of people's behavior within a building, and the energy sort of consumed or wasted. And this is one of the key applications in terms of energy in buildings. We also look at thermal storage, and this is a new innovation, and we call it the water snake, which is basically new technology working with one of our industrial partners to create a stratified thermal storage. And this means if someone is having a shower, for example, you could consume and enjoy the hot water without the cold water being mixed with the hot water. And that way you save more energy in that case, rather than you have to basically mix the water, then you feel it's too cold, and then you have to wait to heat the water again. So this is one of the technologies that reduces the entropy of the thermal storage, which makes the thermal storage much more efficient in that relation. Again, I'm just very quickly going through examples, but if you want any information about any of the examples I'm presenting here, please get in touch, and I'll be happy to share with you any information. Industry 4 as well, we looked at intelligent machines, condition-based maintenance, or condition monitoring of machining operations to enhance productivity, increase the reliability of CNC machines and production systems. And this is an example of looking at the infrared thermography at the tip of the cutter during machining, for example. And again, using artificial intelligence, we could look at condition-based maintenance of machines, bearings, belts. We look at when the machine is expected to have the maintenance, and therefore you reduce the cost of maintenance and you increase the availability of the machine. So in terms of smart cities, for example, we've done work about overcrowding, which is now becoming also important in relation to COVID and the density of people. But where the application we had was in Hajj, looking at density of people in Mecca and Medina, and to look at sort of the distribution within the holy city as an intelligent application as a safety application for the future, and it's applicable in football stadium, and now because of COVID, in a busy sort of area, shopping mall, the same technology also could be used. In terms of education, this is so we, for example, we developed small scale systems such as energy from flooded coal mines simulator. We built to teach our students about the technology. For example, here we built a small scale system using a fish tank and a small scale model of a heat pump, just for the students as well to understand the concept. And this was actually built by students for the students as well. So the idea is we want to develop something that becomes easy to understand by the students and then be used by students as well to understand the technology. Another educational simulator with the patent was granted recently is about understanding the thermal insulation in buildings and how to use it for education for primary school or even university students. So the idea is using infrared thermography, using different insulation levels, students could look at the benefit of insulation, monitor the temperature, and then calculate or estimate the benefits of thermal insulation in buildings. And this could work for hot or cold countries, of course, depending on the technology of its heating or cooling application. So in conclusion, the first step of innovation is to recognize a problem or a need and the value added of a solution. And what I've learned actually from working in the design and innovation is that I'm always observant of any problems, any way I could enhance people's life and work on it. And at the moment we are working on a brain signal technology for the motor neuron disease sufferers. And we hope to create a product to help people who suffer from the illness, at least to communicate in the latest stage of their sort of illness. It's a very sad disease, and the patients who suffer from motor neuron disease will normally need a lot of help, especially of the last stages of their life, because they will not be able to communicate. So we're working on a technology at the moment in relation to that. And thank you very much indeed. I'm sorry if I took too much of your time. And this is my email. And if you Google NTU Product Innovation Center, you should be able to find me. And thanks very much indeed. It was a pleasure talking to you.
Excellent talk. I enjoyed it. I'm gonna put mine up now. Let's see here.
Thank you so much, Professor Amin. It is our honor to have one of leading inventor.
Thank you very much indeed. It's a pleasure to be
So
here.
I gather you don't sleep, right? That's the way you do all this, right? You're a sleepless machine. Well, I'm Tom O'Neill. I've been your moderator, and I have a presentation I want to provide you. And actually, it's really nice that everybody has kind of done my work for me and set up my presentation slides to be so aligned with what you're doing without us ever talking to each other. One of the things I believe in is certainly entrepreneurship and innovation. And this is a slide I show people because, you know, we all say the innovation-based economy can make everybody wealthy, but this is world GDP per capita for the last 3,000 years. So it clearly shows that since minus 1,000 till around 1900s, the GDP per capita was pretty much stagnant. And now if you look what's happened, this is blown up over the next 400 or just over 400 year, you can see what's happening. And it really, the Industrial Revolution really didn't have a big input on wealth per capita, but the innovation economy sure seems to be doing that. And I think the secret of that is there's smart people everywhere, right? I mean, ideas can come from anybody, any place. And right now with the new technology, you can do it from anywhere almost. So, and if you look at it, we still have a long way to go. That GDP per capita in US dollars is only about $6,500, but it wasn't even $1,000 for a long time. And the blue and the red lines is one's the high estimate and one's the low estimate, if you're wondering what the two lines are. And I like to show this to get things started. When you think about a regional economy, one of the things that I talk about the money and the way money flows, and this comes out of a business college, I think mostly, but we call bad money is money when you have in a community, you have to send outside to buy things, or when people you train and educate leave and go someplace else and go to another region and make that region more wealthy. Neutral money is the money that kind of circulates in the community. Again, the barber goes and buys lunch at the local diner, who goes and gets his hair cut someplace, and that money just circulates around. And the really good money is when you have people that are doing business internationally, or at least outside their town. They're bringing in money, and it helps everybody, not just the company that's bringing in money from outside their region by selling goods and services outside of region, but also it helps the neutral business, and it helps reduce the bad money going in because it replenishes some of the money that's been going outside of a region. So if you think about that in your economic development scheme, I think it helps people understand how to make things better. This is something I did as a university, with my university hat on, trying to explain to university administrators why we would do economic development and why we would want to patent patents and things like that. But you really got to start with a world-class research and facility that, you know, we talked about Oxford and Cambridge and places like that. And we have the good universities in California. There's good universities everywhere, but there's also places that have smart people that aren't in university. I keep telling that. So you fund these things, people come up with good stuff. They create great technology, and they create people with smart minds and are well-educated. Companies are formed. You help those companies grow and become successful with their product lines. You put them in a research part, you create jobs. And that usually gives back to the community, and that actually will take a long way back. That will fund your world-class research and facilities. So it's in your enlightened self-interest to do these things. This is the kind of three-dimensional pictorial image of that same thing. So you need top researchers and faculty, you need entrepreneurs who can take this stuff, you need money. It helps if you have a cluster. If you notice that the Cambridge example, they had industry clusters that seem to do better. People want to be around each other that are likewise. We had our IP person here. You need to understand how to do IP and the importance of IP and managing IP. And you need to really keep your top students engaged and keep them in your community. And then you do research, you generate the IP, you have a strategy to develop this stuff, do market research, commercialize it. And then the top of the iceberg is really the economic development. But you know, I tell people, you can't start at the top. You got to build this infrastructure where you have these clusters and innovation districts that can really build true economic development for a community. And this is what my attempt to kind of talk about it in terms of ecosystem. I got my PhD in innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystems. And one of the things I learned probably when I did this about 10 years ago, if you know, everyone makes a bubble graph, right? And usually they put themselves in the center of a bubble graph, right? And I realized if you're going to do innovation, you need to put the entrepreneur and the innovators in the center of this bubble, and you help them become prosperous with all these things you surround them with, and the whole community will succeed, you know. And you need intellectual capital, I think, to generate some new ideas in an innovation-based economy. Again, it comes from universities, colleges, nonprofits, research institutions, and other smart people in the community. But you also have the talent pool, not just the techies, but the C-level managers and execs that can go in and make these things become real. You need money, you need capital, you know, financial capital for sure. Angels, VC, philanthropy, we saw that today. Banks, government, corporate partners, how do you do it? And I find you really need someone who gets it, you know, your advocates and champions that say, why would you do this? Because you need to, right? What makes this thing work? Do you want to have a broad-based prosperity, or you want to just kind of keep going like you're doing? Usually someone's got to promote these things. They do take a long time to seed and really become successful. That's why I talk about this other stuff too, the resources you can do, the incubators, the SBDC, we call them small business development centers, other service providers that are kind of enlightened. Economic guarding is the term I use for supporting second stage companies. So it's good to do this stuff. And these little dashed lines, my attempt, the better these people talk to each other and hand off, you know, between the different sources, the better you'll be. And if the entrepreneur's in the middle and you always think about how you're going to make them be more successful, the whole system works better. Start with why. I think this is a good quote. You know, if you ever know Simon Sinek, he does the start with why. And there's, again, no power of change greater than a community discovering what it cares about. If you care about economic development, you care about it becoming an innovation-based economy, if you care about making a broad-based prosperity, then it makes it easier to figure out what you want to do if you get on the same page. And places like Austin and other people have figured that a long time ago. They call it unity of purpose and consistency of action, I think is a word. So they all get together and decide what they want to be, like what they care about, and they put together a plan to make it happen. And this is Simon Sinek, so I'd recommend doing it. If you haven't seen the TED Talk, he's really always inspirational to me. If you know why you're doing something, then you can always figure out how and the what. But if you only know the what and the how, you're probably not going to be very successful. And this is something I throw in, and I'm talking about building entrepreneurial communities, not self-employed people. This is a graph of self-employed per capita in OECD countries, and you'll see it goes down by the percentage of self-employed people. The more you have, the less income per capita you have. And the reverse is true. Use the spectrum. I wouldn't show you the slide, right? Entrepreneurship and developing growth companies, the more the percentage you have that in your community, the higher per income will be, the higher per capita income will be. And this is all again, the developed countries, and it's also probably true at somewhat to the developing and emerging companies as well, or countries. And in Florida, I always throw this up. Well, what is it? Why focus on startups and not just help the great big companies? Because this percentage here is self-employed. They're like in 30% of the companies, but only about 8% of the jobs. Stage 1 is 63% of the companies and about 44% of the jobs. And stage 2, which I'll define as 10 to 99, is 5% of the companies, but 30% of your jobs. So this is where you really create your net jobs. And if you're looking at a place like Florida or the U.S. in general, they're pretty similar. Companies of 100 employees or less represent about 99% of all the companies and about 82% of the jobs. And I think innovation in small companies are everywhere. This is the heat map in the United States only, but this is where new jobs and new startups are coming. And you see the usual suspect, the Boston's, New York, the Silicon Valley, but you also see places you hadn't thought about in the Midlands, like in Denver. And here, Naples, Florida, who would have figured, right? This is Chicago. You can see this, the red is higher density of activity, but these are all the startups and growing small companies are located in the US. And so think about an ecosystem that has support for all these stage companies. Think about how to make them more successful when they're starting, get them when they're really young at stage 1, and help them all the way through to become a fairly significant large company and they're doing things on their own. And also develop your clusters, right? Think about the horizontal and the vertical stuff. Have a big broad base to help early stage companies, the small ones, have some also support for the second stage, and then get them, some support all the way up to the very, very big companies. And what is your industry sectors? And Orlando, for example, it's financial, tourism, real estate, and constructions are our big industry clusters with an emerging tech scene in optics, lasers, and modeling and simulation. And again, can you help? And this is a study I did about, I think, I don't remember whenever it was, but these are companies that started at the same time outside an incubator. And these are the companies that started at the same time in the same region, in the same industry sector that were in an incubator. So as you can see, the revenue increased, and so did the jobs. Bigger number, grew faster too. And what do we try to do when we help these companies? The number one reason startups fail is because they're building something that nobody wants. And I was really happy to see, discover the problem first, and then you can discover how the solution is, right? Number 2 reason is hiring poorly. So again, these are things that people make mistakes with all the time. You can see the majority are these top 3 subjects. So as you're trying to help these companies become more successful, you can help them with these things, what they do badly. Don't let them make the same mistakes over and over again and be a drain on your resources in the community. And what you're trying to do, and this is, forgive me, this is a baseball analogy, and I forget, maybe some people don't know what baseball is, but these are strikeouts, these are base hits, and these are home runs. These are your gazelles or your unicorns down here at the bottom. So what you're trying to do with these resources is shift the curve down. You're not going to eliminate strikeouts ever, but if you can make them fewer and get the base hits to be higher and the home runs to be higher, that's what you do when you put together these innovation ecosystems to help become more successful. That's the goal. Reduce your risk, and actually reduce customer risk. Most techies, again, I'm an engineer by training, so I understand why we do this, but we think about risk in terms of the technology not going forward, as opposed to no one wanting to buy it. So what you want to do in a lot of these ecosystems is really reduce the risk of your customer, right? Go out and talk to them and find out what they really need. Find out what the problem is before you provide a solution for it. And this is I like to kind of close on this. I think I got a little bit of time, but this is what it looks like. And forgive me because I'm a sailor and it helps me to do the analogy, but this is what you start off in the beginning when everybody has a great idea. It's just like the wild river, rat races you have and stuff, and people all over the place. But eventually you know, one of these or two of these folks will actually start getting their act together, and you can help them with SBDCs and entrepreneurship centers and things like that to figure out how they do this stuff. Before you know it, they're in the game, right? They're racing. They're here, lined up with all the competition. The competition is heavy, and they still have a huge chance of being kind of a failure or failing because they didn't do things right. But, you know, out of here will emerge some winners, and they'll get better, and they'll start having different things. You have to help them grow. You'll notice here, it's like 1 or 2 people in these boats. Now you're up to 5, 6 people. You have different roles for people got to provide. You know, they have to grow themselves, you know, become more of a CEO, learn to hire better, learn how to do accounting, and learn to do all the things they didn't have to do before when they were all doing it together. And the goal is to get them to here, and you can still help them. I mean, at this point, the owner may not even be on the boat. Over here, the owner's there, right? Over here, the founder may be not even on the boat. He may be putting this thing together, and they're raising money, and you're doing different jobs. So how do you get them to go better? How do you know how to get them to where their customers are? How do you help them become successful at this stage? So I use this because they're all different. They all need different things at different times. So if you can right size your entrepreneurial ecosystem so you serve all these people, they won't have to leave your community to get the help they need. So have it all either local or have it so where they can get access to it. And this is another, forgive the water analogy, but this is what happens when you take a piece of barren land and drop some old oil rigs on it. And you can create this really thriving community now because there's structure there. There's way for people to build things. You'll see fish and diocides, and this really was a piece of land that was providing no help to anybody until they decided to do something about it. And they put the infrastructure in and had a strategic plan to make it happen. And this is my last slide. I can say I am a nerd. This is what I like to close on. This is Klingon for danger laser radiation. So in case you're wondering what that meant. All right. And with that, I'll stop my sharing. And we have a total of like 2.5 minutes left for questions for anyone in this panel if you want to talk about things. There is a chat mode, a question and answer down here, which I don't see any right now, but I'm going to try to get us to, well, it's lunchtime here. I'm not sure what time it is for everybody else, but with that, I'll turn it back over to our host, Dr. Hannity. Of course, I have this coming on now. It's kind of interesting. Any questions from anybody? Okay.
Can I just ask a question, Thomas?
Yes.
Malcolm Parry,
Please
you've
do.
got some very, very interesting slides there. You put copyright on the bottom of them. Is any of that available to, if you're credited, to promote that?
Oh yeah, well, I can make these slides available to everybody. I put copyrighted because someone actually stole my slide one time. I went to a conference and there it was.
Without your name on it?
Without my name on it, yeah.
Oh, bloody cheat.
So one of my lawyer friends told me, why don't you just put copyright at the bottom and then at least they got to ask you for it.
Okay, thank you.
Tom, can I ask a question if you have time for
We
more?
have at least 1 more minute left, yeah.
Okay.
But I'm not in charge of the conference. This is session, so.
You are the boss, so I thank you for letting me speak. Question, I really love the presentation. Just a question, since I have only 1 minute. How does your model of ecosystem compare to Dan Eisenberg model?
You know, I can't answer it real quick. I'll take it offline with you though. It's a long answer. We only have like 1 minute.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Good. Thank you. Hadi, we're finished now. Right on time.
يا هلا يا هلا.
She's multitasking, I can tell.
Thank you so much, Professor O'Neill, for chairing the roundtable, and thank you so much for the keynote speakers for joining our conference. It is our honor to be part of our conference and celebrating with us with Entrepreneurship Week. I think now Aliyah will take care about next sessions. The next sessions, it's Practitioner Session 4, Strengthen the Traditional and Virtual Services for Innovation and Entrepreneurship Initiatives and a Program. Alia?
هلا دكتورة.
أهلين هلا فيك حبيبتي.
الحمد لله. First of all, thank you for hosting the event and the conference. I would like to introduce myself. My name is Alia Shamfari. I'm the founder of Binova, which is a tech startup. And today we will be having in this session 4 different speakers. We will start with Dr. Ali As-Samawi from the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, the OECD. Dr. Ali, if you're ready, you may start.
I think Engineer Hassan can start. I give him call. He told me I'll be coming in shortly, but I think if Engineer Hassan starts will be better to preventing any delay in the agenda. Thank you.
Hi, good evening all. Yes, I can start with the session if you have time. So I'm honored to be like a keynote in this conference, the international conference. And Dr. Nadi, maybe your mic is not open. Sorry, we can't hear you, Dr. Anna. I can see you are talking, but I cannot hear you.
I think Engineer, if you start, that would be great. Engineer Hassan Al-Lani, Professor of Strategic Management, innovator of an intelligence contract management system. Whenever you're ready, you may start your presentation.
I will start it right away. Give me just 1 minute. All right, just make sure that the screen is already shared. Please let me know that the screen is sharing and everybody can see. Alia?
You're good to go.
Okay, all right. I'm talking today about contract management system, which is really an innovative system in-house developed to have a sufficient innovative way for the oil sector in Kuwait to reduce the time of payment. Just to give you a hint about the impact, why we went in oil sector into digitization. Of course, everybody know that economically Kuwait depending more than 95% of oil production. Based on our reserve, we are about 95 years away for the last barrel to be produced. Our cost per barrels within Kuwait is around $8.5 per barrels. And this cost is increasing due to the age of our reservoir and the surfaces contract that we need to extract or export the oil from the earth or reservoir into the surface and export it internationally. That's why we focus also on international based on the report for the State Audit Bureau that they mentioned that we have a losses due to inventory management system. We have a losses with 3.7 million KD due to medical management department. We have a contract management issues with some of the department in healthcare or Ministry of Health, also Ministry of Education. We have also issues in contract management. Ministry of Media in Kuwait also, they have around 4.6. I'm running fast because I know I have a short time for my speech. Of course, GPS tracking for some trucks within Kuwait based on the audit reports shows that we have a losses about 8.8 million KD. Let me jump to the contract management. What is an innovative way of changing things? we have like a standard based on the standard way or tool to have innovation, part of it of changing part of subject. Like if you can see the trade mill is changing, the way we are running is just changing part of the subject, or changing or pending the specific features within a specific product, can do an innovative way for the straw, for example. Within oil sector, based in the state of Peru, we have different type of services. We are doing around 30,000 jobs a year into our wells, and those type of services between something testing the well, taking measurement downhole, pressure, temperature, etc. All those type of services from exploration to production allow us to produce or monitoring or determining the best way of producing the oil. But those type of services having an OPEX charge in our sector. I'm studying the map for that group doing the services, starting with the standardization of roadmap, analyze the task and the workflow, eliminate the waste based on Kaizen standard to reduces the time from request up to payment of that contract. Based on that, we specified type of tasks that need to be eliminated within the workflow to reduces the time from 70 days up to 13 days. The innovative way of changing the roadmap allow us to reverse the task, sometimes from contractor to KOC or to KOC to contractor. And those type of reverse, which is one way of innovation, as specified earlier, is really giving us to eliminate the duplication within the workflow. After that, we studied the impact of changing the workflow with that reverse order within the workflow system or the value chain. And it has been proven to save time and money to KOC, especially for kilometer driven going and back, if some tasks have been digitized within the workflow. After implementing that innovative reverse order workflow system with digitization, we satisfied based on the analytical tool that the upper specification limit, we reached 13 days instead of 70 days within our jobs. The process and the contract management was managed properly, and we have saved a lot of time, but giving notification by analyzing the price within the oil sector. Those type of digitized data after implementing within a year time allow us for a better negotiation within our OPEX contract. Alhamdulillah, we have also integrated a KOC system to Ministry of Oil system, which give them a report directly to Ministry of Oil, which satisfied the report to OPEC. And that type of reports allow the ministry to save time from 30 days to a click, a second, real-time data between KOC, Ministry of Oil, and OPEC organization. My takeaway from this speech, or finally, usually the sectors or organizations go directly for digitization without analyzing the roadmap or the process map, without taking care of which tasks need to be eliminated first, which tasks need to be reversed, which task has been or have a duplication within the workflow before you go to digitize your or automate your process. This is my speech for today. My passion is to take this and implement it across all Kuwait, and hopefully we are moving from KOC to Ministry of Oil, and my dream is to implement this in-house workflow developed system, or the way that we are doing it to all or across Kuwait's country within ministry. Thank you for your listening, and if you have any questions, please let me know. I hope that I didn't take more time than what I've booked for today.
I think
Alia?
you're just about time. It's exactly 10 minutes. So thank you for the commitment.
Most welcome.
Thank you, Engineer Hassan. We will be now moving to Yusuf Al-Rumi, founder of Fikra Company. Yusuf, whenever you're ready, please start.
Yes, hello. Hello?
Hello, Yusuf.
Yeah, you can hear. Okay, good. Sorry, I was told there would be a Q&A.
There are the protocol of our conference, no Q. Hi, Yusuf, how are you? No Q&A at all. Only the roundtable discussions included only the speakers who is talk in the same track, and we leaving each group talking together and discussing what they prefer for 10 minutes to catch up the agenda. With respect to the Q&A, we remove it from our event because we hire Hoover AI platform, and this one doing matching speakers with attendee, with also related to the social media. Then you can contact anyone in the conference and talking and doing what you prefer. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. My name is Yusuf Al-Rumi. I am the founder of Fikra Media Management Company. It's a company dedicated for creating events here in Kuwait, specializing in video game events. Due to the pandemic, we've been doing this for over 10 years. Due to the pandemic, we have shifted our work from physical to digital. And our purpose is to enlighten companies and people about the benefits of the video game industry as a business. The video game industry is a industry that is over $150 billion annually. And unfortunately, it is missing a huge presence here in the Middle East. And through our work, we try to get the companies from Japan, Europe, America, etc., to invest in the Middle East through our events. We do many events. We do esports events. We do game expos. We do contests and anything related to the video game culture community. And just recently, 3 weeks ago, we created a digital expo focusing on game exhibitions right here in Kuwait, online, October 28th to the 30th. It was an online event with over 12 countries participating and 30 speakers into talking about their games, talking about how to use games as a development tool, how to use games as a way to motivate, young people to be more creative. We had an art contest, where you draw your favorite, game character, etc. And we are a small team, a small Kuwaiti team of about 10 people that do this every year. And and we just we had challenges changing our work from physical to digital. Because we are used to meeting people usually physically in convention centers, but obviously the convention center here in Kuwait is now the vaccine center. The industry, like I said, is $150 billion. We can create over 2,000 jobs per year in Kuwait by having these companies investing here in Kuwait, focusing on the youth, focusing on their talents. We have a lot of talented people here in Kuwait. And also, one thing I would like to point out is we created a website not too long ago that is focused on managing for events. It is the first website in the Middle East for event management specifically for video games. What that means is we have contests called cosplay contests, which is when people dress up as their favorite character and do a show on the stage. And for them to do that show, they have music or a soundtrack or whatever that they use. And you can upload this music You can register for the contest on our website. You can upload your soundtrack or your music on our website. So everything will be prepared for you in advance before you do the show, as well as our art contest. You can also apply for these art contests online. You can create events, you can collect payments. And there's many other features in the website, that we are still working on that will be released in the near future. And that is really it. That's all I really have to say today. I was told to keep it under 10 minutes. So I hope this was under 10 minutes.
Thank you, Yusuf. You're definitely less than 10 minutes. So I think we're good in terms of the agenda. That's an interesting sector. I think e-gaming is starting to be really powerful, especially nowadays, even after COVID and during COVID, the amount of investments in e-gaming has risen a lot throughout different countries as well. I think now we will be moving to I think is replacing yes. No, sorry. Fawzia Sabah from the Kuwait Entrepreneurs Association. Whenever you're ready, you may start.
Hello.
Hi, Fawzia.
Hi. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this conference, especially Dr. Hanadi Mbarki. I would like to thank my colleague and all of the participants. So I am Fawzia Al-Sabah, the Vice President of Kuwait Initiators and Entrepreneurs Association. We are a Kuwaiti association that promotes entrepreneurship, and we encourage others to start their own companies. Also, we represent entrepreneurs in public and private sectors, and we work in committees to simplify the procedures and reduce bureaucracy in Kuwait. Additionally, we market the state of Kuwait to attract new and foreign investors to start and invest in Kuwait. So some of our goals as an association is to train the youth to start their own projects and businesses according to the requirements of the market. So that means when a young entrepreneur comes to me and wants to open a cafe or restaurant, I would say, please change the idea. We need a new innovative idea for a business. Cafes and restaurants, we have a lot of cafes and restaurants in Kuwait. We are the capital of food. So I train them and qualify them to start a business using technology innovation other than the traditional ways. Also, we improve and create a better business environments for SMEs in line with the new Kuwait Vision 2035. The state of Kuwait or the government of Kuwait actually supports SMEs in various ways. We have the National Fund for Small and Medium Enterprises Development with a capital of 2 billion KD to fund the entrepreneur, and each entrepreneur may get up to 500,000 KD per business model, or depending on their business model, up to 500,000 KD funding. Also, we have the Industrial Bank of Kuwait, which funds the entrepreneurs in assets, equipments, or cars other than money. But as an entrepreneur, I don't need the money. Sometimes I need the experience. I need the know-how, especially the youth. They have to have the experience to start their own business. Therefore, the Youth Public Authority started a project called Al-Mubadirin, or I would say it in English, the entrepreneurs. It's an academy for a youth or a young person to enter this academy with a business idea, and they help them with the model and give them the experience to start an actual business. As an association, non-profit organization, our role is to work with these three sectors other than and also other sectors to help entrepreneurs and young people to start their own businesses using innovation. Because as entrepreneurs, we must be innovative, because actually innovation is what keeps the business on growing. The only problem we have in Kuwait is that a lot of entrepreneurs shifted to e-business, electronic commerce or business or mobile commerce, having a website or an application. But we don't have license that says I'm an owner of this application, or I am an owner of website. Still now, the Ministry of Commerce does not see us as a business. I don't need a physical office to run an application, nor I need a physical office to run a website. I want a virtual office. My staff can be from everywhere in the world, especially nowadays. Globalization made it easier for me to hire off-source. So we're working as an association with the Ministry of Commerce to simplify this procedure and make a new license for the owners of applications and websites. So I think that's it for today, and I might be more faster than Mr. Yusuf Rumi. And thank you all.
Thank you very much, Fawzia. I think that's really, it relates totally to the session. I think we will start the round table with a question maybe directly to Fawzia, since you mentioned that some of the programs that you're working with is tackling both elements, the virtual and the traditional way. So how do you think you can maintain the sustainability out of these programs, so to ensure that we do not want to diverse all the outcomes of the ideas of the youth of for example, only to e-commerce, but we can balance all other different sectors?
I think the question is for me, right?
Yes.
Okay, so in the association, we have a lot of committees: industrial committee, mobile commerce committee, e-commerce committee, agricultural and food sector committee. So each of us handle this youth or these young people who are interested in a specific, let's say, road. I don't want all of them to be in the food sector, nor I want them all to be in the mobile commerce sector. So I have to diversify the youth into different categories in what the market needs. I don't want to overload the market with things that the market doesn't even need.
True. That's amazing. I will have an open question for Yusuf and Engineer Hassan. What's your advice to strengthen out the traditional and the virtual services and to empower more innovation throughout from your experience? So that's an open question to share some of the takeaways, additional takeaways. Engineer Hassan or Yusuf, anyone can start.
Can you repeat the question? You go first. You go first.
Again, Alia, sorry for your question.
Okay, so from your own experience, how do you think we can strengthen out the hybrid services, whether it's traditional or virtual, to empower more innovation in the sector?
I re-emphasize about the tool of innovation to get the competitive advantage. The idea is not to use the technology and you don't have a business model. To build a business model, you need a competitive advantage, and to know your competitive advantage and to target your customer at that time, you need to utilize the technology to support your competitive advantage. I believe this is what I believe, and this is what I highly recommended to take away from this.
That's great.
Yusuf, you have?
Yeah, I just wanted to add to what Fawzia just said, that she's talking with the ministry about creating like new laws with the ministry to support these new businesses, because our laws are a bit outdated. So I also think that we should be talking to the ministries to create new laws for the digital age to support these new businesses.
Fawzia, you're laughing. Tell me.
Because it's true. We're
yes.
outdated. Unfortunately, all of the countries have outpassed us And that's really sad.
Every single thing I've ever done in 10 years has no laws for it in Kuwait.
Exactly. Agree, totally agree.
I think Dr. Ali is not here yet, so I think that's a recap to the session 4. Doctora, I think we will be moving to session 5 whenever they're ready.
Thank you so much, Alia, for running the round table. Thank you for the speaker, for your participation and focusing in economic diversifications, while I'm the expert in economic diversifications program worldwide. Let me check, Alia, if David is there, who will chairing the next sessions. We're waiting the last speaker. He have some problems, technical aspect. Moment. Excuse me, Yusuf, can you give us an overview about your last conference in games?
Yes.
It will be it's very large conference we make in annual basis. Would you give us an overview about this conference? It's so interesting.
Sure. It's called our expo is called GX, or the Games and Media Entertainment Expo. It started in 2014. It's a physical event. The last 2 years we have done it digital. We just finished, like I said, 3 weeks ago, October 28th to the 30th. It's a showcase for gaming companies to show their games. We even had an art contest where artists show their drawings. We had, I actually have the schedule right here. We had people from companies such as EA, Electronic Arts, from Epic Games. We had voice actors. We had video game composers and esports panel, everything all included in that, showcase for 3 days. It was a 25-hour broadcast over 3 days. Each day was about 8 hours each. We had, I believe, over 5,000 people watching from all over the world watching this event. And let's see, what else did we have? We even had the digital orchestra, where there was an orchestra playing live from America, and we broadcast it on our channel, playing video game music to the viewers. And we had a bunch of discussion panels, roundtable discussions, and we just had, a good time, just making this event. If you are still waiting, I can maybe show a quick video from the event if you guys like.
Yusuf, if you can share the video until Dr. Hanadi or Alia, they are ready for the next presentation. Let's stay, utilize the time.
Yeah, it's honestly just a funny, it's just a funny clip. Just to lighten the mood. 1 second.
اوكي تفضل.
I was muted. Is the next speaker ready?
Excuse me, Yusuf, the next speaker is Star, please.
تفضل تفضل. Yes, you can continue.
Thank you so much. Go ahead, Alia. Thank you so much, Dr. Ali. We have some technical aspects. Thank you so much. Alia? Alia? عطني موبايلي يمكن قاعد دق لي هي قاعد تسوي كونتاكت.
Hello, everyone. I think it will be useful to take use this time to maybe have another round of questions until the next speakers are ready. So I think if the previous speakers, if you're still here, maybe we talk about or share experiences about how we could maybe empower more innovation to the ecosystem in terms of Yusuf mentioned how we can empower, for example, the ecosystem. Maybe we could add or maybe empower more innovation to the sector as well. So I think for Yusuf and Engineer Hassan, the discussion is open. If you'd like to share any tips, any advices to the listeners, you may start.
Excuse me, Alia. I'm so sorry to interrupt your sessions, but I would like to do a quick presentation about the SMEs in the GCC, which added value to our conference. And I will share my slide in a quick way to wrap up this time. Accept my apology, and after that, maybe you can open a quick discussions.
Go ahead, Doctora.
صار share screen. The impact of SMEs in the GCC and how its MSEs added value in economic development in the GCC. We're making some studies about the GCC, and we're using a quantitative approach. The objective of our study is to investigate and identify the strengths and weaknesses of SMEs as a vital tool in economic development and economic growth. In our study, we're using the methodology. Our methodology, it's a mixed methodology approach. What you see it in the corners, this is my publications book. All it's available in Amazon.com. The mixed method approach, it's focusing in quantitative. We're using a survey, and we're making survey questionnaires in the GCC. We're distributing our survey online using SurveyMonkey, and we're collecting their feedbacks, and we're doing analysis. Then we stated the conclusion. And the second methodology is qualitative. We use multi-case study interview. We're doing real case studies, and we're interviewing the president for each program. We're collecting some information. We provide us with official documents indicated the result of their outcomes in annual basis. The chart of our methodology, we're starting with leading journal and conference who's published about the SMEs in the GCC and worldwide. We're using a quantitative approach and to finding the strength and weaknesses, and to finding the conclusion. Our survey, consists, the sample of our survey is 172 participants. The response rate is 85%. We're using SPSS for the analysis, the software, and using descriptive analysis. This is our methodology, which lead us finding the strength and weaknesses of SMEs in GCC. The result of our study, we find 6 SMEs strengths. The first, it's government support. The domestic product from SMEs indicated 59%. Secondly, promoting domestic product for SMEs on a global product, 47%, which means the government all the time supporting the domestic product instead of using international product. This is helping the SMEs to survive in the market, and also to get a high rate of return. Third, easy legal and administrative procedure for establishing the SMEs around 46%. This result of this study helping the government implemented one Windows for establishment the SMEs. In the previous years, before the one Windows, this is all the SMEs having a problem losing money in establishing the company, while the legal and administrative procedure is very long procedure and it's taking long time, more than 9 months, and some people taking 1.5 years based on our study. But now, after implement the One Windows and also online services, the SMEs can issuing their license within a few weeks. Number 4, it's providing training courses for entrepreneur. It's 46%. Then the entrepreneur sometimes it's expert in one area. For example, he is expert as a chef, but he is not expert as a manager to running the company. Then when he's starting the startup, he will be weak in some experiences and in some let's say missing knowledge in some area, in management area, in administrative area, in financial area. Maybe it's expert in one area, but it's weak in other area. Then he needs training courses. Number 5, we find the strength is supporting the SMEs to joining incubation and accelerator program. And we're finding around the percentage is 43%. Number 6 is established social media camp to educate public about potential of SMEs in economic development. It's around 43%. This is mean it's the public need to be educated about the potential of SMEs and how it's those SMEs value added to the economy. We indicate from our study there are some weaknesses. The weaknesses it's listed as following. Number 1, it's lack of funding during the initial phase of SMEs, 46%. Some SMEs, they don't prefer to taking loan or they taking fund from the agency, which lead those people or those SMEs collapse after a year or a year and a half. Secondly, lack of managerial skills. This is what we're talking before. Some startup, they don't have managerial skills. Maybe he is only expert in chef or expert in some area. Number 3, we find lack of liquidity during the continuation of SMEs, which contribute negatively in running business. This is 39%. Excuse me. Competition of domestic and global market, 38%. We found in the comparison between domestic and global market, there are a strong competition. Specifically, China pushing to the market plenty of products in very low prices, as a cheap prices, and for local prices or for local SMEs, they hire their prices to be a little bit high to survive in the market. But in comparing to the other products from the global market, maybe it's the competition will be very strong. Poor visibility study of SMEs, which lead failure of the company. Some SMEs having poor visibility study, or it's not serious in doing the visibility study, going for any company doing for them visibility studies to getting only fund, and after getting the fund, they don't know how they implemented or how they running the company. Then this company will be failed shortly. Number 6, it's high competition of a global product against domestic product. We find 34%. Our conclusion for our study, this study indicated that SMEs in the GCC are powerful element for the following. First, it's economic growth. This is what we discussed in earlier stage. Secondly, economic diversification. Third, increase the employment level of young generation. We prefer the young generation starting their startup and their companies, and this is we can support them. Number 4, accelerate the self-employment. He can work by himself. Number 5, fostering the entrepreneurship. This is what is my conference focusing in entrepreneurship. Number 6, explore that entrepreneur training and social benefit. This is supporting the entrepreneur with social benefits and training. And this is the conclusion of my study. This is my book. It's available in Amazon. My publication, the first book talking about innovation and entrepreneurship as a powerful tool for modern economy, what we're discussing and what is we focusing in our conference. This book, it's focusing on business incubator worldwide. It's a first book through the world who is comparing developing countries about best practices of business incubation. This book, it's talking about the procurement of international business incubation worldwide. And thank you so much. This is all my picture through the world while I've been and presenting my presentations or presenting myself worldwide. Thank you so much for sharing my knowledge with you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hanadi, for the great presentation.
Thank you so much, Alia.
I think maybe it's about time to move to the section 5.
Excuse me, Alia.
ايش دكتورة؟
Yes, ممكن انجينير حسن يعطينا شو اسمه latest applications for artificial intelligence على ما يدخل next round table sessions.
Okay, let me prepare just the slide and I will be there.
No, not a slide. Just give us يعني خلينا نقول latest application about artificial intelligence. ها؟ منو؟ اي. Okay, go ahead, engineer حسن. على بس ما على ما الراوند تيبل الثانية تكتمل.
Okay, it's clear that I really need to emphasize about the performance management and the digitization or the innovative way of doing digitized or transformation or digital transformation. The major part of performance management is you have to put your strategic for entrepreneur, of course, it is the competitive advantage, as I mentioned. But for really any organization, they have a specific strategy, and that strategy, it should be smart. measurable, within time, capable to implement, and it has to be reviewed so to take a corrective action. The innovative way is to utilize the technology to make sure that you have a good measurement. Of course, the technology today for the blockchain, the automation of the flow or the workflow within your process, the way you give the training to employee without losses of time of your functional area. In addition, how you change the culture within the organization. We have, like in people, is the most challenging part, is the culture. I call it the hard change within any organization or entrepreneur. You have, especially for the old age organization, they have many employees, they have used for specific workflow or business process. And if you need really to change that, you need to give that type of employee to be involved in drawing your strategy, involve them, and utilize the technology to have all the inputs, measure the parameter within your organization, and utilize the technology to give you a real-time data. Within Kuwait oil sector, for example, the main functional, of course, is the production of oil. And the major part within, as an example, the major part of producing oil and parameter that you need to measure is the pressure, temperature, the flow regime, the samples and the chemicals that you have within the network of flow lines. That type of real-time data give a better decision and a better response time to respond to gain oil production faster, maintain your production, and to give a health reservoir pressure and temperature. This is really critical within the oil sector, as an example. If I went to the entrepreneur for selling products or services, of course, you need to have a targeted customers. And to do that type of analysis, I believe you have a technology today to do like a quick survey, do the analysis targeted within your, even utilizing the social media. Now you can target your sector or your customer better than before. The technology and innovation is open today for a lot of possibilities, but of course, you have to make sure that you are utilizing those technology for the objective. Is it really matter to be efficient or effective? Usually, this is the question that I always ask any organization that would like to perform well. I believe on effectiveness first before efficient, because you need to go to the right direction before you work on efficiency. Yes, Ustad Muhammad, you would like to add anything? I can hear that you open your mic, please.
Yes, I have I have questions. I have couple of questions and observations. First of all, Assalamu alaikum. Mohammed Badroni. I am Algerian American based in California. My interest has been for the past 20 years in the area of entrepreneurship education and entrepreneurship ecosystems. But before that, I am really happy to have connect with Kuwait. I lived and worked there in the 80s for a certain number of years, and I'm very happy to see young Kuwaitis getting in this area of entrepreneurship and startups and building a robust ecosystem. So the question I have is really, is there in Kuwait some kind of, I know there are a lot of entities, a lot of associations, a lot of initiatives, a lot of organizations working toward building an efficient and robust ecosystem. So the question I have is there like central focus point that makes sure that all of these institutions, pillars, initiatives are working together to reach this goal of building a robust ecosystem in Kuwait?
If the question for me, I will be honest with.
I think for everybody, it's not
Yes,
addressed to
yes, I can add the point. For in this stage within Kuwait, I believe we need to build the infrastructure very well, especially the
excuse me, Engineer Hassan. I'm so sorry. I don't want to interrupt.
It's okay.
But just now I received phone call from David Mead with their staff to starting their track. And I think you can discuss personally through Hoover or through any social media with Mr. Mohammed, and more than welcome to discuss together or to waiting till end of the conference, because they call me now, Mr. David, to join on time. I'm so sorry, Dr. Mohammed, about second time, but we hope so we can address all your ambitious and questions. Go ahead, David, to start, please.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hanadi, and I would like to start today saying that it's a real pleasure to be with such an international audience. I don't know that there's anyone else who have organized a conference like Dr. Hanadi have done for us this week, which has such a wide representation from ecosystems around the world. It's really an achievement, Dr. Hanadi, that you have been able to get so many experts here in place. All the way from Malaysia, where Safura is joining us in this session. It is 2 o'clock at night in Malaysia right now, AM, and we also have Pierre joining from Australia in pretty much the same time zone. We have in this session also David Fonseca calling in from Texas. We have Hilton Tønnesen calling in from Johannesburg, South Africa. And that is just this session. Think about all the other sessions throughout this conference with this representation. It is very special. And the other thing that I would like to say is that I appreciate about this conference that it is focused on practitioners. We are talking here about...
Thank you, David. All the time, I remind the people, we are not academic conference, we are practitioner conference who is building the infrastructures for the ecosystem.
Exactly. And that is what I really appreciate about this conference, and where we can really learn from each other in the face-to-face meetings with entrepreneurs, in the workshops that we are organizing, in the board positions that we take place, in the investments that we are making. It is all those practical actions that makes a difference to not only the businesses and to the investors, but to the ecosystems around the world. So what a wonderful opportunity for so many cultures and representatives to be together here today. So I am going to kick off the session, and then I am going to ask questions to some of the experts that we have on the panel here for the next hour or so. But I want to kick off today with something very practical. I want to talk about some of the things that is close to my heart and my business as well, which is really how advisors are working on a daily basis. And we have made a simple framework for our own understanding, and we hope it can be helpful for you as well. It is a framework that we are sharing with you and that you can use in your own organization. So let me just take this as a way to get a big picture of what's going on when you advise a business, whether you are in a university incubator, whether you are in a commercial incubator, an accelerator, maybe you are in a business support center, or even if you are in an investment company. So, one of the things that all of us are doing in practical life is that we are onboarding a client, an entrepreneur, someone is joining our program. And if you are in an accelerator, the onboarding might be where you get an application. And to make this in a good way, you got to make the right application. You have to answer the right questions. You need to make sure that the people who comes in have sufficient information about your program. So one of the questions we can ask ourselves is, how do we create 5-star onboarding processes so that anybody who enters our program gets received like you would be received in a 5-star hotel. Do they know you very well? Do they know your preferences? Do they know your needs? Do they make sure that you get through the right door, that you get the offerings that are relevant to you? So there's a whole lot of things about the onboarding process itself before you even let people into your program where there's room for improvements. And for Growthwheel as a technology company, we try to make software to improve that onboarding process, but it goes beyond the software. And any organization who's a practitioner and who's here today can ask themselves that question. What is it really that makes a good onboarding process? Now, once the client have gotten through the door and you start working with them as an investor, accelerator, incubator, or small business program, you need to assess the client's needs. And what's the best practice for that? How do you assess someone's needs? Well, there's a lot of ways to do that out there. Traditionally, we were asking for business plans. Today, not so many people do it anymore. They are very long. Nobody likes to write them. Nobody likes to read them. And they're old, obsolete, before they get started. There's also simple tools like SWOT analysis that may be too simple to assess a business. Today, we got tools like Business Model Canvas, which we think is great because it's holistic and it is visual and a simple tool. Others are making assessments through financial analysis. So maybe you find, if you are an investor, the way that you assess the client's needs is to go through their financials to really find out how you can make an assessment. And there are other tools out there. Growthwheel is an example of a tool as well that can be used for assessment. So as we are designing our programs and are becoming better practitioners, we should ask ourselves, what is our tools for assessment? Are we using the best tools? Are we using the right technologies? And not just doing assessment by asking the question, how can I help you? What is your needs? We can do better than that with technologies that are there today, and it's for all of us to explore that further. The third step in the 6-step process for business advisors is to share tools and information. And this can be seen in a very broad way. These are things that you're already doing in your program if you are a practitioner. So you might be sharing YouTube videos or blog posts. Maybe you made your own tools. Maybe you're using Growthwheel. Maybe you're using Business Model Canvas. But it goes beyond tools. Sharing tools also means sharing information resources. So there's all kinds of government resources that you can refer to. There are training sessions that people can join on live or in person. And sharing tools and information also include the all-important sharing of networks connections. So you know professional service providers like attorneys, accountants, investment brokers, and designers and others. And all the whole workflow of tool sharing involves making sure you have a library of tools, software services, network contacts, information resources of all kinds, and have the right way of sharing it. And for someone like us in Growthwheel that are making software, we try to make software that can collect these resources and distribute them in our platform, which we're not going to talk about today, but there are many other ways than Growthwheel that tool sharing can be done in an efficient way. Then also all business advisors has as part of their workflow to make action plans. And if you haven't worked and innovated the way you make action plans, you probably do it in email. So when you speak and work with a client, you finish off by writing an email that says something along the lines of, thank you for coming today. We have decided on the following 3 action steps. I look forward to follow up with you and see you again. Now, email might be the worst possible technology at all to make action planning in, because that email might get lost very easily. And if you're going to follow up with a client, you're going to have to dive into your inbox and find that email again at the next meeting. So there are many other systems that can be used for tracking action plans, for collaborating in the cloud. Growthwheel is one of those systems, but there are others out there, like Asana or even a Google document if you must. So again, if we want as practitioners to make action plans for clients, we want to have a simple way of following up with them. We want to be able to collaborate with the client in the cloud. Then we need to look at this step in the workflow and see what we can improve. And then there's reporting. That is something all advisors do. Sometimes you report to your management. Sometimes you report to government. You may report to organization that has given a grant to your program, but you also may be reporting to your colleagues, and you may be reporting to the entrepreneur, and the entrepreneur might be reporting back to you how they are progressing on their ambitions or their financials or whatever it is. So reporting, collecting of data, small data that turns into big data, data that are used in different contexts for decision making, is a key part of what we do as practitioners. So again, we must explore technologies. What is the best way to track data? What is the best way to distribute data? We want to have them handy. We want to have dashboards that provide this information for us so we can improve our service. And then the last sixth step in the workflow of most business advisor is the relationship management. Throughout onboarding, assessment, tool sharing, action planning, and reporting, and going back through that loop again, there's a lot of relationship management going on. This means tracking information like demographics of the client, phone numbers, emails that are sent, meeting minutes, meeting appointments, scheduling meetings, and all those things that you have in a CRM system typically. Now, some organizations in the entrepreneurial ecosystem don't even have CRM systems. Some have CRM systems that are legacy systems that are very obsolete. Some pick standard solutions that are supposed to be CRM systems for everybody. So what you might be looking for is custom systems that are built for the industry. And you might be looking for CRM systems that are client-facing. What does that mean? Well, many organizations have a CRM system that is internal. It's a backend. It's just for you. But you may want to consider have a CRM system where clients can log in, so it is effectively a platform to collaborate in the cloud and not the closed backend system. Because if the client have access to the CRM system, they can provide the information, they can update the data, so you don't have to be the administrator doing that. So that is just my introduction here today. Before I introduce our speakers, this is a generic workflow, and we have made a little infographic here with this workflow. No matter what organization you have, regardless of whether you're using Growthfield as your CRM system and remote counseling platform, this can be an inspiration for innovation in our industry and in your program, whatever program you are making. And it has a little summary of some of the things that I spoke about here. So you can use this to systematically analyze how you can innovate the program that you are having today. So with that, I want to open up for a few questions for this before I will introduce our next speaker here today. So let me just take my slides down right there and see if there's any questions in the chat, or if anybody wants to unmute and ask a question or share a comment, feel welcome to do that right now. If not, then keep your questions on the ready as we move on. I would like to introduce David Fonseca, calling in from Velocity in Texas. And actually, David, I'm going to hand it straight over to you and ask you to tell everybody a little bit about the work that you do, and especially emphasize how you work as a practitioner, which is the defining theme of our conference here today.
Thank you, David. It is an honor to be here today with you guys. I love the diversity. I love all the countries that are present today. And it's just an honor to be able to share, the stage, if you will, with you and the rest of the folks. I serve as the Executive Vice President for a not-for-profit organization called Velocity Texas. We operate an innovation center that is the only one of its kind here in San Antonio, Texas. And our job is to actually help companies that have innovative breakthroughs in the medical device world. And what do? We connect them, we support them, and we invest on them, those three things. So for the last 4 years, as a practitioner, I've spent a lot of time thinking about what is the best way to do that. And the best way to do that is first finding the best ones. We don't want to be in the babysitting business. We don't want to be asking people to do what they're supposed to be doing, but rather focusing on growing companies. That's what we call venturing. So what we have is we have a program called the BioGlobal Accelerator. We're in 5 countries right now: Chile, Brazil, Colombia, Costa Rica, and the United States. And we help through partnerships the best innovations, breakthroughs in medical device. And what I mean by that is we have a selection process. This year alone, we had 142 applications. We selected the top 6 and we put them through a 16-week program. So as a practitioner, David, there is a lot of coaching, a lot of mentorship, a lot of curriculum development we have to do. And we have found out that, your tool, Growth Wheel, is probably one of the most high impact activities that we have performed in our Velocity Center. And I'll tell you what, and I tell you why. We only have limited amount of time, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, regardless of where you're from, regardless of your demographics, race, or geographical location. But at the end of the day, what makes us different between, productive and not that highly productive people is high impact activities. And with Growth Wheel, we have been able to identify with a short period of time what those high impact activities are. And that's why we have selected 4 entrepreneurs in residence that get paid by Velocity to do the coaching for our client companies using Growth Wheel. As a practitioner, we have helped our incubator clients by giving them access to mentors. And if you use Growth Wheel, you will see that we actually have an assessment where there is a skills gap, where we can identify what type of gaps there are within the company and within the framework of the executive team, so we can make appropriate introductions that can move the needle for the company. Before then, David, just to close it up, I've spent over a decade running, incubators, angel networks, accelerators, and I was honored to actually help an association called International Business Innovation Association, which I sit in the board, but before we were training people globally on how to run successful incubators and accelerators. So as a practitioner, I'm very passionate about being in front of you guys. I'm very passionate about sharing best practices, but most importantly, things that haven't worked for us, because smart people learn from other people's mistakes, but geniuses learn from others. So, and I'm not very smart. I'm not the smartest one in the room. So I'm here to share some mistakes that we have made that have made us think things differently and more efficiently and more productive. Thank you, David.
Yes, thank you so much, David. It is really a pleasure to have you here. So let's try to dive in and talk maybe about some specific cases, a situation that you have been in. Can you give an example of a situation where you had a particular challenge with a client and where you had an approach that kind of resolved that into a success? So maybe, for example, since you are in the medical device area, you may have a challenge where there's some compliance issues and the client was stuck on that one, and maybe you had a technique, a tool, an approach that kind of resolved it. Or maybe, as you've been working, of course, with many Latin American companies, I know, maybe they had a challenge with the nature of breaking into a new market like the United States. And they had this challenge, it was hard. Somehow you applied a technique, a tool, an approach that made that happen. Or maybe you have an example of a company that couldn't get financing and was struggling with that. And you applied a technique or a tool or something that made this instead into a positive experience. Could you share with the audience today an example of a challenge and how you actually broke through with a solution?
Yeah, I'm fascinated by your question, because when we bring best practices from the United States into Latin America, I'm originally from Colombia, but we do work across Latam. We talk about, tropicalizing the concept of things that we're doing. But when you actually bring concepts from Latin America into the United States, you talk about detropicalizing the concepts. So I have a very good example, I think, to share with you. I hope you enjoyed it. And it's, we were helping this company called Book to Fly. This company is a 4-year-old company. They operate in 8 different countries, and they serve companies that are booking for other folks, which that's how you call that. I just blank on the name of they serve. They're out in Latin America serving. How you call when you call somebody to book the flight for you? I just blank on that.
A booking agency, a travel agency.
A booking agency, yes. So we have many booking agencies across Latin America, and that's their main customer. Well, the fact is that these booking agencies, travel agencies is the word that I was trying to use. These travel agencies actually are very big and apparent across Latin America because they are in compliance with government funding. Usually government's fundings rely on them to be compliant. Well, when you come to the United States, there are no travel agencies. So actually, when you come here, there are few, I'm not gonna say none, but there are few that actually work with the government, but the big bulk of the travel booking for big corporation is done in-house. So you have big credit cards that actually provide this as a service. You have big airlines providing this as a service. So the whole concept with Felipe Viana, the CEO and founder of this company, was how can we detropicalize this company to come and add value? And the story was pretty remarkable because we were able to change the model from a B2B concept to a B2C concept, where we actually created a white label solution so we can track the expenses that our executives are expending. When you have a corporation, you experience it probably in your company, David, you spend a lot of money in travel, but sometimes you don't have a grip on policies that should be in place to control these expenses. And we were attacking that specific issue in companies because it turns out that you can save up to 62% of the expenses if you track them. You cannot manage what you cannot track, right? So we were able to create a white label, and nowadays it's being used by many small businesses in the United States to be able to provide their regulations and
Yes,
policies
sir.
to small businesses.
Yeah, it's going on from you, man.
Thank you.
Sorry, someone was just unmuted. It usually is the other problem that we are muted and we are asked to be unmuted. So yes, that is great. So I guess, David, to finish off before we move to the next speaker here, the technique you applied, it sounded like you were really questioning the entire business model for this particular company, right? To come up with that innovative new approach for them to enter the market?
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And I start questioning, what was their internationalization strategy in terms of how they wanted to attack the market. And in fact, you have a beautiful section in your growth wheel that talks about internationalization and the platform that they should use for internationalization. And a reseller, a distributor, and in this case was a white label solution and a B2B SaaS model, a B2C SaaS model that we could, help and assist other customers.
Excellent. Thank you so much for your time today, David Fonseca from Velocity in Texas. And please stay with us as we may have time for some interaction and discussion here later on. And then I want to bring it on to our next speaker, Hilton Tønnesen from South Africa, based in Johannesburg in South Africa. Hilton, welcome to you.
Hey, thank you, David, and greetings to everyone from whichever time zone you are. And I see a good friend here, Martin, from Amsterdam as well. So I agree with you. I jumped from the pool. It's very hot in Johannesburg, and here I am. So, we live in different times. And of course, this is what technology does. And this tool called Zoom. So it's cool to be here. And thank you. Hope to share a few things about Africa and what we do in the continent.
Yes, and I look forward to ask you some questions about that. First of all, I must say I was really amused by David Fonseca's term of tropicalization and detropicalization, as you have companies that moves into foreign markets. So I've been thinking, what would you call that if someone is entering the South African market or going out of the South African market to another place? So maybe we can think about that during this presentation. And the same for Malaysia. What would it mean to Malaysiify a product or a service, or de-Malaysiify or something like that? Maybe up in the Nordics, where I'm from, Denmark, it would be frosting or defrosting, at least in the winter time. But anyway, Hilton, I want to start out, if you would share a little bit with the audience, what makes you a practitioner in the entrepreneurial ecosystem in South Africa?
I think I'll maybe take that a little bit wider, and talk about Africa, because our focus as in the region is to contribute to, GDP and enable an ecosystem. We have a great saying that it takes a village, to grow a child, and in the same way, it takes a village and a collaborative village to grow the African entrepreneurship ecosystem. And so as Growth Wheel South Africa, we've pinned ourselves into that kind of, big goal to bring Africa, over the next couple of years into the global ecosystem. And of course, now we've had COVID and we've had an opportunity to almost do things, because we couldn't get, lots of people couldn't travel to Africa. And that was a great opportunity. And like over the last number of years, the hot topic is almost similar to David, is that we have the Africa Free Trade Agreement. And the free trade agreement will create around $2.5 trillion of GDP to the globe, to the African continent. And so therein lies the opportunity for practitioners to play a role in growing the entrepreneurs that we would want to see create a well-being economy in the context of Africa. By 2050, the population, which is somewhere around 1.3 billion, will be 2.5 billion people. And so what does that mean in the context of, practitioners that helps entrepreneurs take the ideas and commercialize them, and then play a role within global economics? And everybody say, this is the frontier market. This is where things will happen in the next 20, 30 to 40 years. And I think this is very critical for ecosystem builders, that now that we've moved from the industrial age and the knowledge economy, and now we need, information technology, innovation economy, things will change. And so we see ourselves as part of that within the South African and the African ecosystem. And so, I, for example, saw that in Kuwait, very small population, similar to Denmark, it is a booming ecosystem of incubators and accelerators, and a massive fintech community there. In Africa, we have about 700 and odd tech hubs, about 300 and odd similar incubators and accelerators in the South African economy. The challenge is that 9 out of 10 startups fail within the first 3 years. And so we've got to ask ourselves as ecosystem builders, what is it that we need to have? What kind of lingo that we have to have in place? And of course, standards. And then of course, your resources, like Growthwheel, that fits into that ecosystem. In the context of Africa, we have a lack of data. So we always pull things out from there. And as you now have, aware that, Growthwheel as a cloud platform, and if I can give a case study of Africa, or South Africa, where we've partnered with the South African government, we had a kind of a wild west of ecosystem builders or business advisors and incubators and accelerators and mentors and coaches and management consultants and business advisors. Sometimes they put this thing into one, and those are 7 or 8 different disciplines. In a similar way, everyone isn't an entrepreneur. Some of us are just business owners, and so there's also confusion around that. So the tools and the techniques and the knowledge that you need to have as an ecosystem builder is quite a complex one, David.
Yes, so this is really interesting, because I think as business advisors and practitioners, we cannot not work with technology companies. You mentioned the fintech industry, and there's so many other technology industries. And what would be our advice? What would be our advice to not only technology companies, but any companies? That would be for them to focus on technology, right? We want them to focus on cloud-based solutions, collecting big data, make sure that their technology is mobile, make sure that their data can be interchanged through APIs with other systems and all those things. That's the advice any advisor would give. And I would say even someone who has a bakery, that's a technology business today, because they got to blog about the warm bread in the morning on Instagram, and they got to take credit cards through a credit card reader, and they got to take pre-orders so people can book online and so on. So all businesses are technology companies today. So if we are advising our clients to use the best technologies that are available at this point, what about ourselves? What are the kind of technologies that advisors are using? So what is your perspective on that, Hilton, that the digitalization of the advisor industry itself?
You know, it starts with policy. They say that that we do need leadership in this particular ecosystem, and I think we're evolving, and as an ecosystem of business advisors and mentors and coaches and management consultants, we've really kind of worked at the corporate sector. Now we see that there's 800 million small businesses around the world employing 87% of global population. Now, this is data that we, as business advisors, kind of build our businesses on. And we always talk to entrepreneurs about having data to make decisions, right? But I find that on our ecosystem is that we are slow to change, right? Particularly in South Africa, your kind of average business advisor, mentor, consultant, is quite wisdom aged, if you like, and so they've evolved with technology. But over the last 5 years, we've seen, for example, with the cloud, that things has just propelled, right? And so I think it's keeping yourself up to date with what's happening around the world. All of our lives, particularly in the kind of business advisory coaching sector, has been disrupted because we used to have a group of entrepreneurs into one classroom, right? And we were relying on that kind of engagement when I'm sitting next to you and etc. And now this has changed, right? And so we've seen, for example, in the business advisory and the coaching, leadership coaching, and business mentorship sector, that these guys' revenues and opportunities has actually gone down because they were too slow to react to where technology has gone. And I think for example, for the Kuwait ecosystem, where there's kind of big broadband and etc., and I believe somewhere around third or fourth within EMEA, the fastest growing startup ecosystem, that the sector needs to look at digitalization and specifically around collaboration. There's a new word that we've introduced, we like it here in South Africa, which is co-opetition. And so how do you compete? You compete, but collaborate with other incubators and accelerators, so that when the entrepreneur or the startup goes from one phase, life stage, to another, that his data travels with him the same way that it travels on Facebook or Instagram. And all of us as ecosystem builders or resource partners don't duplicate what the other organization has done. And I think, therein lies the opportunity around digitalization as well, David.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Hilton, for joining today and for sharing these perspectives and for emphasizing the importance of technology. And that brings us through a corridor to Malaysia, because one of the first time I visited Malaysia was at the time when they launched the Malaysia Multimedia Super Corridor. At the time it was called Multimedia. Today it would be called something else. But it really goes to show that Malaysia has always been focused on this since the dawn of the internet. So Safura, I want to hand it over to you, and I know you have prepared a presentation for us. So I will leave it to you to move on here, share your screens, and talk to us more about your perspectives from Kuala Lumpur.
All right. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ahlan wa sahlan. Kaifa haluk? Ismi Safura. I'm Safura. That's the little bit of Arabic I know. I learned Arabic when I was in secondary school. I passed because I used the word Wallahu alam. So I get points for that. Means only God knows. So again, thank you for the opportunity to be here, to be sharing about the perspective from a Malaysian ecosystem builder, a practitioner point of view. So just a bit of background of me. I have been in the ecosystem, I believe around 20 odd years, although I don't look it. I like to think I'm perpetually 17. The thing is that what I'm sharing today, I'll be zooming out first to look at Malaysia as a whole, and on what about entrepreneur development in Malaysia. Then I will zoom into the challenges that we face building the ecosystem in Malaysia. And I'll also showcase a proposed project that we're doing at the moment, utilizing innovation and technology that we have available to us. So Malaysia itself, just to share a snapshot from the Global Entrepreneurship Monitor, this is the most recent report on Malaysia itself, because we stopped, I believe, 2019, we no longer participate in the research. But what you could see here, that we are efficiency driven. And Malaysia has been talking about entrepreneurship development since, I think, 1950s. Even in the 1950s, we were already talking about developing entrepreneurship ecosystem in tandem with Korea, in actual fact. We were together with Korea when we talk about our entrepreneurship development. But look where Korea is at this point of time compared to Malaysia. Of course, there are contexts to the situation. There are scenarios that makes us different, but there are similarities that I like to point out. So the challenge that we face here is that if you look in the radar itself, that we're pretty much average overall. We're pretty happy, happy, satisfied, or rather I would say. So if we compare to our nearest competitor, I would say competitor, which is Indonesia, okay? If you look at Indonesia, let's look at the Global Entrepreneurship Monitor of Indonesia, of relative the same time. The difference between the green line and the blue line, the green line is average in Asia Pacific, Asia and Oceania, and the blue line is the country itself. So Malaysia is actually quite close to the green line compared to Indonesia, which has a lot of facilities, a lot of things happening that makes them go beyond the green line. So this is when we're talking about physical infrastructure, social norms, finance, government intervention, looking at how the ecosystem is at that particular country. So the challenge that we have in Malaysia is that we've been, as I said, since 1950s, talking about entrepreneurship ecosystem building, but we are very conventional. We look at the element of market access, funding, infrastructure, and training. These main four elements is very prevalent in our Malaysian plan. But the challenge again is that we've been doing the same thing over and over again, but expecting different results, okay? We created a Ministry of Entrepreneur Development, which stopped in 2009. And we said, democratize entrepreneur development, let everybody do it. And then now, recently, we started the Ministry of Entrepreneur Development and Cooperation. That's what we call it at this point of time. So the question would be, are we doing things differently, or are we still doing the same thing, expecting different results? So just a short note, I was part of the government doing the intervention in what we call the National Institute of Entrepreneurship in Malaysia. It's called INSCAN. So I was one of them who actually looked at the policy to see how we could do it differently. And this is where, in actual fact, I discovered Growth Wheel. But now I'm on my own with Stratnavigo, because government, I love the government, but I think I move faster when we are private. I think we can move the agenda in a different way. So just again to share, if you talk about SMEs establishment from the numbers, majority are SMEs. And in Malaysia, micro is the biggest number. And this is, I think, quite general with any country. But the challenge is that Malaysia, we spend a lot of money doing the four things I mentioned: market access, funding, infrastructure, and training directly from the government to the entrepreneur, with the expectation that the micro would scale to the small and medium. But as it shows in the trend, is not happening as quickly as we want it to happen. So one of the things that we talked about when I started, when I was working with INSCAN, was to look at how do we do things differently. So one of the key element that I thought would make a difference is the business advisor, is having a platform where you would have these entrepreneurs, what we call a sounding board, because training stops when the trainer says, all the best, see you in the next session. But the actual work happens when the entrepreneur goes to the floor and do his business. So in Malaysia, that's the challenge. We don't have enough people with sufficient knowledge. That's the first challenge, of really guiding, helping, coaching the entrepreneurs to scale. And when we talk about that, it's pretty much, you know, the process. Because to me, when we talk about entrepreneurship, we can't do it a factory method. You put in your raw material, you process it, and out you go. You get an entrepreneur. Rather, we have a process, but the content is up to the entrepreneur himself. So how do we create that? And to me, the best platform is to have sufficient business coaches, advisors. And second, technology. Because we want all the advisors and the coaches to speak the same language. So in order to do that, you need to have a system. And that's where, you know, one of the discoveries that I had, and I was looking around, I was saying, if there's none in the world, I want to create one. And this was 2015. And I discovered, you know, one of them was Growth Wheel. And this is my first engagement with Growth Wheel as a platform to align the business coaches. So that's pretty much what I, look at. And again, as here, I will show you, the number of SMEs, the breakdown of it, manufacturing, construction, and services is the bulk of it in Malaysia, okay? And so what did I come up with? One is that we need to develop business coaches, because that's the human side of entrepreneurship development. We can't just rely on technology alone. We need to also have the people to be able to carry out the agenda. So to me, one of the things that we needed to look at is the capability of the business advisors as coaches, because we can't rely to them to be just mentors, because mentors are my way or the highway, right? Coaches is empowering the entrepreneurs to use their CPU, their brains, to come up with their innovative and creative solution. So the coaches are good at the process, but the content comes from the entrepreneur. So the challenge in Malaysia, and I'm going like a speed bullet in 3 o'clock in the morning, the challenge in Malaysia is the quality of business coaches, and the language. So for me, when I was in INSCAN, one of the proposals that I had is to develop a pool of business coaches from multiple industry, either they're trainers, consultant, or practitioner, entrepreneurs themselves, and create sort of like the certification of the same language. So my proposal pretty much, in tandem that we're proposing at this point of time with some government agencies at this point of time, and we actually have initiated is, and I'm going to share this one, is to have certified business coaches utilizing a platform. Because we have now what we call Dasar Keusahawanan Nasional. It's a national policy 2030, where we want in 2030 Malaysia to be an entrepreneurial state. But the challenge again, yes, 2 minutes. Okay, the challenge is that when we look at the ecosystem, there's no mention about business coaching. There's no real mention about developing the people who are supposed to be supporting the ecosystem. So for that, okay, fine, the policy is out there, but what we like to do is let's just do it. So Safura is saying, terus right, then we go use Growth Wheel, come up with a coaching certification program where you start off for those who has no coaching certification to go through a 5-day coaching certification, essential coaching, understanding how to use the strategic tools, and go on to, if they have a choice, they want to use Growth Wheel as a platform, and go on to become a certified Growth Wheel advisor. Why? Because don't recreate the wheel for me. I would love to have, Safura wheel. but it's going to take time. Might as well we leverage on something which is already there, and collaborate like what Hilton was talking about. We collaborate to make the ecosystem better. So just to share, one of the proposals that we have working with an agency is to, utilizing the 6 steps shared by David just now, where we actually have a 4-phase program. We do preliminary assessment, we do alignment, we do development, and then we do monitoring and achievement. Utilizing, we're talking about gap, and we're talking about assessment, and then we're talking about modules and workshop, and then we monitor. And at that same time, we're using the platform in order to be able to measure the effectiveness of the money that's been invested into the project. So with that, that's a Malaysian perspective from me as a practitioner, and the agenda that I want to drive for Malaysia entrepreneurship ecosystem building. With that, back to you, David.
Thank you so much, Safura. This framework, I think, is hugely inspiring, and I hope that you would be so generous as to share with anybody who may contact you through VOVA, so you can get this framework. And thank you, Safura, for emphasizing the importance of actually training the coaches. We cannot assume that anyone coming in as a business coach have the qualifications and background to do this. So having on a national scale, a program, a standard for training advisors is a really important point as we discuss the ecosystem. Now, going to Australia next here on our route from New York, where I'm based, to Texas, to South Africa, Malaysia. We're now going down to Australia. And here I'm happy to introduce Pierre Lilly, who certainly is someone who's a very experienced business coach, an author as well. And Pierre, I'm going to leave it over to you to kick off your presentation. Thank you for being here at this hour.
That's okay. Thank you very much. And good morning to everybody here from Australia. I'm very pleased to to be part of this, and thanks to Dr. Hanadi for arranging this one. This is probably the first time I've been on a global platform, so I might be cool, but my knees are shaking a little bit. What I'd like to do is just set the context. We have had a very dramatic COVID-19 experience here in Australia. We have more or less been in deep freeze for the last 20 months. We have had no international travel for 20 months, or very limited. All our states have more or less been closed. And we have therefore pushed a lot of people online, but also a lot of people have been very much challenged, so to speak, in actually adapting to this COVID. And some people are going down, we know that. We are people struggling. And of course, also being a private practitioner, there's not been a lot of people that say we need expensive coaching at this particular point in time because they are looking at their cost structure. So what I'd like to take a leaf out of is what David talked about in this 6 steps or 6 steps, where we talk about doing the assessment. I think very, very much now that we are coming out of the COVID pandemic, so to speak, when we are working with companies, we really need to deep dive into where do we find these optimistic views, so to speak. Where do we find the vehicle for moving forward? And I will see if I can share my screen here. Can you see that screen? Okay, so this is what I call a business audit. And this is really based on, say, we want to really go down into using growth wheel to fulfill what growth wheel is there to do, an objective of making decision, the right decision, and also the right actions. Principally, it's around, I'll just go on back, around of 20 focus areas that we are using as a checklist. And when we are doing that, we use what we call our 360-degree screening. Now, this is very important because you will know that many business owners and also entrepreneurs have a little bit of a tunnel vision. They know or think their own way. But what we're really doing with this 360-degree screening in 3 different stages is to debrief them and also probably challenge them to come up with what will be the way forward as we want to develop a strategic plan for them. So the first part is really assessing the status. And this is really how far have you come in developing your dream business? Are there missing pieces that we need to address? We go through these 20 focus areas and we find out where are the focus that we need to have. And then that will be laid out in this screening, and from this screening you can then decide, here example of addressing your product portfolio, there might be missing components here, or you might say, well, we need to accelerate branding so we get a better profile in a competitive environment. The second part is really say, okay, let's look at the business again and do a little bit of a heat map. Where are these opportunities that we can take advantage of short term? Are there any low-hanging fruit that we can take advantage of in the short term, or actually almost at the same? Again, do the screening, assess each of the 30 focus areas, and then decide which of them you want to address as you move forward. And then finally, I think Hilton talked very much about competencies. It is very much so that many smaller and medium companies are relying on, let's say, the one spearhead of the entrepreneur. But as we move forward, of course, in growing a business, we need to add skill sets into the or skill competencies. And this is very important. And this is sometimes when I work with both the smaller or medium-sized business, is something that we fail to look at. What do we need to add in form of skills, either by training or by adding resources or hiring people to ensure we remain competitive as we move forward. And all of that, of course, will then you'll then develop a plan. You say, well, these are the activities that we need to go through to ensure that we are caught 360 degrees by the status, how far we come in developing the company. Second part, where are the low-hanging fruits that we can take advantage of very soon? And of course, then what are the missing skills that we need, or core competencies that we need to develop to ensure that we remain competitive as we move forward. And you can see this is really a good example of a deep dive into a company that might have lost a little bit of the bearing in this COVID-19 to get them kind of raised up again and let them move forward to develop their business. So that was my short presentation of a business growth audit.
Thank you so much. And whether anyone is using Growthwheel or not, I think the very idea of a growth audit is just so inspiring. I'm sure many of us, as soon as we just hear the word, we start thinking about how could we make our own growth audit or be inspired by what Pierre have presented here today. So we still have 10 minutes left in this session. So I kind of want to open up the floor for any of the panelists to comment on anything that you have seen, that's something that was said in the presentation, and anybody else here who's signed in as a presenter. If you want to share a perspective or a comment, feel free to do that, and maybe we can also have in the chat even questions from the conference audience here today. So does anyone have a comment to share or a question maybe to ask to any of our panelists here? Truly covering all around the world, from all around the world. All right, then maybe I will go back to our first panelist, David, and ask you from your perspective, when you look at some of the things we have addressed here, which would you say is something that you would make a priority in the part of the ecosystem that you are in? Would you focus on the advisor training, and even in your own organization that Sephora spoke about, making sure that everybody here is trained? Would you look at the digitalization that Hilton spoke about, and how we as an ecosystem must also think about our own digitalization? Are you inspired by Pierre's concept of actually making an audit here, or would there be any of these things? If you were to pick one, what project, if you had time for one more project, which of these directions would you say you would go first?
Well, David, under the basis that we're all in the same business, regardless of what institution we are, which is helping entrepreneurs, because the entrepreneurs are the ones that are leading, and we're just supporters of those entrepreneurs. I think standardizing the way we help companies will be a huge, path forward. At one point, we tried to do it probably 3 years ago. but leadership in those institutions have changed. And I think it's about time to go back and actually talk the same language, because once we share clients, or once we try to connect folks speaking the same language, will just make much more sense, and us will be able to have much more quality of discussion with leaders across the entrepreneur ecosystem.
Right. Thank you so much. All right, I want to finish up with one last perspective on our ecosystem and a practitioner that relates to this conference itself. Because you may remember that 2 years ago, it would be hard to comprehend a conference like this. We would not be here on Zoom, and the very suggestion that we could meet and have a conference on Zoom for several days in a row would be very foreign. Now it's very natural, and we have these coming up all the time, and we were able to switch and innovate very fast. Now here's my challenge for everyone who's present today in your ecosystem, which is to consider this technology for developing new programs for entrepreneurs. When we can meet this way as advisors, we could also create communities for our clients, the entrepreneurs that we are all working for them to come together. The same way it would be incomprehensible to bring together advisors from Malaysia and Kuwait and Australia and Denmark and Latin America and South Africa and the rest of the world. It is now possible. We just have to embrace this thinking of what we're doing now and consider how we can help our ecosystems by bringing them together much more. So imagine this conference was for entrepreneurs, or imagine we reinvent it. Maybe it's not a conference. Maybe it's a series of workshops where we all bring our clients together and give them the gift of international collaboration. This is something that can be used for export, finding clients in other markets, but it's also something that can be used to just learn from each other, learn the best practices, as we have been doing today, and as I hope you have been doing through this session. So thank you so much once again. We had David from Velocity in Texas, Pierre Lilly from Pro Business Consulting in Australia, Safura Atan from Stratnavigo in Malaysia, Hilton Turnison from Growthwheel in South Africa, and myself, I'm the founder and CEO of Growthwheel. I'm going to put my contact information in the chat. If anybody wants to continue this conversation, there's my direct email. I check all my mails, I respond to all my emails. You can also reach out to me on LinkedIn. And with that, once again, Dr. Hanadi, thank you so much for having us here for the session today.
Thank you, David. Thank you for your sessions and running these sessions with your groups. Just I need to comment one point. In your statement, you said this conference collaborate different people from different countries. In fact, in the United States or in all developed countries, they're using the virtual surfaces worldwide in regular basis, because as you know, for example, the United States, there are different cities, and to cutting the cost and saving the time and bridging the technology, then they doing all their works, meetings, everything's it's virtual. Then this conference is a continuation for fostering the virtual conferences or virtual surfaces. Specifically, we are focusing on innovation ecosystem and entrepreneurial ecosystem. Then the most important things implemented the best tools and strategies and technique who is fostering really the innovation ecosystem and entrepreneurial ecosystem.
Absolutely.
Thank you, David. Thank you.
Thank you back, Dr.
Hi,
Hanadi.
Professor Michael. How are you?
Well, Hanadi, it's always a pleasure to see you.
Thank you so much, Professor Mike. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to take over. So this is session 6. This is very interesting. Innovative approaches to teaching and entrepreneurship, teaching entrepreneurship and creativity. I know when I'm teaching any courses in entrepreneurship, what I find is the most difficult challenge is getting the students to get into the mindset of an entrepreneur. And it's certainly much different than somebody who works in a company, an entrepreneur realizes that really, when it comes down to it, everything is on them. There's some times when I teach the students, you just have to learn how not to take no for an answer, even when there seems to be roadblocks in front of you. So I'm very anxious to get started with this session and see what kind of innovative approaches people have been able to come up with to teach entrepreneurship. And creativity, as you know, is an extremely important part of entrepreneurship. Solving problems oftentimes requires some very creative solutions. So if there's ways we can help students to learn how to be in that entrepreneurial mindset, I think it's very valuable. So we have 6 papers, so 5 papers rather. Each one is allowed 10 minutes. So try to be mindful of the time. I may start waving at you as you get close to the 10-minute mark to make sure that we don't run over. So let's get started if we can with the first paper. And if I mispronounce somebody's name, I apologize. So the first paper is Grace Hisaya. I'm assuming that's how I pronounce that. She's co-founder and CEO of Warmaloo Company, and that's in Cranes, Detroit. So is Grace here? Try that again. Is Grace here?
No, Professor Mike. There are some changing the place. The Grace is shifting to last day. Now it's Dr. Mohammed Al-Siraihi from Kingdom Saudi Arabian. He is joining us in this. Welcome, Dr. Mohammed, to be part of last session, except our apology to take you late, but I know you are supporting our conference.
لا بالعكس. اولا السلام عليكم ورحمه الله وبركاته. اسعد الله مساك اختي العزيزه دكتوره هنادي، والشكر لك موصول لهذا المحفل العلمي الرائع صراحه. اي نعم، بس اتمنى ان لا اكون انا اطيل على الاخوه الكرام في هذه الامسيه. تعريف بسيط، اخوكم محمد السريحي خريج اكاديميه الطيران المدني عام 1988. ما ادري في ترجمه فوريه دكتوره ولا؟
Excuse me, Professor Mike. Dr. Mohammed, he will speak in Arabic, but the translation will be available in Zoom. Okay, and also we make a translation, a quick translation on the slide. Except our apology, he preferred to talk in Arabic. Except our apology, Professor Mike and the other speakers. You can turn the channel to be in English. Go ahead, Dr. Mohammed.
اوكي، طبعا خريج البكالوريوس اداره عامه عام 1988، والماجستير في اداره الاعمال، والدكتوراه في اداره الاعمال قسم الموارد البشريه. ورساله الدكتوراه كانت تتحدث عن الابداع والاداء على موظفين الملاحه الجويه، حيث كنت اخر منصب لي مستشار اكاديميه الطيران. طبعا تحدث الاخوان جميعهم عن الابداع، عن التطور، عن الثوره الصناعيه، عن الذكاء الاصطناعي، ولكن احنا نبغى نتحدث عن هذا الانسان، هذا المورد البشري هو الذي صنع هذا الابتكار وهذا الابداع. فدوما انا اقول غايتي، طبعا عضو انا في مؤسس المؤسسه والمجلس العربي للابداع والابتكار وملتقى المبدعين في الثقافه السعوديه. طبعا لو سأل الانسان نفسه، هل سألت نفسك يوما ما هو الإبداع؟ هل الإبداع موهبة؟ هل هو مهارة مكتسبة؟ هل الإبداع موجود بداخلنا ونحتاج المحفزات لاستخراجه؟ وهل الإبداع الآن أصبح ناتج قومي وجزء من الاقتصاد؟ طبعا نعم، الإبداع هو الآن أصبح صناعة وليس عبارة عن هوى أو هوايات أو رغبات، إنما هو عبارة عن صانع وناتج قومي يؤثر في الدول. لذلك أصبح الآن خسارة الوطن العربي من عدم الاستفادة من عدد من المبتكرين والمبدعين 11 مليار، والآن في السبعينات، والآن قد يصل إلى 200 مليار بسبب نفوق أو خروج العديد من المبتكرين إلى دول منها أمريكا، أستراليا، شرق آسيا، أوروبا، لعدم وجود البيئة الملائمة للمبدعين والمبتكرين. طبعا إذا نظرنا لمعظم الدول الآن أصبح الاقتصاد الرقمي أو الاقتصاد المعرفي هو له الأثر بالاقتصاد المعرفي، ومنها دول أوروبية العديدة، منها فنلندا وغيره ومن الدول العربية أيضا. في جانب الدول العربية الإمارات، قطر، السعودية، من هذه الدول التي اهتمت بجانب الاقتصاد المعرفي لأنه أصبح الآن هو الاقتصاد في نمو الأوطان. نرجع لموضوعنا، صناعة الإبداع. إذا تحدثنا أنه الإبداع هي صناعة، هل الإبداع مهارة مكتسبة أو قدرات فطرية أو ظرف مفاجئ؟ تعريف الإبداع، عناصره، سماته، تنمية الإبداع كيف، المعوقات للإبداع، كيف نصنع مبدعا، ونماذج من المبدعين على مستوى. فإذا تحدثنا عن الإبداع كفطرة، عدد من العلماء تحدثوا أن الإبداع هو عبارة عن فطرة مكتسبة، والعدد منهم قال هي مهارات تكتسب عبر التعليم والثقافات وعبر الممارسات، والبعض منهم تحدث أنه قد يكون الإبداع هو يأتي فجأة، وعدد من العلماء والعباقرة لم يكن لديهم تلك الطفرة، ولكن عندما مروا بظروف معينة صنعت منهم تلك المبدعين أو تلك المخترعين. ومن العلماء الذي تحدث عن هذا الجانب أيضا العالم زايلوكس كيري، الذي تحدث أن جزء من تكوينات الدماغ تجعل للإنسان لديه عدد من الجينات الموروثة، لذلك بعض العلماء أو المبدعين أو التكرين يتوارثون. أيضا في نموذج قد نتطرق إليه، ألا وهو العالمة الإشعاع الفرنسية ماري كوري، كانت هي عالمة في الفيزياء والكيمياء وأخذت جائزة نوبل 1903، وأيضا زوجها بيري كيري، ولهم من الأبناء 2 بيار أيضا حصلت على جائزة نوبل. لذلك قد يكون هناك توارث للجينات، وقد يكون مثل اللاعبين مثل المشاهير المطربين قد يورثون ذلك وقد لا يورثون. ومن أقوى النماذج نيوتن، عالم الذي أثبت للعالم القوة والجاذبية، ولكن لا نرى امتداد له أحد من العلماء. إذا حبينا نعرف الإبداع كظاهرة، فالعديد الإبداع ذكروا كظاهرة أنه الإنسان يجد نفسه، الإنسان البداية أصنع العربة من الدواليب، العربات من الأحجار، صنع الرماح من الحجر أيضا لتلك المادة أو تلك الأحجار وتلك الصخور، صنع منها ما يتكيف مع حياته في تلك الفترة. الآن الإنسان طبعا بعد ثورة الكمبيوتر في العام 1960 في بداياتها والثورة الصناعية الرابعة، هنا خلقت للإنسان العديد من الابتكارات، الثورات الصناعية التي احنا نعيشها، والآن التطور، وأيضا الثورة الصناعية التي نعيشها وهو الذكاء الاصطناعي وأنظمة المحاكاة، وكما يقال الحاجة أم الاختراع. ولكن الآن نقول لا، هناك عوامل، هناك بيئة هي المؤثرة. والبعض يرى أن الإبداع هو رؤية غير مألوف بالأمور المألوفة، ولكن أنا أقول الإبداع هو عبارة عن فطرية نرثها وتكون لدينا بمواهب وقدرات متميزين عن الآخرين، إضافة لها مهارات مكتسبة هي التي تزودنا بتلك المهارات التي تصنع منا المبدع والمبتكر والموهوب والعبقري كيفما. فلو تحدثنا عن الإبداع، يعتبر قدرة عقلية تظهر على مستوى الفرد والجماعة، ويستطيع أن يطورها الإنسان والجماعات. وتتحدث عن عدد من الجزئيات البسيطة التي تتكون من، إذا ذكرنا من هو المبدع، هو إنسان لديه عدد من القدرات، ألا وهي الطلاقة، الأصالة، الحساسية، مرونة، درجة مخاطرة. فهذه الكوكبة من القدرات التي ينتمي لها أو يتمكن منها الإنسان تصنع منه ذلك الإنسان الذي يكون متميز عن غيره، موهوب ببعض الأمور، قد تجده موهوب بجانب الأدبي أو جانب الرياضي أو جانب الفلسفي أو جانب الغناء والموسيقى والعديد من النماذج. فتحدثنا عن الطلاقة. ماذا تعني الطلاقة؟ ألا وهي القدرة على إنتاج أكبر عدد من الأفكار، وهي جزء مهم من تكوين الإنسان المبدع. ويتشارك في الطلاقة الموهوب والمبدع والمبتكر والعباقرة، ولكن يختلفون بالأصالة، ألا وهو إنتاج المألوف. والأصالة هو أنك تأتي بفكرة لم يسبقك فيها شخص من قبل. والمرونة وهي عملية كيف تعالج مشاكل، كيف تخترع الحلول، كيف تجد مخارج لبعض الأمور. والمرونة أيضا هي من يصنع منك التفكير خارج الصندوق، كما يقال الآن هي عبارة عن عنصر المرونة. حساسية، إذا وجدنا إنسان يتحكم بجزئيات من فكره، تلك هي الحساسية. قد يراها جون وديفيد وعلي ومحمد، ولكن إنسان يأخذ بباله هذا الشيء ويحاول يطوره أو يدقق بالنظر ويحاول أن يجد له العديد والعديد من الأمور. وأيضا درجة مخاطرة، هناك من لديه جراءة، من يقتحم. إذا رأينا مثلا مبتكرين في صناعة كلاشينكوف عندما صنع تلك الآلة التي هي كانت قد يكون سيئة، ولكن هو ابتكر شيء في درجة مخاطرة، ولكن الآن أصبح جزء منه يستخدم كجزء أمني أو يستخدم بأجزاء سلبية. أيضا التركيز الانتباه، دوما الإنسان المبدع والإنسان المبتكر يركز الانتباه ويحاول يعمل فوكسين أو تسليط الضوء على جزئيات بسيطة جدا جدا قد لا يعتذر بها الآخرين أو قد لا يهتم بها الآخرين، ولكن الإنسان المبدع لا، بالعكس يكون على قدر. أيضا الإنسان المبدع والمبتكر لديه القدرة على تحليل الأمور، يرتبط بأمور سببية، يرتبط بقواعد، يرتبط بأمور لماذا هذا الأمر حدث ولماذا هذا الأمر وما هو الرابط ما بين A و Z، فيحاول إيجاد تلك العلاقات التي تربط أو نقول عبارة عن تحليل تلك المواقف. أيضا الإفاضة هي أيضا الاستزادة بالأفكار، التوسع والعديد. هذه تقريبا هي الأساسيات خلق أو صناعة الإنسان المبدع. سمات الشخصية، السمة إذا أردنا أن السمة هي الكاريزما التي تتكون من ذلك الإنسان في أمور نلاحظها بالنظر، إنه هذا الإنسان ذكي، سمارت، لديه ترست، الثقة بالنفس، أيضا لديه الأهداف تحقيقها، قدرة كاملة على تنفيذ الأفكار، لديه الإيجابية، دوما الإيجابية كما يقال الطاقة الإيجابية والتفاؤل. محال أن نجد إنسان مبدع لديه قصور، محال أن نجد إنسان مبدع سلبي. على العكس الإنسان المبدع تجده إيجابي، ودوما يصنع من الألم الأمل، ومن عنق الزجاجة يخترع ويبتكر. أيضا عدم الرضا، دوما الإنسان المبدع يتمرد على البيروقراطية، دوما يحاول أن يكون إنسان متفتح، إنسان يفكر خارج الصندوق، لا يحب العمل. أو دوما تجد الإنسان المبدعين ومبتكرين يتنقلون بين الأعمال، ولكن يجد أعمال أفضل وأفضل إلى أن يترقى ويجد ما يغري أو ما كما يقال يغري شغفه أو يرضي غروره. أيضا الإبداع هو جزء عدم الخوف، ودوما الإنسان المبدع لا يرتبط أو لا يؤمن بالفشل مهما. عندما سألوا أديسون صانع المصباح الكهربائي الذي نحن ننعم بهذا الإنارات ونوعها، فقالوا له يعني أنت أخطأت تقريبا 990 مرة، لكن قال أنا تعلمت الخطأ أو تعلمت العديد من الحلول 990، ولكن المرة الأخيرة هي التي وجدت الإجابة الصحيحة واستنار العالم بما صنعه أديسون. إذا تحدثنا كيف ننمي الإبداع، كما قلت القدرات الآن أو العالم اللي نعيشه أو الطفرة الثورية أو الطفرة المعلوماتية هي عبارة عن تنمية الإبداع داخل الإنسان. نجد إنسان في بلد فقير وفي بلد غني وفي بلد مضطرب وفي بلد مستقر، ونجد الإنسان في بلد اقتصاد نموه عالي وفي اقتصاد متدني، ولكن تنمية الإبداع تعتبر على هذا الكائن البشري. وجدنا العديد من الشخصيات، أستضيف مثلا ساندرا بيتاشي، شاب هندي من أسرة صعبة الحال، ولكن مواليد 1972 انتقل لأمريكا عام 1993 بمنحة دراسية، الآن يتربع على كبرى الشركات مايكروسوفت وجوجل ورئيس تنفيذي خلال فترة لا تزيد عن 12 سنة. يعني عمل في شركة جوجل 2002 وترأسها 2015. خلال ال10 سنين أو خلال العقد صنعت من هذا الشاب من أسرة فقيرة رجل يتخطى على إمبراطورية كبرى الشركات في التقنية. أيضا إذا تحدثنا عن تنمية الإبداع هو إيمانك بأنك لديك القدرة وأنك لديك الفكر وأنك تستطيع أن تغير الأحلام. دوما الإنسان يكون متطلع ويحلم، يكون لديه الأمل بأن هناك غدا أو هناك استشراق أو هناك استشراق لمستقبل ينتظره. ولكن إذا كان الإنسان يرى الجانب السيء من حياته فهذا ما يدمر العديد من لديهم قدرات ولديهم فكر إبداعي. أيضا دوما الإنسان المبدع لتنمي الإبداع لديه لابد أن يغير نمط حياته. البيروقراطية في الحياة أو الروتين المتكرر لابد يتغير. أيضا حرصه أن يكون لديه عمل يقوم بملامسته، عمل يكون جزء إبداعي. لذلك قد نجد شخص وشخص يقومون بنفس العمل، ولكن شخص يعتبر العمل هذا عبء عليه والآخر يتفنن ويمارس العمل. عديد من الموسيقيين نجد بالآلاف، ولكن للآن نتذكر الموسيقار بيتهوفن العديد والعديد. لماذا؟ لأنه صنع من الموسيقى عالم آخر، ولكن مئات أو آلاف الموسيقيين لم يدونهم التاريخ. أيضا الاهتمام، إذا أردنا أن ننمي الإبداع، الاهتمام بتعلم الألعاب الذكائية والتي تساعد على التفكير، أيضا قيام بجدولة الخطوات. دوما الإنسان حتى الأطفال لديهم القدرة، إذا أعدت ترتيب حياته، إذا خلقت لديه الفكر، ترتيب إدارة الوقت، أيضا هذه من ضمن المنظومة اللي تصنع الإبداع. أيضا البعض منهم يدون ملاحظاته، أنا ماذا يعني فعلا يسوي فولو شارت، أو اليوم أنا أبدأ بA، غدا أريد أن أصل إلى Z. لديه مراحل يسجلها، وليس عيبا تسجل، ولكن ليسجل. وهذا ما نراه أحيانا، البعض منهم قد يرى موقف يسجله ويصنع منه أفكار، يبني أفكار. قد يرى إذا أردنا أن نعود من صنع الكرسي المتحرك أو غيره، تجد أنه إنسان تفكر في جزئية معينة للأشخاص الذين ديسيبل أو الذين لديهم عدم القدرة على المشي، وصنع من هذا الفكرة. وهناك العديد والعديد من الأساليب التي تساعد في تنمية الإبداع. أيضا هناك طرق وتمارين، منها العصف الذهني، منها القبعات الستة، منها لعب الأدوار، أن تفكر أنت بالعديد من القضايا بمنظورك، وتفكر بمنظور الإنسان الآخر ماذا يراه. لذلك دوما لما نحكم على بعض الأمور بشكل سيء نحكم بنظر محمد، لا أحكم بنظر محمد وصالح وجون وديفيد، عشان تتأكد وترى لديك العدد من الرؤيات، وهذا أصدق. أيضا إذا تحدثنا عن
Mohammed,
Yes.
we're way over time here. Can you try to wrap it up in the next few seconds? Yeah, we're way over time.
Okay. We have many time of our category. Farouk Albaz, this is NASA, Britannia, Stephen Hawking. This is inadmissible people, but now famous in physics, في الفيزياء. أيضا زهرة من العراق، أيضا مهندس معمارية زهى حديد، إبراهيم الفقي in كندا in HR إدارة الأعمال التنمية البشرية، رشيد اليزمي مصنع البطارية الليثيوم، مشاعل الشميمري لديها مصنع في أمريكا فيرجينيا صناعة الصواريخ للسلام للمركبات الفضائية، والعديد والعديد. ولكن دوما إذا أردنا أن نصنع الإبداع فنصنع الفكر لابد قبل أن نصنع التقنية. شكرا، لن أطيل عليكم. أتمنى.
Thank you very much, Mohammed. I'm sorry I have to cut you off, but I've got these other
I know
papers
this is late
to
and
get in.
too late now.
Yeah, thank you very much. There's a lot of comments I was going to make on this, particularly when you pointed out some of the characteristics entrepreneurs need: intelligence, confidence, determination, positivity, and no fear of failure. I thought were very key points that you made. So thank you very much. It was certainly an excellent paper. I wish we had a little more time to listen to more of it. Thanks again. The next paper is Dr. Abdullah Al-Darba here. Okay. I'm sorry. Who's next?
Excuse me, Professor Mike. I'm so sorry. Maybe you have still not updated agenda. It's Abdulrahman, Mr. Abdulrahman. I'm so sorry, Professor Mike. I will send you now the updated agenda.
My
Mr.
fault. I'm
Abdulrahman,
sorry.
who will take. I'm so sorry, Professor.
Okay, no problem. So you can do it in about 10 minutes. So thank you.
تفضل مهندس عبد الرحمن.
Thank you, دكتور حنادي. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. طبعا راح أتحدث باللغة العربية. بداية أشكر القائمين على هذه الفعالية الثرية، وأشكر بشكل خاص الدكتور حنادي على كريم الدعوة. وأسعدني المشاركة مع هذه النخبة والاستماع للنخب منذ بدء المؤتمر. إضافات علمية وعملية مميزة. فقط أود تقديم موجز عن وضع وتوجه المملكة في ريادة الأعمال وتثقيف المجتمع حولها ودعم رواد الأعمال. فريادة الأعمال في المملكة انطلاقا من سعي المملكة العربية السعودية إلى رفع إسهام القطاع الخاص في الناتج المحلي الإجمالي إلى 65%، وزيادة نسبة الصادرات غير النفطية من 16 إلى 50% من إجمالي الناتج المحلي غير النفطي، وتخفيض معدل البطالة إلى 7%. نجد القيادة تحفز وتشجع جميع القطاعات والمنظمات، القطاع الخاص والقطاع العام والقطاع الثالث. العمل على بناء مجتمع المعرفة والاقتصاد المعرفي من خلال ثقافة ريادة الأعمال، وقد تضمنت رؤية 2030 توجيه الدعم المباشر وغير المباشر في ذلك، مثل هيئة دعم المحتوى المحلي، ومن أهم أدوارها تطوير فرص المحتوى المحلي وتمكين المنتجات المحلية. أيضا بنك التنمية الاجتماعية، والذي لا يقدم الدعم المالي فقط بل يعمل على تأهيل وتطوير رواد الأعمال بدورات وورش عمل. أيضا الهيئة العامة للمنشآت الصغيرة والمتوسطة منشآت، والذي له دور فاعل وإسهام ملموس في دعم الاقتصاد السعودي عن طريق توفير جميع الاحتياجات الخاصة بالمنشآت الصغيرة والمتوسطة ورواد ورائدات الأعمال لإيجاد بيئة عمل واعدة تتيح فرص الازدهار عبر تقديم الخدمات الداعمة وفرص الأعمال المساندة لنمو قطاع المنشآت الصغيرة والمتوسطة وتعزيز قدرته التنافسية حتى لا يتعارض مع الاستثمار الأجنبي. كل هذا أدى إلى تطوير بيئة الأعمال. إشارة من تقرير المرصد العالمي لريادة الأعمال أن المملكة حققت صعود سريع من المرتبة 42 إلى 18 ضمن تصنيف مؤشر
I have the wrong agenda.
دخول السوق المحلية، لافتا إلى أن المملكة واصلت تقدمها محققة المرتبة 10 عالميا في مؤشر الأنظمة والتشريعات الحكومية من حيث الضرائب والبيروقراطية.
Okay, did you send it to the AT&T or the Stockton?
إضافة إلى أن
Oh, what's up? Okay. I'll open it right now. Okay. Yeah.
إلى المرتبة 19.
All right.
إضافة حققت المرتبة 17 في مؤشر حالة ريادة الأعمال بعد أن كانت بالمرتبة 41. لا شك بأن التحول الرقمي الذي تشهده المملكة على جميع الأصعدة ومبادرات تمكين المرأة ودعمها في الوظائف القيادية وكذلك ريادة الأعمال وتطوير التشريعات والقوانين كلها عوامل ساهمت بشكل رئيسي ومباشر لتطوير بيئة الأعمال وجعلها بيئة جاذبة وحفزت الابتكار خصوصا في الخدمات والإجراءات بشكل ملحوظ. أيضا مؤسسة مسك، خصوصا مسك الابتكار، برنامج تسريع الأعمال بالشراكة مع 500 شركة، هذا الذي قدمته قبل 2 سنين، حيث شارك في البرنامج فريق من المستثمرين والمشرفين محترفي النمو التسويقي لنقل معارفهم وخبراتهم خلال فترة البرنامج الذي امتد 16 أسبوع، كما تقوم باحتضان المشاريع الناشئة ليست في المملكة فقط أو الخليج، في الشرق الأوسط وشمال أفريقيا. أما إذا تكلمنا عن ريادة الأعمال في محور التعليم، فقد عززت المملكة مكانتها في محور تعليم ريادة الأعمال بالجامعات، وذلك بتقدمها في 19 مرتبة عالميا بحسب تقرير المرصد العالمي لريادة الأعمال GEM، محققة أيضا المرتبة 23 في عام 21 مقارنة ب 42 في عام 2020. أيضا قدمت تشجيع الجامعات لتقديم مسارات مادة أساسيات الابتكار وريادة الأعمال، والتي تهدف إلى نشر ثقافة ريادة الأعمال والابتكار في المرحلة الجامعية. أيضا إطلاق منشآت بالتعاون مع وزارة التعليم لقاء لتعريف مبادرة دعم الشركات الناشئة الجامعية التي تهدف إلى تفعيل دور الجامعات في منظومة ريادة الأعمال وإيجاد شركات ناشئة يكون لها إسهام ملموس في دعم الاقتصاد السعودي. ويسعى البرنامج إلى تفعيل التعاون مع مراكز ومعاهد ريادة الأعمال، كذلك استهداف مشاريع التخرج ومشاريع الأبحاث والأعمال. مراكز الأبحاث في بعض الجامعات كأنها ورق ويركن أو يؤرشف، أما الوضع الحالي يجب أنه تعكس على أرض الواقع بمشاريع وأعمال. أيضا صممت برامج لخدمة ريادة الأعمال مثل مسار ناشئ، وهو مسار يستهدف المشاريع الصغيرة والناشئة بسقف تمويل لا يتجاوز 300,000 ريال سعودي ما يعادل 80,000 دولار. أيضا مسار آخر خريجين، برنامج يستهدف عدد من الأنشطة للمختصين من حملة الشهادة الجامعية والدبلوم بالمجال بسقف تمويلي لا يتعدى 500,000 ريال سعودي. كما أقيمت شراكة مع وزارة التعليم في مبادرة ريادي، وهي أحد مبادرات برنامج التحول الوطني 2020 المنفذة في وزارة التعليم، تهدف إلى إكساب الطالب مهارات سوق العمل وترسيخ ثقافة ريادة الأعمال وتحفز على العمل الحر والاستثمار من خلال عدة من الأنشطة، مثل عمل دورات حدد فكرة مشروعك لطلاب الثانوية، عمل لقاءات مع قصص نجاح لمشاريع من ريادي كل منطقة، عمل زيارات للمشاريع الخاصة للرياديين لتعزيز روح العمل الحر للطلاب. أما في الختام، نحن ضمن مجموعة أصدقاء الاستراتيجية، كذلك مجموعة قيادات رأس المال البشري الخليجي، نحاول المساهمة والمشاركة في تنمية بلداننا ومجتمعاتنا، سواء بتصدير الممارسات الناجحة أو استيرادها، خصوصا بين دول مجلس التعاون الخليجي، وهي منافسة اقتصادية متكاملة متبادلة أيضا إيجابية، ليست لعبة شطرنج فليس فيها رابح أو خسران، لها أثر متعدي لكل الدول المعنية. وفي الختام أشكر الجميع للاستماع. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's the end of the second paper. I think I have the correct agenda now. I have Glory, and I'm going to mispronounce this, Enyamnaya.
Yes, I'm here.
Did I pronounce that close to correctly?
Well, I'll give you an A minus. Yeah.
Thank you. Please proceed. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. Okay. Please let me know when you can see my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes. Yes,
okay,
we can.
So, okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Glory Eninaya. My talk, I'm calling all the way from Lagos, Nigeria, and my talk is on institutional entrepreneurship in the platform economy and emerging market perspective. So digital platforms are really big, especially in Africa. Digital platforms continue to expand at a robust rate, with South Africa having the most platforms, overtaking Kenya, while overtaking Nigeria, while Kenya experiences the fastest growth in platforms. Homegrown platforms represent more than 80% of total, but data suggests that foreign platforms are capturing most of the market activities. Now, talking about the types of platforms that we have in the country, on the continent, for online shopping, we have platforms such as Jumia, Take a Lot, and Konga. Jumia is one of the first Nigerian companies to be listed on the New York Stock Exchange. Freelance platforms such as Snuppet and VConnect. For online shopping, we have Jumia Food, we have Uber Eats. Other kinds of platforms are Expedia, Eventbrite, Bookings.com, Airbnb, which is very popular around the world, Travel Stats. For e-hailing, we have Uber, Bolt, and then for logistics, we have O-Food and Pizzeria. So this should tell you that even that the platform economy in Africa is growing in leaps and bounds, and is even though it's an emerging market, but it's beginning to take over the rest of the world. Now, however, despite this growth, there's a challenge of legitimacy in Africa. So ease of doing business is not great. There's a lot of volatility and ambiguity in government policy, and this has implications for business survival. So on the right, you can see headlines of different news headlines that have made the headlines in Nigeria. I don't know how many of you have been following the news. Twitter was banned in Nigeria for a while by the president. Cryptocurrency has been banned as well. Bitcoin, the foreign exchange fluctuations. So the question is, if you're an international platform player and you want to come into Africa, what do you need to do in order to survive this hostile institutional environment? What you need to do is you need to become an institutional entrepreneur. So what is an institutional entrepreneur? An institutional entrepreneur is a change agent. As institutional entrepreneurs are synonymous with change agents. They use their social skills to overcome skepticism and persuade others to believe that the accounts they advance about their innovations. They are socially skilled actors who work to justify and legitimate new kinds of social arrangements. They are culturally competent actors with strong practical skills who work to establish new social arrangements. So what are the strategies that institutional entrepreneurs use? They start by articulating a vision. Many of us might be familiar with the change management literature that talks by John Cotter, that talks about articulating a vision, mobilizing allies, mobilizing resources. Institutional entrepreneurs use these same mechanisms, but they use them in the entrepreneurial field. So they start with a diagnosis, then a prognosis, and a motivation. They mobilize the allies through stakeholder identification, storytelling, and then they mobilize resources such as financial resources, formal authority, and social capital. Now, starting with diagnosis, the institution of entrepreneur starts by telling a story as to why the existing conditions in the industry are not sustainable. And in that case, in that way, they expose problems with current institutionalized practices. They find a way to subtly and point fingers at the parties that are responsible for the negative status quo. Then after the diagnosis, there's a prognosis. So they come up with a story that casts their project or business as being superior to previous arrangements. They delegitimate existing institutional arrangements and those supported by opponents. They legitimate to stakeholders and other potential allies at the project at hand. They come up with a theory that explains the institutional project in such a way that it resonates with the interests, values, and problems of potential allies. However, the institutional entrepreneur has to be careful not to characterize his project as too radical in order to forestall reactions of fear, incomprehension, or apparent irrelevance that might inhibit potential allies from changing their perspective. Then the institutional entrepreneur also has to motivate by providing compelling reasons to support the new vision. They need to imaginatively identify with change targets. They need to have sufficient social skills to be able to map his position vis-a-vis the position of other important stakeholders in the field. They need to craft visions that other actors are inclined to endorse. They need to frame proposed changes as being mutually beneficial and introduce themselves as a neutral broker acting on behalf of the common good. The institutional entrepreneur needs to be aware of the self-promotion paradox. They can't be seen to be championing their initiative at the detriment of the common good. So they need to present their project as altruistic or, nest it in some kind of institution with standard structures and stable rules. They need to motivate actors to alter their perspective in a way that inclines them to mobilize behind their vision and just justify divergence from taking for granted practices and frame the vision for that change in a way that enables others, despite its unfamiliar nature, to understand and endorse it. So those are the strategies under articulating a vision. Now we'll look at mobilizing allies. How does an institutional entrepreneur mobilize allies? He identifies key stakeholders, protagonists, antagonists, and other actors that might be involved in the project. Then he defines and redefines the project's identity in such a way as to attract others and build a sustainable coalition, brings together allies in such a way as to reduce inherent contradictions in the coalition. So when you bring in people from different points of view, you might find that there are conflicting interests. So the institutional entrepreneur needs to be able to empathize with the allies, but then have strategic skills so that he's able to bring everybody together without causing any disharmony. The institutional entrepreneur also needs to use discourse and storytelling. So you need to be skilled at communicating a vision that mobilizes allies. Use rhetorical strategies when communicating your vision, connect your innovation to familiar templates, use the language that is popular in Africa or wherever else you're trying to institutionalize your innovation. Build your discourse based on institutional logics, which will resonate with the values and interests of potential allies. You should use the institutional vocabularies, which are structures of words, expressions, and meanings that can help legitimize your vision for change. Use stories to create a plot and then define heroes and villains, which can subvert the established order, and then introduce himself and his project with narrative styles that are calculated to resonate with key stakeholder groups. So those are the strategies under mobilizing allies. Now, finally, we'll look at mobilizing financial resources. Institutional entrepreneurship is demanding, and so it requires a lot of financial resources. The institutional entrepreneur needs to have the financial assets to meet and bypass the sanctions likely to be imposed by opponents of a proposed change. Needs the financial wherewithal to ride out the negative costs of the transitional period during which the new ideas are likely to be unpopular. So if it's a startup, the startup doesn't break even immediately. So you need a nest egg to keep you afloat until the business is adopted by the general community and becomes publicly acceptable. You might need to use your financial resources to bring other players into a coalition, and then you need to have the financial resources to encourage important stakeholders to favor your project. Then you need to gain formal authority. You may need to gain the support of the states to make changes in your industry, whether it's the federal government, the local government. You need to find out what are the regulations and get in line. You also need to have some form of formal authority to implement changes in your industry. And then you need to earn social capital. You can gain this social capital from alliances with high status organizations that can leverage their status to impose changes in your industry. You can use your social capital to influence others who are enlisted as allies. You need the social capital to champion and orchestrate collective action among diverse stakeholders. You can also present yourself as a neutral broker mediating on behalf of the mutual best interest of different groups, and then secure the endorsement and support of central actors, professionals, experts, technocrats, and governments, and gain access to the resources that they control. So in a nutshell, to review again, the three major institutional entrepreneurship strategies are articulate a vision, mobilize allies, mobilize resources, and then each of these strategies have tactics that, when applied, can make it possible for digital platforms to succeed in Africa. So thank you for listening, and thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Gloria. That's, I thought, was excellent. You brought up some, I thought, some very key points. Usually we don't try to stress too much about an entrepreneur's social skills, but I think, as you pointed out, those social skills are needed to reach some of the goals. The other thing, when you talk about financial resources, I know when I'm teaching new entrepreneurs, they have a very difficult time accepting when they raise capital, particularly early on from angel investors, they have to give up a chunk of the ownership. And I find that some new entrepreneurs are not quite willing to give up as much of the ownership that's required. I try to stress to them, the angel investors particularly are taking a very big risk. And in order to compensate them for that risk, it's very early stage, to compensate them for the risk, you're going to have to give away a big chunk of ownership. I know of 3 or 4 instances where some entrepreneurs that I've done some consulting with just simply don't understand this, and they have a tough time. And I tell them, look, a half of a huge piece of pie is a lot better than 100% of a little piece of pie, but they can't quite grasp that as quickly as I would like them to. So thank you very much. I found this to be very informative.
To put it another way, 10%, 2% of Facebook is better than 100% of a startup that's not going anywhere.
MySpace. Yeah, that's exactly right. If we can just get the students and the entrepreneurs to understand that, I think that would increase the probability for success for them. Again, thank you very much. I found that to be very, very informative.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm not sure if I have 1 or 2 papers left here, Hennady, so I'll just move on. Dr. Iglika Kirilov, and again, I hope I pronounced that properly too.
That was perfect, Professor.
That was perfect? Oh.
Yes, perfect.
Well,
fantastic. Thank you.
I'm 1 for 2 then. That's not too bad. Please proceed.
Thank you very much. Just let me share screen. Is the presentation visible? Are slides visible?
Yes.
Great. Fantastic. Thank you. So first of all, let me share that I'm so grateful and honored to have the chance to be part of such an enriching global event with such an experienced and distinguished audience. So thank you, Dr. Hennady, so much for having invited me, and also for holding such an extraordinary event. I'm really enjoying it, truly enjoying the global learning that is happening here. It's really awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And thank you also.
Nice to meeting you.
Nice to see you. Thank you. Professor Basler, also thank you for facilitating our session. So I'm Iglika Kirilov, and I'm an Innovation 360 licensed practitioner. I'm based in France. I will be showcasing here the evolution of an entrepreneurial ecosystem, and will be highlighting some key elements or moments, let's say, in the evolution that could be eventually of interest to consider when entrepreneurship is taught and innovation would be taught. And I already detected from previous presentations certain elements that would kind of fit the practitioner's perspective while working with either startups and entrepreneurs or other more established businesses. So since relatively recently here, we have been observing the emergence of multifaceted ecosystems operating in the intersections of various innovation industries. And this type of innovation multidisciplinarity aims in a way to support startups ecosystem radical potential, let's say, even further. And more specifically, this approach allows for combining, for instance, intellectual property strengths with research and development and business model innovation, and supports developing a global market reach. But the challenge here is, of course, the high level complexity that needs to be handled dynamically as the ecosystem value proposition has to be delivered and the ecosystem model reaches viability. As Innovation 360 founder and CEO Magnus Penker put it in his latest book, Play Bold, a possible way to get through this complexity and dynamic challenges are values. And he wrote that today's ecosystem are growing organically around values, not products and services. So a way of thinking, acting, and interacting is needed that would help to lead the ecosystem development. The story of a company called Edamame shows some shared moments with the understanding that we start the ecosystem entrepreneurial journey with our own values, beliefs, and also the level of consciousness about them. And Edamame is a young company that stands for the structuring of the world's food knowledge. They're operating at the intersection of food, data, and health. And as Victor Penev, the CEO of Edamame, explains, their truly bold vision here, Edamame's goal is to help people live up to 120 years without ever getting a chronic or mental illness. And they believe that food is a part of the solution because in their view, food is the ultimate medicine. Typically, Edamame started from the personal passion of its founder for both technology and cooking. But the way the startup value proposition development and ecosystem development were grounded stands deep in the founder's values, beliefs, and attitudes for conscious giving, sharing, and helping each other. And the founder's engagement here for helping people brought him to treat both potential customers and teams with an equivalent human-led attitude. And interestingly, actually, Edamame's team operated in a distributed fashion long before we hear about something called COVID-19, right? And actually, they never had any doubts on employees or contributors' productivity. And today, they are covering, the team actually is covering 10 time zones across the globe with free working hours, a great level of flexibility, and a significant level of personal responsibility, engagement, and let's say permanent mutual support. So the team members, contributors, and partners deeply share the Inception values and have been in a way attracted organically on one hand, but also purposefully recruited and involved to ensure the values delivery daily in a way. So this is in line with research findings about the significance of internal alignment of ecosystem actors. And this internal alignment is considered as being required for achieving the success of the ecosystem value proposition, especially in the context of radical innovation. So almost 11 years later, the conclusion is that so far, there has been no change in the values themselves. And Edamame purposefully, sometimes throughout their journey, took a central role in building their ecosystem. And since inception to global partnership that they are having today, they have been expanding their ecosystem for the same set of shared values, which they have been continuously deploying, both internally and externally. And this makes them a typical example of radical innovator, focal actor, having the central innovator's role of orchestrating also the process of ecosystem integration and realignment, so that the ecosystem value proposition is consistently delivered through the ecosystem model. So standing strongly behind these inception values, beliefs, and the levels of consciousness, and walking them with the required praxis is somehow blurring here in this example the lines between organic growth and orchestrations. They have been performing both at different stages, and they are combining them instead of opposing them. So to assume the leadership role, they started with one of the most significant challenges for ecosystem leadership, which is sharing the vision to attract actors for genuine collaboration, well articulated around values. And naturally, the accompanying actions were boundless interactions, and the involvement of new actors led to the need to set up the resource flows among ecosystem members. And the goal was to build a platform upon which a potential market of consumers and service providers could function. Achieving the technology and platform development was linked to multiple entries and exits of specialists and providers, so that the realm of knowledge and creativity could be, in a way, internalized. With this happening, looking after the value management balance inside the ecosystem was essential in a way that all parties could also find a veil. One significant milestone here with them came with a survival challenge, typically in their fifth year, the famous fifth year, because at that time, Edmond was missing a valid business model. And they had to actually do something that what from practitioners' perspective, we consider an experienced and confident, successful entrepreneur would do, and it is pivoting and iterating. Because so far they have been developing things directly for business to consumer, and here at this time, as they were at the level of non-survival, actually they shifted very successfully to B2B orientation, and they could survive and launch a viable product. Currently, they are in their growth phase, and the company is profitable, and the growth is partially catalyzed through big companies as clients and partners. At the current stage, they combine value capturing and value creation activities. And keeping up with the innovation side for a company and its ecosystem would mean, as suggested by Innovation 360 methodology, to sustain a system and level of value creation for growth in parallel with core business focus on short-term profitability. The difficulty here would reside in striking the right balance between growth and profit-related activities and splitting the resources. And the key word would be eventually ambidexterity, as Magnus Benker explains in Sustainable Growth and Profits, among different leadership styles, strategies, competencies, and capabilities at 3 different levels, or otherwise we call them horizons. And engaging in simultaneous value capturing and value creation requires a kind of a strategic analysis encompassing, among others, a deep reflection upon strengths and blockages. So Edemom's most significant strengths are its core values, solid and aligned team and ecosystem, a very difficult to replicate and in-house built innovative artificial intelligence, and more specifically natural language understanding technology, providing a high level of accuracy and spread of the data is another imminent strength of theirs. Additionally, they have a strong focus on impact. Their guiding question is how many people have been reached, as well as the flexibility in the product to reflect changing needs or other strengths of strategic importance. And their thinking about competition and competitors is somehow uncommon in a way. They practice what I have called no competitors thinking, which means that they collaboratively approach and treat every potential competitor and put in place collaborative settings, thus continuously actually enlarging the ecosystem. And this also allows them not to enter every possible solution and idea, even if there could be one with some financial potential in case it is not the optimal one. And for example, they didn't enter, decided not to be directly involved in shopability development for their application. Edamame team developed the capacity also of participating in various incubators, accelerators, collaborations, and other forms of social knowledge and support. But more importantly, they have been learning how to access and enact this knowledge to reinvent continuously their value proposition. So they have been learning how, in keeping a significant level of flexibility in both their way of operating and their solution, and even more now when they're moving to much personalized options involving even more complexity and new level of dynamics. So far, actually, they had over 3 million foods tagged for chronic conditions in their database, and they are already moving towards mapping genotypes and microbiomes types to foods. Edamame's moonshot type solution attracted such established global companies as Microsoft, Amazon, and Nestle as their clients and partners. However, approaching these companies as clients and partners and setting up further collaborations required thinking and acting that could align with the corporate world, as established brands often operate with a very strong focus on core business, and in the short term are budget-led in their decision-making. And some takeaways here that the CEO, Victor Penev, shares as recommendations to young entrepreneurs and startups willing to build their ecosystem are the following. First, taking a personal approach and interacting at the individual level to understand what the company aims at achieving and who actually does it, is involved with this within the company. The next is patience. In certain cases, it is necessary for the startups to wait for years, and here is where many would abandon eventually. So it would be nice to combine other activities with waiting for collaborating with established incumbents. And
Lika, can I interrupt you just one second? Yes. Hanadi, do we have one more paper that we have to get in? It's listed as 2 round tables. I'm not sure if there's another paper or not. So if you can wrap it up in the next couple of minutes, that'd be great. And then we'll have a little round table discussion for the last.
Yes, there is one more.
There is one more. Okay.
Yes, I think Professor Mike, there are Dr. Martina.
Okay.
Yes.
So there's one more paper left. So Iglika, if you can wrap it up in the next 10 seconds.
10 seconds is fine. And last but not least, being proactive in creating the opportunities for partnering. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much. And I apologize for having to cut you short.
That's okay.
We're short of time here. Okay, let's squeeze in the last one. There's 7 minutes left. So Martin Dreesen will have to talk a little quickly. Please.
Okay,
proceed.
well, there's the virtue of being last, of course. Let me share my screen.
It's my fault. I should have been better control of this. I apologize.
Just check. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Perfect. So thank you, a special thank you to Dr. Hanadi for inviting me again.
Hi, Martina. How are you? Nice to.
Hello, Doctor. I'm very fine. Thank you. Thank you. So thank you very much. And also interesting about you, Ms. Michael, you talked about competencies, creativity we had at the beginning, and we're going to talk about the entrepreneur. So especially about the entrepreneurial mindset. And let me go through it because there is a big problem, and it is still a problem, which is the high failure rates for startups worldwide. And if you look at the figures in the USA, I think you might know them. If you look at the screen, you see one big line with lots of lines. So those are cohorts. If you look at the number 5 at the bottom and you go up, you see it's about 50. So 50%. So 1 in 2 persons in the United States who starts a business is not in business after 5 years anymore. So, and it has been from early 2000 to up till now. So that is a big problem. But then, of course, you talk about USA, and we all know that is a very entrepreneurial society. If we go across the Atlantic Ocean, we see in the European Union more or less the same. I want you to look at the number 5 years. So the blue bar, the dark blue bar, you see actually it's more or less, give or take 50%. Some countries more, some countries less. I'm from the Netherlands, Amsterdam, and you can see it's about 50%. But also in several cohorts, it has been the same. In the previous talk, we heard Hilton Tunison from South Africa saying actually 9 in 10 within 3 years. So there's a lot of money, there's a lot of effort is going into businesses, but yet 1 in 2 persons or even less don't make it. So there is something going on. So the question is, how is this possible? Of course, you can look at the business models. That's one thing. I was very interested, and that's why I started my PhD thesis into what about the entrepreneur? Actually, how does that go? If you look at this entrepreneurial model of entrepreneurial success, I'm not going to explain it. It's not a lot of time. What I want you to focus on is the orange surrounded. So that's the entrepreneurial traits and the business creation. There's a lot of research that actually try to pinpoint the entrepreneurial traits directly to business creation, business success. It is possible. We are talking about alpha studies, so this is not exact science. Yet we see there are correlations, not high, but then again, for alpha studies, maybe it is. The more important thing, and that's what I want to stress out, and I want to show you how we do it, is if you look at the entrepreneurial traits, it's different from the personality, the broad personality like the DISC or the Big Five. We all know this is specifically about the entrepreneur. So what is the business person, the personality behind the business? And in this case, it's going through the goals and strategies. If you develop the entrepreneurial traits, you will get better goals and strategies, and you will get more business creation and business success. And we have done such research within the Netherlands, and I want to show you that. The question is, do you have these traits? Are you born with them? Is it in your blood? Do we need a blood test, or can you develop them? Another great scientific research has been done by some Swedish. They have looked at parents being adoptive or biological. And the most important thing here is you can develop entrepreneurship. It's not about genes. Are you born with the right genes? It's much more about upbringing and training. And in specific case, it is about coaching. But then again, how do you know when someone is entrepreneurial, yes or no? That is a big question. So what I would like you to do is, if you look at these 2 people, and this is, I think it's his wife, but maybe it's his secretary or maybe even mistress, you don't know. They come from the bank, and probably they did not get a good answer, or there's not a happy performance. But I would like to ask yourself, what do you think about this person? Is he entrepreneurial, yes or no? If you ask me, he doesn't look. But how do you know? Where do you look at? How do you know if someone is entrepreneurial? I asked the bank the same question, the bank, and actually they said it's gut feeling. Because if you look at what she says to him, it's like, of course you're not enterprising, I know that, you know that, but they don't know that because they have no instruments or tools to do that. And this is where my PhD started. I wanted to research, what is it about the entrepreneur? How do they assess it? How can you develop it? How can you make sure that people gain the entrepreneurial mindset? They gain the creativity, as the first speaker talked about, confidence, but also the social skills. Gloria and Nyaya also told, which are, I think, very important, especially when you talk about value, creating values, making sure that other people see that too. So the solution, and this is where I got in, entrepreneurial assessment and development. What we have done is we've created a tool, which is the eScan. And actually eScan is a data-driven online scan where you compare yourself with other entrepreneurs, sexually, graphically, and you see the most important competencies. And it all takes place on the platform. And that is important because that's where the development takes place. I will show you later on. So it is a tool. And with every tool, you need someone to capture the tool, to really use the tool. The hammer doesn't build the apartment. So you need tools for being a good coach. And in this case, how can you match the person to the business and to the phases of the business? And for that, we have all kinds of innovative tools created, which is the making sure that people set the right targets, set the right goals, and how do you know which competencies to focus on? Because there are a lot, but some are very important for any business in any specific time. And then you need, of course, if you're the entrepreneur, you need a team around you. It doesn't have to be someone you hire. It can also be someone that you work with, or you have a good coach, or you have advisors, or if you have all kinds of things. So the coach is actually a very important person to make sure what type of person are you, and are you the good fit for the business you're in. So these are just some screenshots, very colorful, but this is where you get a great insight into who are you, what kind of type of person are you, and how well is your self-knowledge. All responsive, that's the main part here, what I want to say. Because what we also see in our research is that with the scan, the e-scan, we can measure the real entrepreneurial as a one figure from 0 to 100, how entrepreneurial are you? The more interesting thing is that we also find out with the people how well they think they score. So this is an estimated, and as you can see, these are averages for our total database over 1 million profiles, is that the entrepreneur more or less thinks 67.2 how entrepreneurial is, yet it is only 49.7. So there is a gap. They think they are entrepreneurial, but they're not, at least not in all competencies. So that's very important. And as I said, it's a tool, so you need coaches to actually access the tool and to use the tool to get the entrepreneur development really going on. And you have to start with the entrepreneur first. Now to the research that we've done, and I'm also in one of their 2-3 slides, so I'm almost ready. This is a program that we have done with the Chambers of Commerce several times in the Netherlands, about 2,800. What you see here is the first measurement and the post measurement after a year. A full program with coaching, with knowledge, with training sessions, and also other network activities for social orientation, social skills, and things like that. Where you can see the orange line is the second one, and you can see that actually from self-belief on to creativity up to marketing, those are significantly grew significantly. And at the beginning, we have more traits. They grew, but not significantly yet. This is 1 year. And the interesting thing is what happens after that year. So almost gone. If you look at the growth rates, after 5 years, we saw that at least in the European Union, on average, but also in the USA, about 49 are in business, 51 have to stop their business. With this growth program, and we look back for 5 years, it's 89% still in business, opposed to 11% not in business anymore. So that is a huge, and it's not all perfect, it's not all grown, not all unicorns, great companies or big companies, but at least they are still in business, and that's a huge way forward. So why should you start with the entrepreneur first? Because if you start talking about the business, it's difficult to start talking about the entrepreneur. It's actually like you left the train station and you're not going back to that station. So you have to start with the entrepreneur and do a pre and post measurement, because then you can show the growth to the person, the entrepreneur, but also to the contractor. Lower obstacles by also looking at entrepreneurial talent. That's something that's still not done. Well, I think if they are getting coached, if they have certain skills you can rely on, why not also have that into the financing? Make use of informal institutions, networks. Professor Stam has great work on that. And of course, make sure you have a team, make sure it's diverse, make sure that the entrepreneur is encompassed by many talents, many knowledge, because you don't have to do it all on your own, even if you're a solo entrepreneur. And last but not least, and then I'm finished, the coach is a very important spider in the web. It's the glue that actually holds everything together, especially in ecosystems that we're talking about today. So thank you, and I hope I was on time. Now, maybe just a little bit more than that. So
Thank you,
Michael.
Martine. That was an excellent paper. If we had a little more time, there's a lot of discussion we can have on this. But it was extremely well done. I want to thank you for the presentation. Hanadi, I apologize. I ran 4 or 5 minutes over.
Thank you so much, Professor Mike, for running the roundtable for the last sessions. And thank you for all the speakers and audience and participants for joining our conference. It's again, just a little reminder, the conference, it's still continue tomorrow and day after tomorrow, 17 and 18, with around 300 practitioners worldwide with 30 countries, and with a very top VIPs in the opening ceremony. Thank you so much, and we're looking forward to see you tomorrow. Thank you, Martina.
Thank you, Hanadi. I'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you,
Take
Dr.
care.
Muhammad.
Thank you, Martina. Thank you, everybody else.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
شكرا دكتور هنادي، والله يوفقك، ومع تحياتي، والله يعينك تحملتينا طويلا اليوم.
لا ما يعني ما بالعكس، ما طولت ولا شيء، بالعكس استانسوا الجميع في العرض التقديمي مالك.
بس موفقين ان شاء الله، ومعاكم غدا باذن الله.
ان شاء الله. حياكم الله.